Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Frederick Douglass is not my real name. I'm a fugitive slave. What year I was born, I do not know. My mother and I were separated when I was still too young to know her as my mother. As a child, I knew indescribable hunger. I remember fighting with yard dogs for scraps of food, thrown away as garbage. I have often been utterly astonished to hear persons who speak of the singing of the slave as evidence of his contentment and happiness. This is a terrible mistake. The songs of the slave represent the sorrows of his heart. I've sat on Kennard's Wharf at the foot of Philpott Street in Baltimore, and I've seen men and women chained and put on a ship to go to New Orleans.
Frederick.
Still hear their cries.
Frederick, it's so early in the morning.
I'm just going through some old files and notes. I might find something interesting for the women's conference this afternoon.
You're not expecting me to make a formal speech. Will you not even have breakfast?
I won't be long. Just want to be prepared. I won't be long.
Very good, Fred. Go on.
G-H-I-J-K.
What in God's name do you think you're doing?
You didn't mean any harm.
If you give a nigger an inch, he will take a mile. If you teach that nigger how to read, there would be no keeping him. It would forever ruin him to be a slave. We carried you here to take care of Thomas. You'll learn a trade when you're bigger. Ain't no need for you to be reading, boy. No need at all.
I understand, dear. I'll see to it that it's not allowed to be near any more books.
There's nothing more needs saying.
had little hope in the freedom of the slave by peaceful means. More than 2 centuries of slavery placed the slave holders beyond the reach of moral and humane consideration.
Yeah.
The only penetrable point of a tyrant is fear of death.
So you mean to resist me, a scoundrel? Yes, sir.
Horror concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress.
Anna, I shall not marry you as a slave.
Then I reckon you should go up north.
Words come easily. If I'm caught this time, Lord knows what might happen.
But you off the plantation now, Fred. They'll patrol us to stop you in Baltimore. You learned yourself a trade in a shipyard. There's work for you up there, and freedom. I saved up some. Got some belongings I can sell. Enough for the New York train.
See, Frederick Douglass is joining us. Please, come up and share your thoughts with us.
Mr. Coffin, I'm not very used to speaking like this.
Just speak, Fred. It's American.
Frederick Douglass is not my real name. I'm a fugitive slave. What year I was born, I do not know. My mother and I were separated when I was still... I resolved then that whatever power I had should be devoted to the freedom of my race.
My friends, have we been listening to a thing, a piece of property, or to a man? Will you allow this man to be carried back into slavery?
We'll get him started here in Massachusetts until he becomes accustomed to traveling and speaking. Mr. Douglas.
I don't believe you've met Mr. Garrison.
I'm honored, sir.
I was deeply moved by your address. You have a great gift, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
You say you never had any formal schooling?
No, sir.
Not even after you escaped?
No, sir. I've been teaching myself ever since I was a youngster.
Amazing.
Really is.
Mr. Douglas, Mr. Collins and Mr. Raymond and I were just discussing your becoming an agent for the society. Traveling as a lecturer, if you will.
Mr. Garrison, I've hardly the ability to speak.
Oh, nonsense. You speak with full conviction and authority.
If there is no struggle, there is no progress. The struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical.
Within or without the Union, slavery must fall. The long-crushed Negro must rise. Ethiopia, what to the American slave is your 4th of July? There's not a nation on the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of the United States at this very hour. Kill the nigger! Fred! No, Senator Calhoun! No! Slavery cannot last! Melancholy as the truth may be to the dealers in human flesh. No constitutional change. No legislative enactment. No human contract nor agreement can save the accursed system of human bondage from the death and decay to which God and nature have doomed it. Bravo! Bravo!
Who is it?
Garrison.
Come in.
I must speak to your father.
Garrison.
Sorry to disturb you like this. I should have known it. The very thing we were afraid of has happened. But we never dreamed the reaction would be this great. You've booked, my dear fellow. You've named your masters. You've marked yourself for the fugitive catchers, my dear man.
I had no choice. My effectiveness as a speaker was diminished. The enemies of our cause claim that I'm a fraud, that no slave could be so literate.
You've thought of taking our message to Great Britain.
Yes.
This seems a propitious time for such a journey, giving time for this trouble to blow over.
Frederick, Mr. Garrison may be right.
But Anna, that means I'll have to leave you and the children for a while.
But you still have your freedom.
So we can't persuade you to stay in England.
It's been over a year. I must go back. It's not an easy decision. The British people have taken me to their hearts.
Have you any plans, Frederick?
Oh, yes. When I get back, there'll be speeches, more speeches, meetings and more meetings. But Julia, I'm thinking of starting a newspaper. I want to call it the North Star.
If you do, I'd like to help. I could raise funds, sell
It would be a most
subscriptions.
humanitarian indeed, Miss Richardson. But I fear the reaction of our abolitionists at home.
Why should anyone object?
Do you agree, Mr. Garrison?
But let's speak to Mr. Douglas.
The more that's known about slavery, the better. Don't you agree,
Frederick, my sister and I have hired an agent who has been in contact with you all. He is willing to sell you.
Sell? To you?
Well, as soon as the transaction is completed, we can give you your freedom.
Freedom. Freedom. I like this. That's good, then.
Thank you very much.
Rosetta! Who's at the door, please?
Yes, Papa.
Harriet! Oh, my goodness. So good to see you.
Frederick.
Rosetta, lock the door.
Ooh, warm stove is sure welcome sight.
Harriet, this is my friend from England, Julia Griffith. She's been helping to straighten out the paper's financing.
I'm so honored, Mrs. Tubman. I've heard so much about you. Even in England, your work is known.
I'm just an old lady that loves doing a lot of walking in the great outdoors. Most times at night.
And she's fond of bloodhounds, too.
Wherever I go, I hear folks talking about John Brown.
Brown, we're indebted to you for your deeds in Kansas. They say you freed over 100 slaves.
Several hundred. We escaped just ahead of the, shall we say, friendly posse. Douglas, my words are for your ears only.
What do you mean by that?
I intend to seize Harper's Ferry. I want you at my side.
Seize the town?
Yes. First, we'll capture the army arsenal. Then we'll hold the leading citizens hostage until the slaves are freed. The
Don't you see? You can't fight the entire United States Army alone. You and your men are overwhelmingly outnumbered. They'll annihilate you.
This mission will arouse all America. It will force the people to take action against this damnable institution.
John, you know I have supported and will continue to support you in all of your other efforts. But my dear friend, this scheme is doomed to failure. This is the wrong place. This is suicide, man.
Whether we live, die, this deed must be done.
Shields, for the love of God.
Mr. Douglas, I believe I'll go with the old man.
Because of events in Harper's Ferry, the press, much of the public, have declared John Brown to be truly mad. But he is not. John Brown is a man who simply believes the Declaration of Independence to be true, and the Bible to be a guide to human conduct. The future will write John's epitaph upon the hearts of a people freed from slavery. Like Samson, he laid his hands upon the pillars of this great national temple of cruelty and blood. When he fell, that temple began to crumble to its final doom.
Mr. Douglas, a word with you, please. Come, walk with me, sir.
My name is Harris. I'm a telegraph operator. I have in my pocket a wire that just came for the United States Marshal. It orders him to place you under arrest.
Arrest? What are the charges?
Conspiracy and accessory before the fact of murder. They plan to extradite you to Virginia to stand trial with John Brown.
But...
Mr. Douglas, I am a friend of your cause. I know that Virginia justice will surely see you go to the gallows. I'll hang on to this message until you're safely out of town.
I have to leave for Britain next month. It's been planned for some time.
Mr. Douglas, go at once.
I'll make for Canada. Sail from there.
And go quickly, Mr. Douglas. And Godspeed. I must get back to my work.
Richard, the women on the council know you've been fighting their cause for nearly half a century.
Yes. It's the men I'm trying to reach at that meeting. Many of them still aren't convinced. Women must have the right to vote.
Really think you can change their minds?
Perhaps. Because I've changed a few in my time.
Oh. Richard.
Let us stop the war on the soil upon which it originated, and among the rebels and traitors who originated.
Yes.
Organize yourselves into societies and communities. Purchase arms for yourselves. Learn how to use them. Let us not only be ready when called, but let us cast about for the opportunity to strike for the freedom of the slave, the rights of human nature. For we shall be called, and we must be ready.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for consenting to this visit.
Mr. Douglas, your reputation precedes you. We appreciate your efforts in recruiting so many Negro troops. Now, tell me your concern.
To put it bluntly, Mr. President, our Negro soldiers are receiving inferior arms, inferior training, lower pay, and in other ways are being unfairly treated by the Union Army, and when captured by the Confederates, are murdered in cold blood. Mr. President, the Negro soldier is willing to fight and die in this great war, but he must receive some sign from this administration that he simply isn't exchanging one form of oppression for another.
Mr. Douglas. If this administration goes too far, we will bring down upon ourselves all of the hatred that is felt toward the Negro. This would greatly hinder our ability to successfully conclude this war. For we, both of us, have much to gain in this regard.
Let us pray that this family is never separated again.
But what happens now, Papa? Now that our people are free?
There are papers that supposedly set us free, Louis. But in my heart, I fear the danger that the victory that you and Charles and 170,000 other black men fought to gain will be lost.
But Papa, President Johnson says
I fear Andrew Johnson is no friend of the Negro people.
Frederick, you mean we've been suffering all these trials for all these years for nothing?
Without the vote, liberty's a mockery. The Negro will no longer be a slave to an individual master. He will be a slave to society and at the mercy of the mob. It is the spirit of hate, spirit of murder, spirit that would burn a family in their beds. But one thing I know, and that is, there is no middle ground for us. We must either have all the rights of American citizens, or we must be exterminated, or we shall never again be slaves. Do you like it, Anna?
It's beautiful. Maybe a mite too grand.
Well, President Hayes wouldn't have the United States Marshal for the District of Columbia living in a log cabin.
Mr. Lincoln lived in a log cabin.
How do you feel?
About the same. What's wrong, Papa?
Nothing, my dear. Everything's fine.
What is it, Fred?
I met with President Garfield today. First, he thanked me for supporting the party. Then he informed me I'm no longer the United States Marshal. I'm to be appointed the Recorder of Deeds, glorified clerk.
Lincoln never took a step backward, but every administration since has. Papa, you're not going to take that job, are you?
Is there a choice? Our people's pride demands that a Negro holds some position in the government of the United States. I must put their battered pride ahead of my own.
You've done the right thing, Fred. You usually do.
Papa. Papa, Mr. Tubman is here.
Harriet!
Frederick!
My goodness. My goodness. What a pleasant surprise.
I can't stay but a moment. But I couldn't come to Washington without stopping by to say hello.
It's been so long, Harriet. It brings back such pleasant memories. You know, Harriet, most of what I've done in my life has been in public. But you've labored in a private way. I've had the applause of the crowds, while your greater deeds have been known by only a few trembling, scared, footsore bondsmen. Midnight sky and silent stars, witnesses to your heroism.
Old age sure ain't tarnished that silver tongue of yours. You must be terribly lonely, Frederick. With Anna gone and all the children grown up now.
Lord, Harriet, Anna was the anchor of my life for 40 years. But I have Rosetta, Charles, Louis, Fred, and I have my work.
I hope this is hot enough for you.
Thank you, Rosetta. Miss Pitts,
Yes, Mr. Douglas?
do you have the file on the Ramsey properties?
I'll get it.
Thank you. Miss Pitts,
Yes, Mr. Douglas.
I understand you enjoy bars, that's all?
Very much, Mr. Douglas.
Perhaps you wouldn't mind accompanying me to the concert tonight.
I'd be happy to. I'll have to get back to my correspondence.
Papa, I speak for the entire family. How could you do such a terrible thing?
Rosetta, is it so terrible for an old man to seek comfort of a loving wife? The evening of his days descend upon him.
But you are not just anybody, Papa. You are the leader of our people. What kind of example is this? If you insist on marrying at your age, why turn your back on our women to marry this hussy?
That's nonsense, Rosetta. Black or white, male or female. We all have the right to follow the convictions of our hearts. If I were not to marry Helen simply because she happens to be white, go to my grave a self-accused and self-convicted moral coward. Rosetta, please, don't desert me.
Oh, Papa, really?
Rosetta, please.
Absolutely. I just found it.
It's a wonderful.
Wonderful.
Here he is.
Oh, where? Oh, there he is. I have your signature? Thank you. May I have your autograph?
I really enjoyed your speech, sir. Very moving. Thank you.
May I have your autograph, sir?
Thank you for those wonderful words, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. Thank
They mean a lot to all of us.
Mr. Douglas, how would you sum up your involvement in the women's cause?
When I ran away from slavery, it was for myself. When I advocated emancipation, it was for my people. But when I stood up for the rights of women, self was out of the question. And I found a little nobility in the act.
Well spent.
Hello, Mr. Douglas.
Hello.
I'm Martin Andrew. I heard you speak last week at Mountain Olive.
Oh, yes. That was an inspiring affair.
Can I talk to you for a moment, Mr. Douglas?
Well, Martin, I've just left one meeting. I barely have time for supper before I have to go off to another. Why don't you stop back by tomorrow afternoon? I'll have more than just a moment.
But I just have one question.
All right, just one.
Sir, you lived in the old days when our people were slaves, and in the new times, both. But it seems like all those rights that we're supposed to have won are being taken away from us. What advice would you have for a young fella like me who wants all people to live in liberty and justice?
Agitate, Martin. Agitate. Agitate. Agitate.
If there is no struggle, there's no progress. The struggle may be a moral
Good morning, everybody. Please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Also, Stanley Cross 6000. That's my channel. I found this little short film and the one I showed last night and about 1 million more at nationalarchives.gov. These are all like old government produced types of biographies of historical figures, not just, the Frederick Douglasses of the world, but there's all kinds of biographies on all kinds of people. So I haven't even gone in and done like a deep dive to see what's in there, but drop the link for Solid Snake to this particular short film. So from there, go in there and see what's out there. This is the National Archives are a government body, at least for now. And there's all kinds of viewing material out there and more. So check it out. So about Frederick Douglass, definitely, I think Frederick Douglass is, I've often said I don't really have heroes, but I have people that are kind of my quote favorites. And Frederick Douglass is one of them. Oddly enough, his last biography a few years ago now, there was a black surgeon in Savannah that had like the largest Frederick Douglass archive of writings, objects, and he literally had the biggest in the country. And Douglas Blight, who wrote the last Frederick Douglass biography, he convinced the surgeon in Savannah to donate all that stuff to Yale University. So I don't know if it's all been transferred or whether it's in the process or whether it's something that's going to be left in a will. But right down in Savannah, I had no idea. And I haven't lived in Savannah for years. I just visit occasionally. Um, if I'd known that, I definitely would have knocked on the dude's door. He lives right downtown. So anyway, that's enough of that. I've got a bunch of news stories, and then towards the end of the show, or whenever we get to it, I've got a portion of this show that I intend on clipping for a short for my channel, and I'll let you know when I get to it. So and then if Tough Guy shows up, there was a thing he wanted to watch yesterday, and what I did is I downloaded it, I re-recorded it, and then uploaded it back to YouTube just to make sure there were no copyright issues. So I have that prepared when Tough Guy returns. Some series, it's like a YouTube reality show, and they've got a Roku channel, and it's something about, cheating. Basically it's a reality show where they go and tempt a significant other into cheating. It's not to my taste, but I guess if you have doubts about whether your spouse or your girlfriend or boyfriend's gonna cheat, there's a reality show out there to tempt them into cheating, which to me is just like, I don't know what to call it, coercive, entrapment, but that show's out there, and it's queued up and ready to go when Tough Guy appears and wants to see it. So I did drop the link. If you want to come up, fine. If not, that's fine too. First story I want to move into, I was talking to John Galt earlier today, and he made me aware of something called the conservative treehouse. And actually, I said conservative treehouse. This is like one of the publications called The Last Refuge. And, I was kind of aware of it, but didn't follow up on it. It says here the New York Times publishes explosive investigation article, and actually there are two of them, showing U.S. military boots on the ground in Ukraine and CIA operation to target Russian Federation with drones and missiles. And, once again, it's, I don't know. I'm on the fence about whether this should have been public knowledge or whether it should have been kept under wraps. Anytime you have boots on the ground in the CIA, in the middle of a conflict, you run a fine line between, transparency and actual safety of the operators in country. I suspected, and probably I wasn't the only one, but I was pretty convinced that, hey, all we were doing as aid-wise was giving them equipment, and that is being proven wonderfully naive on my part. So this little short piece says, despite our, and they mean the writers of the article, despite our already outlining each of these details, the New York Times is now confirming, and they say, do not overlook the geopolitical consequences that will surface as a result of their publication. I don't know about all that. Um, what geopolitical consequences? Consequently, something that, on a related note, I actually noticed and didn't read an article today where 3 U.S. soldiers died in Lithuania. And I'm like, what's going on in Lithuania that we need to know about? So, bottom line, having been in the Navy, a lot of what happens around the world and soldiers and sailors dying really doesn't make it past the Navy Times or the Army Times or military publications. The military is a dangerous job, and you get reminded of that every now and again. So, with that said, I've got the 2 New York Times articles concerning U.S. activities, boots on the ground, they say, and the CIA in Ukraine. And this is pretty colorful, actually. A nice little map here. And it says, in the early days after Russia's armies crossed into Ukraine, 2 Ukrainian generals journeyed from Kyiv under diplomatic cover on a secret mission. At the U.S. military garrison in Wiesbaden, Germany, they sealed a partnership that would bring America into the war far more intimately than previously known. In the title of the article, The Partnership, The Secret History of the War in Ukraine. This is an untold story of America's hidden role in Ukrainian military operations against Russia's invading armies. Let's see here. Says here, Adam Intus conducted more than 300, the author, conducted more than 300 interviews over more than a year with government, military, and intelligence officials in Ukraine, the United States, Britain, Germany, Poland, Belgium, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Turkey. And the date line on here is March 29, 2025. And I don't know, I'm going to read a bit of it. It doesn't have an auto reader. Oh, it was 4, Fred? Okay. I thought it was 3. In Lithuania. On a spring morning, 2 months after Vladimir Putin's. Oh, by the way, I'm going to read a bit of it, and then I'll drop the link if anybody wants to read the rest of it. And there are 2 articles, one on the 29th and one on the 30th of this month. Last month now. On a spring morning, 2 months after Vladimir Putin's invading armies marched into Ukraine, a convoy of unmarked cars slid up to a Kyiv street corner and collected 2 middle-aged men in civilian clothes. Leaving the city, the convoy, manned by British commandos, out of uniform but heavily armed, traveled 400 miles west to the Polish border. The crossing was seamless on diplomatic passports. Farther on, they came to the Rzeszów airport. No idea. I hope I mangled that. I'm sure my Polish is not good. Where an idling C-130 cargo plane waited. The passengers were top Ukrainian generals. Their destination was Clay Kaserne, the headquarters of U.S. Army Europe and Africa in Wiesbaden, Germany. Their mission was to help forge what would become one of the most closely guarded secrets of the war in Ukraine. One of the men, Lieutenant General Mikhailo Zabrodsky. Mikhailo Zabrodsky remembers being led up a flight of stairs to a walkway overlooking the cavernous main hall of the garrison's Tony Bass Auditorium. Before the war, it had been a gym used for all-hands meetings, Army band performances, and Cub Scout Pinewood derbies. Now General Zabrodsky peered down on officers from coalition nations in a warren of makeshift cubicles organizing the first Western shipments to Ukraine of M777 artillery batteries and 155 millimeter shells. Then he was ushered into the office of Lieutenant General Christopher T. Donahue, commander of the 18th Airborne Corps, who proposed a partnership. Its elevation and inner workings visible to only a small circle of American and Allied officials. That partnership of intelligence, strategy, planning, and technology would become the secret weapon in what the Biden administration framed as its effort to both rescue Ukraine and protect the threatened post-World War II order. Let's see. So let's see what this recording is all about. It says, behind this story.
Hi, it's Adam. This piece took me over a year to report, and in a lot of ways, it's unlike anything I've ever reported before. So a couple of years ago, I met with an old source of mine at a bar in Washington. He's a very senior official, and he told me that there's this big surprise from the Ukraine war that no one's really talking about. The surprise, the official told me, was that all of these techniques that the U.S. Army honed during the war on terrorism in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, things like using small unit tactics to hunt down terrorist leaders and fusing intelligence from all these different places, from satellites and from intercepted phone calls, these same techniques were proving to be incredibly applicable in helping the Ukrainians fight the Russian army. So I'm hearing this and I'm thinking, this is a tantalizing morsel of information. I need to pull on this. I cover the world of covert action and clandestine operations, so I know that basically everything is an iceberg. The tip of the iceberg is what you can see. It's what they talk about from the podium. The Pentagon has been shockingly transparent, in my opinion, in saying what kind of equipment they're giving to the Ukrainians, how many tanks, how many bullets. They put out this giant list every few weeks. But, what are they not talking about? And what my contact was telling me was that there's this untold part of the story about the nature of the U.S. involvement in Ukraine, and that I should look into it. So I started to talk to people that I knew at the Pentagon, at the CIA, in Congress, and they told me, you can't write this story without going to Ukraine to see a guy named Michael Zabrodsky. Zabrodsky is a famous Ukrainian general. So I got his phone number from a mutual contact, found out that he spent some time in Texas, and I sent him a message telling him I would bring him some Texas barbecue, and I went out to Kyiv to meet him in person. When I get there, he sends me this pin over WhatsApp for an address that's about 15 miles from the front lines, and he tells me to meet him there. It's one of the first times I'm driving through Ukraine and going by all of these sunflower fields. There are a couple roadblocks for security checks. And once I get to the address, I see what looks like an abandoned cottage. Its windows are blacked out with what look like plastic bags. I see babushkas walking around, old ladies with their dogs and chickens and pigs. And I'm waiting there thinking that maybe this was a hoax or that I went to the wrong place. And then a young woman peeks out the gate and asks me if I'm there to see General Zabrodsky, and she invites me in, and I take a seat at a table under a walnut tree. The sun is going down. There's the sound of explosions in the background from the nearby front lines, and I hear the sound of a motorcade vehicles kind of approaching this otherwise completely desolate area. A guy gets out of the car, and he introduces himself as General Zabrodsky, and immediately starts smoking his Lucky Strikes. I tell Zabrodsky that I'm there because I want to understand this partnership between the U.S. and Ukrainian militaries. And he tells me I was part of it from the beginning. And then we started our interview. So Zabrodsky winds up becoming a central character in my article in his relationships of trust that he forges with several American generals. And what I ended up hearing from him and what I was able to flesh out after more than 300 interviews with other officials in the US government, the military, the CIA, in Ukraine and across Europe, is this remarkable story about how enmeshed the US military and the CIA became in Ukrainian operations. It's about a coalition between two very different organizations, the US military and the Ukrainian military being thrust together because Russia invaded Ukraine. I was able, with some success, to get members of this coalition to open up to me about what they were doing behind the scenes over the last 3 years to try to help the Ukrainians be successful on the battlefield. And they told me that was the heart of this partnership, was trust. They didn't think they could trust each other, and yet individuals within those organizations, including Zabrodsky, including his American counterparts, did trust each other. And that's what helped make this partnership successful. And when they stopped being honest with each other, that's when problems started to happen. As a longtime intelligence reporter, I've been obsessed with Cold War spy stories. And, usually you learn about these sorts of operations years or decades after a war is completed. So being able to tell the story of America's role in a proxy war that's still going on is an extraordinary opportunity. The other unusual thing about this project was that there was an opportunity to develop characters. Often when you write about the operations of the CIA, you might find out one or two details about what they did. But in this case, Zabrodsky and many of the other people that I talked to for the story were willing to open up about what they did. I think they did it because they think that there are lessons to learn here from how partnerships can be forged. And that allowed me to write about these scenes where you have American generals who are literally crying, begging their Ukrainian counterparts to do something, to advance, warning them that if they don't do it, they're going to lose the war. And then you have Zabrodsky there, also in tears, because he completely agrees with them and shares their frustration. So there's this really human side to this story. I'm Adam Entis. Thanks for listening and reading.
Hey, Virgo. And then I'm going to play the next article. It's this, the second of two articles.
Hi, Stanley. Sorry.
Hey there. And if anybody wants it, I'll drop a couple gift articles and y'all can read them because they are rather longish. So let's see. It says key takeaways from America's secret military partnership with Ukraine.
Key takeaways from America's secret military partnership with Ukraine. This article is by Adam Entis and read by an automated voice. The war in Ukraine is at an inflection point, with President Trump seeking rapprochement with the Russian leader Vladimir V. Putin and pressing for an end to the fighting. But for nearly 3 years before Mr. Trump's return to power, the United States and Ukraine were joined in an extraordinary partnership of intelligence, strategy, planning, and technology, whose evolution and inner workings have been known only to a small circle of American and allied officials. With remarkable transparency, the Pentagon has offered a public accounting of the $66.5 billion in weaponry it has supplied to Ukraine, but a New York Times investigation reveals that America's involvement in the war was far deeper than previously understood. The secret partnership both guided big-picture battle strategy and funneled precise targeting information down to Ukrainian soldiers in the field. Here are 5 takeaways from the investigation. A U.S. base in Wiesbaden, Germany, supplied the Ukrainians with the coordinates of Russian forces on their soil. The idea behind the partnership was that America's close cooperation with Ukraine would compensate for Russia's vast advantages in manpower and weaponry. To guide the Ukrainians as they deployed their ever more sophisticated arsenal, the Americans created an operation called Task Force Dragon. The secret center of the partnership was at the U.S. Army garrison in Wiesbaden, Germany. Each morning, U.S. and Ukrainian military officers set targeting priorities: Russian units, pieces of equipment, or infrastructure. American and coalition intelligence officers searched satellite imagery, radio emissions, and intercepted communications to find Russian positions. Task Force Dragon then gave the Ukrainians the coordinates so they could shoot at them. Military officials worried that it might be unduly provocative to call the targets targets. Instead, they were referred to as points of interest. U.S. intelligence and artillery helped Ukraine quickly turn the tide against the Russian invasion. In spring 2022, the Biden administration agreed to send high-mobility artillery systems, or HIMARS, which use satellite-guided rockets for strikes up to 50 miles distant. In the war's first year, the Ukrainians were extremely dependent on the Americans for intelligence, and Task Force Dragon vetted and oversaw virtually every HIMARS strike. The strikes caused Russian casualty rates to soar, and Ukraine's 2022 counteroffensive was largely successful. By December, the Ukrainians held an unlikely David versus Goliath upper hand against their Russian foe. The Biden administration kept moving its red lines. From the first, administration officials sought to lay down a red line. America was not fighting Russia, it was helping Ukraine. Still, they worried that steps taken to accomplish that might provoke Mr. Putin to attack NATO targets or perhaps make good on his nuclear threats. Even as the administration developed an ever greater tolerance of risk to help Ukraine meet the evolving threat, many of the most potentially provocative steps were taken in secret. Easing a prohibition against American boots on Ukrainian ground, Wiesbaden was allowed to put about a dozen military advisors in Kyiv. To avoid drawing public attention to their presence, the Pentagon initially called them subject matter experts. Later, the team was expanded to about 36, and the military advisors were eventually allowed to travel to Ukrainian command posts closer to the fighting. In 2022, the U.S. Navy was authorized to share targeting information for Ukrainian drone strikes on warships just beyond the territorial waters of Russian-annexed Crimea. The CIA was allowed to support Ukrainian operations within Crimean waters. That fall, the spy agency covertly helped Ukrainian drones strike Russian warships in the port of Sevastopol. In January 2024, U.S. and Ukrainian military officers in Wiesbaden jointly planned a campaign using coalition-supplied long-range missiles along with Ukrainian drones to attack about 100 Russian military targets across Crimea. The campaign, named Operation Lunar Hail, largely succeeded in forcing the Russians to pull equipment, facilities, and forces in Crimea back to the Russian mainland. Ultimately, the U.S. military and CIA were allowed to help with strikes into Russia. The hardest red line was the Russian border, but in spring 2024, to protect the northern city of Kharkiv against a Russian assault, the administration authorized the creation of an ops box, a zone of Russian territory within which U.S. officers in Wiesbaden could provide the Ukrainians with precise coordinates. The box's first iteration extended across a wide swath of Ukraine's northern border. The box was expanded after North Korea sent troops to help fight the Ukrainians' incursion into Russia's Kursk region. The U.S. military was later allowed to enable missile strikes in an area of southern Russia where the Russians staged forces and equipment for their offensive in eastern Ukraine. Long-standing policy barred the CIA from providing intelligence on targets on Russian soil. But the CIA could request variances, carve-outs to support strikes for specific objectives. Intelligence had identified a vast munitions depot in Toropets, 290 miles north of the Ukrainian border. On September 18, 2024, a swarm of drones slammed into the munitions depot. The blast, as powerful as a small earthquake, opened a crater the width of a football field. Later, the CIA was allowed to enable Ukrainian drone strikes in southern Russia to try to slow advances in eastern Ukraine. Political disagreements in Ukraine contributed to the 2023 counteroffensive's collapse. The 2023 counteroffensive was meant to build momentum after the first year's triumphs, but after the partners held war games in Wiesbaden and agreed on a strategy, the plan ran headlong into Ukrainian politics. The Ukrainian Armed Forces Chief, General Valery Zaluzhny, embraced the plan, whose centerpiece was an assault in the direction of the southern city of Melitopol that would cut off Russian supply lines. But his rival and subordinate, Col General Alexander Syrsky, had his own plan to impale Russian forces in the occupied eastern city of Bakhmut. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sided with him and divided up the ammunition and forces between two main fronts instead of one. The Ukrainians never did reclaim Bakhmut, and within months the counteroffensive ended in failure. Russia now had the upper hand.
Well, I guess this is going to be done in installments, and I haven't actually checked today's New York Times. So if there is a third, we'll look at it tomorrow. Any thoughts on this?
Do you really want to know my thoughts, Stanley?
If they're
Do you
brief.
really? Okay, I think it's a scam, Stanley. I think it's a scam. I think they just running military drills on each other. I don't think it's no death toll. I don't think it's anything other than just draining our wealth. Draining our wealth. That's all I think. I think it's a scam at this
Wait, hold it. Draining our will?
Our wealth as a country. I think that's
And
all
what
they
would-
doing. I think they
what would-
learned something out of Middle East, and I think they've been laundering money through the military over the past 20 plus years. I really do believe that, Stanley. I just can't see America going in the direction it's in and being so concerned with everybody else's benefit.
And what
when we have bridges collapsing.
What specific direction are we going?
That's what I'm saying. We have no direction in this country, as a matter of fact. I think we've been divided as a population. I think the military right now is running its rules with every other country, basically just draining America's wealth on military equipment for no fucking reason whatsoever. I just don't see the sense in it. And I don't see nobody being held accountable. I don't see nobody in handcuffs. I mean, at this point, you just had Zelensky come into the White House, high on crack. I don't give a damn what they say. You know, but I have a lot of no comments if I had to have my option, but I'm drunk and I'm just going to speak my mind. And I just don't believe it's a war going on over there as detrimental as they want us to believe. I just don't believe it. And nor do I think we as American citizens should give a damn. I just don't.
Gotcha.
I think it's just a whole money laundering scam. Just like with what was going on with Iraq with that chemical explosion they supposedly dumped on a whole bunch of citizens, and that was pre-COVID. Oh, that was just swept under the rug. You know, I'm sorry, Stanley. I just don't believe none of this shit no more. I can't believe we the most technologically advanced military in the world, and yet and still, we concerning ourselves with third world country problems when we have our own fucking stock market collapsing in front of our eyes. I just think it's stupid.
Why do you think the stock market's collapsing?
Well, that's what the hell they promoting, ain't they? Ain't that the propaganda? I just don't think I don't think any of this shit is true anymore.
So you
I just
think
don't.
I'm trying to connect the dots. What does the stock market crash? How would the military? How would not helping Ukraine help the stock market not crash?
Ask that question in a different light.
I'm not sure. I know
Okay. Why promote a stock market crash?
Well, wait,
and
nobody's
at the same
promoting
time,
it.
hold on. At the same time, try to promote a war going on over there in the Middle East that doesn't benefit Americans at all. I mean, it's one thing to have access to this information. That's one thing. But when you think about the millions of trillions of dollars that we don't invest in overseas in this military operation, or with our concern over what they got going on, what's going on over here?
Okay, I'm having trouble. You
Well,
must
it's
be
all
paying.
connected, Stanley. It all comes down to American money.
Okay.
If it wasn't for American money, wouldn't none of that shit even be going on, would it? But it's not our money anymore. It belongs to the United States Treasury, of course. So it's
Okay,
like,
well, hold on. There wasn't a lot of money. There was a lot of assets with a value. So, I don't. Like I said, and let's just stop here
I get what you're
because
saying. Yeah,
I don't see how not helping Ukraine. If you believe in the butterfly effect, then everything is connected to everything. However, I don't see the connection between, how helping Ukraine crashed the stock market, unless you're going to say that was one of the reasons that Biden lost. So Trump is now president, and this ridiculous tariff idea he wants to do is what's crashing the stock market. That and what Doge is doing. So if you're saying if Trump hadn't been if Biden had won, part of the reason he lost was Ukraine. So Trump wouldn't be president and the stock market wouldn't be crashing. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, I think that's what you're saying. I don't think I said any
Well,
of that.
I'm just trying to make sense of your complicated geopolitical views.
I have no geopolitical views, Stanley. I only give a damn about America. I can give a damn about another country.
Well,
That's just my opinion.
You do realize America exists in the world, right?
Yeah, but I don't believe the world needs to be existing in America.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure what to say to that.
Well,
so next up, this short, I'm not going to play all of this, but the first few minutes of this majority report commentary actually made me laugh. So it's regarding Elon Musk and his activities in Wisconsin. Well, I'll just play it. It's pretty much self-explanatory.
He has taken his big screen TV. He's in Green Bay, Wisconsin. He's got about a crowd of 2,000 people, which is it's not a small crowd. This is an election, and we're going to talk to Dave Weigel about it. And we talked to Ben Wickler about it for a Supreme Court seat in Wisconsin. Weigel will tell us why it's so important, but Elon Musk clearly thinks it is because he's left the cot he has in the White House to go to Wisconsin. I mean, this is time away from destroying Social Security, so it's important.
That's his passion. Well, but this is also about his wealth as well, because Elon Musk Tesla has been suing Wisconsin because the state blocked an ownership or the opening of a dealership there. So this is all about his bottom line and trying to use his connection with the Trump administration to prop up Tesla as it's cratering in the markets, and as we're getting information about these Chinese electric vehicles who could start doing business with Canada and Mexico potentially because of these Trump tariffs, just completely outpacing him in terms of battery technology. Apparently, BYD in China just had a breakthrough, and their batteries might be able to charge in the same amount of time that it would take to fill up a gas tank, which would be absolutely like blowing Tesla out of the water. So that's why he has to use the Trump administration, because he's afraid of what happens if Tesla stock dips below a certain point. If he used that as collateral for his Twitter purchase, this means a whole house of cards could fall. The whole house of cards could fall.
And he's definitely concerned about this. He just had apparently Grok AI is a separate company. He just had that purchase Twitter.
Right.
Now we're still pulling that apart, and we're going to need some writing on that. But it is definitely a way of creating another layer of distance between that moment of reckoning. So he's got a lot of motivation. And again, he's also trying to show, like, if you go up against Trump in a primary, this is what I could do to you if you were running in a House district. And now remember, there's only 2,000 people in this this auditorium. It doesn't feel like they're all Musk supporters.
Some of them wanted the $1 million he was promising.
SuckUp website and the Doge handle on the X platform, there is a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the federal government. Like, shocking, really. It's insane. Yeah, it's really wild. So, I mean, it was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience. Give my regards to George. Say hi to George for me.
USA, 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 USA. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, it was.
Now, this is like again another like a Black Mirror episode. He is complaining about a foreign-born billionaire who has been, I guess, presumably paying activists to influence elections. As he sits in a room where
full of
he
those
is
hogs.
literally offering $1 million to someone who has voted in this election already. And he's doing this on a daily basis.
Soros's net worth is around $7 billion. Elon's is over 300.
Yeah, I'll stop it there. But apparently MAGA has no sense of irony. Now, Musk is the right wing Soros, basically, except Soros is never Dude, do not interrupt me, Solid Snake. I'll let you know when I'm done. The parallel foreign-born billionaire offering money during elections, influencing elections, basically motivating activists. Basically, he is Soros, but he's on the right. These people, honestly, have this is basically, when we talk 5 laws of stupidity, we are literally witnessing it in the body of people like the billionaires involved in politics. They all are just kind of like, they should stick to their jobs, their day jobs, because they're not good at politics. And why Musk, the reasons Musk is there, instead of say Trump or somebody who's actually good at politics, is just, I think it's the wrong move. And God help them if the Republican candidate for that Supreme Court seat loses, and it's a close election. So we'll see how that goes. But Doge has no sense of irony, is my analysis. And Lupin, I've been asking that question for a few weeks now. All this savings in fraud, there's been no evidence. Nobody's in handcuffs, to use your term, Solid Snake. Nobody's in handcuffs or indicted for government fraud so far. And number one, the executive branch does not determine savings. Okay, the purse strings are the House of Representatives. So you've got pools of money basically not being spent. And I am curious to know what the intent is for all those. And I suspect they're going to be used for, if Trump is able to get his way, I suspect they're going to be used for tax cuts, or, they talked about $5,000 checks. It'll be used for something, but it won't be used for what Congress intended for it to be spent for. That much, we know, if they get their way. So what were you going to say, Solid Snake?
Well, I mean, golly, you don't went like 5 miles from where we were a minute ago. But okay, I'll take a shot at this.
We've moved on. If you hadn't noticed,
I mean, but dang, Stanley, you just went through 5 different topics on your own, promoting your own idea.
Okay, what the hell? Does he think this is a democracy up here? What are you thinking?
It's an opinion.
You are not.
It's Stanley versus the world. It's not Stanley versus his own damn monologue.
Son, you don't.
Son, you're not my son. Look, Stanley, I'm way smarter than you. I may not be as well read, but I'm very much smarter than you. Let me say something. Hold on, Stanley. Let me get my point across now. Let me talk about it.
What you're gonna do?
Okay, I find it very interesting that he's not dialoguing about. I wonder why his argument starts off with what Elon gonna do with the money, and not about
Wait,
what the
hold it.
Democrats
Whose
did with the money.
God damn it. Whose conversation? Okay. Are you talking about Sam Cedar? Or are you talking about Lupin's comment up here? Can you be more specific? And dude, maybe you are smarter than me. That's why you are who you are.
On and not let anybody
Oh,
respond.
motherfucker, I will go on and
I mean, you
on.
just gave away.
I will go on and on as long as I want to. When I come up on your show, then you can do it. Okay, this is not a panel of equals. Don't get it twisted, son.
There's a difference between being the antagonist in a role and just being a red shirt, Stanley.
Okay, I have no idea what that means.
You need to make your decision on what character you're gonna play. Because here's the thing.
Okay,
I'm paying.
You
give me an article. You give me something.
Okay, dude, I don't play characters. I play myself on TV. So I don't know what you're thinking about, whether I'm playing a character or not. I'm me.
Okay. I understand that. But what I'm talking about is all the world is a stage and we're just his actors. If you're going to play this role, Stanley, learn the role.
I don't subscribe to all the world's a stage.
Okay, well, why are you already trying to win your argument before anybody has a chance to give a rebuttal?
What are you talking?
Why do you do that? Don't try to win the argument. Try to argue the points as they come.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but it's obvious you're drunk and just your mind,
Stanley, what I'm saying is
right now is not capable of linear thinking.
Oh no, not as linear as yours, because you just ran on with that one with no comment from nobody. You just went on with yours, and then if somebody say something, you pounce on it before they say 5 words. Come on, Stanley.
Dude, I am what I am. So why
don't you try?
Which comment are you addressing? Let's start with that. Are you talking about the video I just showed, or are you talking about Lupin's comment? Can you be specific? Okay, I'm not drunk, so I'm not really following you. Try and be succinct, please.
Okay, I'll break it down for you, Stanley. My problem with Sam Cedar, my problem with Sam Cedar's whole point is, here's a 300 billionaire versus, and maybe that's your point, the 7 billionaire. Here's the thing, Stanley. It don't matter how much more money they steal from us. We fucking lost, Stanley. We fucking lost long as we don't get the plot. So here's the plot, Stanley.
Who is we?
Well, obviously not you. You already know, huh? Well, I'm talking about me. Well, I just speak for me. How about that, Stanley? That make you feel better? Okay. Now, why in the hell would you be concerned about Elon Musk and his $300 billion with all his innovation?
Okay,
but here you had almost $80 billion given for cell phones or free internet housing for everybody in America under 4 years under the Biden administration, and it was lost up in a loop.
No, we're not doing that. Okay, don't say the word Biden. Biden is no longer president, and the reason we are concerned with Elon Musk is because he's got the keys to the government. He's cutting and firing American citizens. That's why we should be concerned. He's literally affecting day-to-day life for a bunch of Americans. So I think we should be concerned. If you're not, then that's your problem.
Oh, not only am I concerned, I'm actually ecstatic of the way it's being implemented. Because if you had 4 years to make a result and you didn't do it, why are you clowning somebody that's only been in office for no more than 4 months? And then you acting like his 4 months is equivalent to what, 12 months of Biden?
Well, I would argue
is that your argument? Is that your basis of your argument?
Yes.
Because I've seen
Yes.
Trump already make.
Yes, he has wrecked the government more in 2 months than Biden has in 4 years. Yes, that is my point.
Oh, come on. You just want to interrupt somebody.
And that's why I'm concerned.
You just want to interrupt somebody.
You asked me why I was concerned. I just explained it.
Well, couldn't you have waited till I got through with my point?
You're not famous for landing planes.
I don't need to be famous for landing planes. Every time you look around,
Yeah,
I got a
do.
damn 100-mile-an-hour
Yeah,
wind
you
gust
do.
on my tailwind.
All I have to say is
God, man, you always trying to get turbulence when I'm trying to land the plane. So what I got to do?
Obviously, no one ever taught you how conversation works.
Well, obviously, ain't nobody taught you how to talk to nobody.
People don't conversate and run on sentences.
Wow, and that's what you just did. You just did a whole monologue.
No. I take a pause every now and again.
Yeah, a pause for your own inhalation because you damn sure ain't have to
Right.
give nobody
I
information.
I gotta breathe. I gotta breathe.
Because you ain't giving nobody a chance to talk. I don't have to do a monologue, but good Jesus, Stanley.
No,
it's a 12-hour program. Loud.
I don't do monologues.
Oh my God, I can't tell. You just did 5 minutes on a response to that.
Oh yeah.
And you talk about me landing the plane.
You know what? But you know what? I needed 5 minutes to do it.
Why?
Because I had 5 minutes worth of words to say, I guess.
Oh God. Okay. Well, all I'm saying is if you want to talk about Elon Musk wealth versus Sam Soros' wealth, let's look at the effects of each other's wealth towards society itself. I say he's done less. He's done more with this.
This is not directly about wealth.
Okay, but it's not. But it's about results, is it not?
Okay, what results?
Who's getting the best results? Is George Soros with his inflation into the market, with his investment into the market of propaganda, producing the better results that he has promised over the years since what? 1997 when he jumped in or whatever?
I'm not aware of any promises Soros has made.
Well, you probably need to read better articles. I don't know. Why would they bring up George Soros? Why would they even bring up George Soros as a talking point, Stanley, if that's the case?
Well, God damn it, you didn't. It was Elon who brought up George Soros. Weren't you listening?
No, why did Sam Cedar bring him up?
Okay, because Elon brought him up.
Elon only brought him up because the liberals have always touted George Soros funding. It's not a right wing. It's not a right wing conspiracy.
You know
what? It's himself. He said it right there. He said it. What was that meeting? He said it at a TED talk. He said it. He said it. Come on, man. You know George Soros invested in. Come on.
All I'm hearing from you is a bunch of beer bubbles. It's all foam from the top of that beer you're drinking.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, you know what?
So we're gonna move.
Okay, fine.
Beer bubbles.
I know you ain't laughing, Virgo. I got to get you back for that flaccid. But anyway, I ain't got you yet. I'm gonna get you though. One day it's coming. It's coming. Just let you know.
Flaccid snake.
Yeah. I'm gonna get you. Oh Lord. But no, what I'm saying is, I find it funny that he want to bring that topic up about wealth and the gaps and what Elon gonna do with the money. All I can say is, whatever Elon and Trump decide to do with the money, I know one thing: Congress gonna back it. It's gonna be fully visible to the American people. And guess what? Everybody watching the game now, so ain't no need for them to try to slip up. Because when the Democrats was in office, what did they do?
I don't care about the Democrats being in office. Okay, you are literally made from beer and whataboutisms. That's all
Okay,
your
fine.
arguments
I
are.
swear, you and Lupin got to be the worst tag team in the world.
All I have to say is that if you hadn't read the Constitution lately, Elon and it is not the job of Elon and Trump to decide what to do with money. It is
You
their
think Trump
job
gonna
to
go for
make
a third
sure-
term? No.
It is the president's job to make sure that the money gets spent, makes it to the right place to be spent. He does not determine the spending priorities.
Exactly. And your president didn't do nothing for 4 years. Obama didn't do nothing
Hey,
for 8
once
years.
again, there you go. There you go. What aboutism? Obama's been out of office for 10 damn years.
Well, dang, Stanley, don't you think we living in 8 whataboutisms? Is Trump trying to clean up they whataboutisms?
Trump is not cleaning up. He's making a bigger mess.
Yeah, okay. You sound like some welfare recipient that come in on a job and just think everything just works out like you ain't supposed to know how to do your damn job. That's what you sound like. That's what you sound like to me, Stanley. You sound like you ain't never had a job before. Like you ain't never had practice and procedure. You just got paid just to be there. You sound like a DEI hire right now, Stanley.
I have no doubt that what comes out of your mouth is
I know. I wouldn't be. I'm not having so much. Stanley, listening to you make me lose faith in our military.
And you know what?
And I'm just being honest. I don't give a damn about your 4.46 slugs and
what?
all your guns in the goddamn world. Because your damn show ain't gonna protect your family when you're overseas fighting them crackhead wars. You over there fighting them crackhead wars, leaving your family.
Dude, I'm not gonna fucking ask you to shut the fuck up so I can respond to that. You not thinking much of the military really doesn't bother me that much. It's namely because you were never in it, and I have doubts that you would have thrived in the military. So you losing faith in it, hey, we'll defend you anyway.
Well, at one point you ain't gonna be able to, Stanley.
Okay,
because it ain't gonna be you.
You are no.
It ain't gonna be yours, Stanley.
You are no military expert.
Yeah, well, you keep on playing these mind games with folks, and you'll see where it's gonna wind up.
You're the only one playing mind games here.
Okay.
The rest of us live in the real world.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure y'all do.
All right. Well, this next article is the new marriage of unequals. It's actually a story about a story, and it's interesting. I'm not going to even go through it. Let's just go ahead and read it. So something's at least making sense using words.
Once upon a time, it was fairly common for highly educated men in the United States to marry less educated women. But beginning in the mid-20th century, as more women started to attend college, marriages seemed to move in a more egalitarian direction, at least in one respect. A greater number of men and women started partnering up with their educational equals. That trend, however, appears to have stalled and even reversed in recent years. Gaps in educational experience among heterosexual couples are growing again. And this time, it's women who are marrying down. Researchers debate whether marriage between educational equals, homogamy, is on the decline. But one thing is clear, the phenomenon of women marrying men with less education than themselves, what academics call hypogamy, is on the rise. In fact, women are now more likely to marry a less educated man than men are to marry a less educated woman. Christine Schwartz, a sociology professor at the University of Wisconsin at Madison, shared data with me on trends in the educational profile of heterosexual married couples from 1940 to 2020. According to her calculations, in 2020, American husbands and wives shared the same broad level of education in 44.5% of heterosexual marriages, down from more than 47% in the early 2000s. Of the educationally mixed marriages, the majority, 62%, were hypogamous, up from 39% in 1980. Crunching the numbers slightly differently, Benjamin Goldman, an economics professor at Cornell University, found that among Americans born in 1930, 2.3% ended up in a marriage where the woman had a 4-year degree and the man did not. Among the cohort of those born in 1980, that figure was 9.6%. This trend is hardly unique to the United States. Hypogamy is becoming more common all over the globe. It's a fragile time for gender relations in the United States. Young women and men appear to be diverging politically. Fewer people are dating, marrying, or having kids. Some commentators argue that there aren't enough suitable bachelors to meet the standards of accomplished modern women. Meanwhile, a growing manosphere claims that women's advancement is to blame for all manner of struggles experienced by lonely, unmoored men. Yet for all the worry that a chasm is opening between men and women, the rise in the number of hypogamous couples suggests that some men and women are doing what men and women have always done, coupling up regardless of differences and figuring out a way to get along. It's clear, Goldman told me, that understanding the dynamics of these couples is key to understanding the future of marriage. The rise of the better educated wife raises all sorts of questions we don't have complete answers to. What is drawing people to these relationships? Have women's strides in the labor market given them more latitude to marry whomever they love, or are they just settling? How are these couples dividing paid and unpaid work? Are they happy, or is their unconventional setup a strain? We don't even know if the couples in these unions are particularly progressive. Nadia Stieber, a sociology professor at the University of Vienna who is leading a multi-year project studying hypogamy, told me. Some people might imagine that women married to less educated men are uber-feminists happy to shirk traditional gender roles. And yet, men with less education tend to hold more traditional views on gender, which could suggest that the highly educated women marrying them also hold, or are at least open to, more traditional views. For all that remains unknown about the dynamics of hypogamous relationships, a growing body of research suggests that women are indeed marrying less educated men simply because that's who is available, not necessarily because of changing preferences. In 2021, about 1.6 million more women than men were enrolled in 4-year colleges in the United States, Clara Chambers, a research associate at Yale University, told me. But according to a recent paper she co-authored with Goldman and Joseph Winkelman of Harvard University, marriage rates among college-educated women have been broadly stable. The explanation for that is fairly straightforward. Without enough college-educated men to go around, college-educated women must be marrying men without a degree. Evidence that the rise of hypogamy is largely a response to these demographic constraints, rather than to, say, women's economic empowerment, the increase in online dating, or shifts in preferences, has been found in many countries. Derek Thompson, colleges have a guy problem. Even if shifting norms and preferences aren't driving the rise of hypogamy, they do seem to be evolving in conjunction with it. The World Values Survey, which explores how values and beliefs vary by country and shift over time, routinely asks people.
I wanted to make a point here. A couple months ago, I actually went and looked at the University of Georgia, where I went to school. And I am pretty sure when I was in school, now this is almost 40 years ago, men outnumbered women. And the thing was, I've literally had a friend of mine tell me that she was going there to get her MRS degree, where women were basically just going, their main goal, or one of their main goals, was to find a husband. Went back and looked at the University of Georgia for this year, and women slightly outnumber men, which shocked the shit out of me. In Georgia, which tends to lean fairly conservative or traditional in its values, it seems the only school at least the few that I checked that actually has more men than women is the engineering school, Georgia Tech. So anyway, I thought that was really interesting, how that shift is even affecting quote PWIs and one of the premier state institutions in the country. So it's not just Howard, it's a bunch of different schools.
Whether they agree that if a woman earns more money than her husband, it's almost certain to cause problems. Schwartz and her research colleagues have found that in countries where women have more education and hypogamy is more prevalent, people are less likely to agree with that statement. And the fact that women and men are coupling up despite their educational gaps indicates that preferences are perhaps more flexible than some people assume. Various studies suggest that preferences are not this fixed thing, Schwartz said. People respond pretty quickly to the availability of partners. It's important not to overstate the change underway here. Educational achievement does not map neatly onto earnings. Some research has found that women in hypogamous marriages in the United States and abroad are a bit more likely than other women to earn as much as or more than their husbands, Schwartz told me, but most don't. Stieber's research in Austria found that women with more education than their husband took a smaller hit to their earnings after having a child than other Austrian mothers did, but not by much, and that their families still tended to fall into the male breadwinner pattern after kids entered the picture. That is, women's educational advantage may draw husbands and wives closer to economic equality, but men still usually have the economic advantage. Yasha Mauk, nothing defines America's social divide like a college education. Recent research can help shed light on why this is. When Goldman, Chambers, and Winkleman looked at how the earnings of non-college educated men have fared over the past several decades, they found that men married to college-educated women have done comparatively well for themselves. Their earnings have gone up a bit over time, even after accounting for inflation. But the earnings of non-college educated men who aren't marrying up have dwindled considerably. In other words, college-educated women are partnering up with the highest-earning men without degrees, Goldman said. The remainder of non-college men are really struggling. The persistence of men's tendency to out-earn their wives was evident in conversations I had with people in
One thing they're not actually covering, I mean, just because a woman goes to college doesn't mean that she's gonna work. My wife had a PhD and she was a stay-at-home mom. Um, and just because she has a college degree and works doesn't mean she's gonna out earn a non-college educated man. So I don't know that they get deep enough into into specifics here.
monogamous relationships from around the country. In some cases, I spoke with both partners, and in others, I spoke only with the wife. The extent of the couple's educational gap varied, but the man was the breadwinner in most of these relationships. For instance, Mitchell
There we
Self,
go.
who lives in Central California, has been with his wife, Mary, since high school. He did farm labor for a while after graduation, then transitioned into welding and founded his own company. Mary
Right.
attended a nearby college and graduated with a degree in geospatial studies. She's now caring for their two young children full-time, and while she's glad to have a degree, she doesn't think she'll ever be the breadwinner in their marriage. He will always be able to make a lot more money than I could ever make, she said. Some couples I spoke with told me that the husband's income was what had allowed the wife to pursue her education in the first place. When Allison Hiltz met her now former husband, she was working in retail. Neither of them had a 4-year degree. She finished her bachelor's, and then the two moved to Colorado, where she earned a master's degree in public policy and, later, a seat on the Aurora City Council, all of which she was able to do, she said, only because her husband made enough as a diesel mechanic in the trash industry to keep them financially afloat. The few breadwinning wives I interviewed had high levels of education. Sonia Ben-Hidia Toomey was an undergraduate when she first met her husband, John Toomey, who has a bachelor's degree in business and works in the auto industry in Austin. Sonia eventually earned a PhD and is now a computational linguist for a major tech company. John's job makes decent money, he told me, but it doesn't make her money. For the most part, the wives and husbands I interviewed didn't think of their educational gap as a problem. Another Mary, who asked to be identified only by her first name given the sensitive nature of the topic, recently earned a master's degree and is married to a man who has yet to complete his undergraduate work. He's very educated, she told me. He just doesn't have a bachelor's. She would like for him to finish his degree, mainly for the professional opportunities, she said. But she and other women I spoke with told me that they didn't believe that formal education automatically translated to smarts or intellectual curiosity, and that they felt on pretty equal footing with their husbands. In a few cases, women floated the possibility that they'd avoided tension in their marriage because their husbands earned more than they did. Perhaps, they suggested, alluding to entrenched gender norms, earning less than one's wife would feel like a greater threat to a man's masculinity than having less education. For what it's worth, the Toomeys told me that Sonia's breadwinning didn't bother either of them, although other people are sometimes weird about it. After Sonia gave birth to their first child, it was John who left his job to care for their baby boy. The decision just made sense. Daycare prices where the couple live are high, John was burned out at work, and he relished the opportunity to bond with his son. But when the couple mentioned their arrangement to friends, family, and coworkers, many people reacted with surprise or confusion. John's parents seemed almost concerned. It blew their minds, he told me. Reed, I still get called daddy mommy. Stay at home.
Actually, that is one good reason, and this is a little bit of a digression from the article. As a matter of fact, I think we get the gist. I don't even know that we need to go on with it. But I have found, especially online and in the last few days, that people probably need to keep their counsel more. If I'd been that couple, I wouldn't have even bothered telling friends. My mother used to always tell me, not everybody needs to know your business. And after this internet experience, I'm starting to believe that more so than I did before this internet experience. People, there's some things that people just don't need to know.
Yeah, because they'll use it against you if they ever get the opportunity.
Well, the thing that I have found is use what against me.
Your words.
People tend to like to make bigger things, molehills, mountains out of molehills. This recent thing about my son, I heard a comment on John's show today, and I didn't even bother coming up on the panel. But in the chat, I heard the random comment about, well, Stanley's pro-black, that his son is dating outside the race is significant, and I'm trying to figure out what that significance could be.
I don't know, Stanley. I ain't gonna lie, Stanley.
Okay,
look,
God damn it. When I need you to
Okay.
answer, I will. I will ask. Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay. I don't know where I'm not even sure what pro-black means. In this space, it seems you're pro-black if you're not anti-black. If you're not using the N-word this and the N-word that, if you're not, obsessing over crime in the hood, you are pro-black. If you show a Frederick Douglass video and show blacks in a positive light, then you are pro-black. And I think that's retarded, quite frankly.
Okay.
If there is damage being done to American culture, it's these sorts of attitudes where we don't even know what pro-black means. Pro-black, I am not anti-black. So if that makes me pro-black, then so be it. But there's some things, and I've said this before, and I don't know why people just let people blather on, people who don't even know me as well as the people on this panel. I noticed something in another person's video. I think it was Be Brave. Makes a big deal that I never talk to my son about politics. I literally don't talk to my sister. Occasionally we may talk politics, or my father. What fucking 14-year-old is going to be interested in politics? I mean, I kind of was, but that I've never talked politics with my son is I raised him to be a critical thinker. Why am I going to go and influence his thinking outside of you need to form your own opinions? Maybe people here aren't used to like parenting, but I don't think it's necessary for you hear people occasionally say something like, well, my family always voted Democrat. Well, that doesn't mean you have to vote Democrat. It doesn't mean, that the family voted Democrat. That's nice. But I don't find politics. Basically, what 14-year-old is actually capable of talking political philosophy? A lot of political philosophy is based on life experience. And what 14-year-old has it? So I think a lot of people on here are bored motherfuckers, and they will grasp at something just to make a big deal out of it. And I hear a lot of, oh, it's content. Well, if that's the kind of content you want to make, but there's plenty of news articles and stuff, actual stuff, important stuff sometimes that's going on in the world that I'm much more interested in a story like this than I am what a 14-year-old thinks about politics, or going out and telling my son what kind of girlfriend to pick. As long as she's good looking and smart, I don't give a fuck. My only rule is, use a condom. You have goals. Make sure that you reach your goals before you start procreating. That's really my only advice to him. So anyway, we will get to a video. Like I said, I'm going to basically try and create a short from a portion of the show later on. More or less, it's on this topic or indirectly related. But for those who might be listening and or interested, like it or not, I tend to want to at least attempt to exist on a higher plane than some of the bullshit, the racial bullshit that happens on this channel and other channels. And if that means I'm pro-black, then I'm pro-black. But I'm sure as fuck not anti-black. I sure as fuck don't sit around all day watching crack hoes in Walmart getting arrested by cops. I don't get a thrill out of it, like some seem to do. So,
well, first of all, Stanley, if I see a crack hoe at Walmart, I'm trying to get a deal.
let me put it to you this way.
Stanley.
I can't remember the last time I even went to Walmart.
Oh, Stanley, I'm mad they closed up after 12. Oh, man, Jesus Christ. Walmart be the best place in the world. Ooh. It's like Wally World. Wally. Remember that video, Stanley?
Hey, let me Brian Nichols, I my progeny is an FBA. And I don't, I tend to want to use the term ADOS, but I don't need to adopt one. I produced one inside of a marriage. So that little progeny has taken up all my time. I don't have time to take up foolishness.
What's up, Uncle Fatty?
Uh, you know what? Is this the
Is
right?
it okay if hey, does Uncle Fatty ever join the panel? I've been
Yeah,
sleeping lately.
he comes up all the time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, this is actually something that is
Hey, why
totally
did-
off the last topic. To Uncle Fatty's point, people, I think the point he's trying to make, and I totally agree with, is traditions. Excuse me, traditions are nice, but you need not be a prisoner of traditions. Necessity is the mother of invention. If you need to make a new tradition and it's not harmful, don't be afraid to make your own music. Beat Follow the beat of your own drum, if it makes sense to. You adopt crazy white women. That's funny. So let's get back to the Trump Elon. Uh, Trump has publicly stood by Michael Waltz, but behind the scenes, I've read a couple stories. One says that he's been secretly fuming about this mistake. To be honest, it's been the biggest mistake, but I don't think it's the only mistake Trump has made these 2 or 3 months. And by the way, today's April Fool's Day. Tomorrow is Liberation Day. So maybe I'll think of something special to do for Liberation Day. Maybe it'll be maybe it'll be like Juneteenth. So anyway, should I fire him? Inside Trump's deliberations over the fate of Michael Waltz. So we'll play this article right quick.
Should I fire him? Inside Trump's deliberations over the fate of Michael Waltz. This article is by Maggie Haberman and Tyler Pager and read by an automated voice. For much of this week, President Trump was consumed by a single question. What should he do about his national security advisor, Michael Waltz? Should I fire him? He asked aides and allies as the fallout continued over the stunning leak of a Signal group chat set up by Mr. Waltz, who had inadvertently added a journalist to the thread about an upcoming military strike in Yemen. In public, Mr. Trump's default position has been to defend Mr. Waltz and attack the media. On Tuesday, the day after Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic broke the story about being included in the chat, the president said Mr. Waltz was a good man who had nothing to apologize for. But behind the scenes, Mr. Trump has asked people inside and outside the administration what they thought he should do. He told allies that he was unhappy with the press coverage, but that he did not want to be seen as caving to a media swarm, according to several people briefed on his comments. And he said he was reluctant to fire people in the senior ranks so early in his second term. But for Mr. Trump, the real problem did not appear to be his national security advisor's carelessness about discussing military plans on a commercial app, the people said. It was that Mr. Waltz may have had some kind of connection to Mr. Goldberg, a Washington journalist whom Mr. Trump loathes. The president expressed displeasure about how Mr. Waltz had Mr. Goldberg's number in his phone. On Wednesday evening, Mr. Trump met with Vice President J.D. Vance, the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, the White House Personnel Chief, Sergio Gore, his Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, and others about whether to stick with Mr. Waltz. Late Thursday, as the controversy swirled, Mr. Trump summoned Mr. Waltz to the Oval Office. By the next morning, the president signaled to people around him that he was willing to stick with Mr. Waltz. 3 people with knowledge of the president's thinking said. In an interview Saturday with NBC News, Mr. Trump continued to downplay the episode, calling questions around the officials involved a witch hunt. People close to Mr. Trump say Mr. Waltz has been able to hang on in part because some in the administration still support him, and because Mr. Trump has wanted to avoid comparisons to the chaotic staffing of his first term, which had the highest turnover of top aides of any presidential administration in modern history. And while Mr. Trump can always change his mind, the episode shows Mr. Trump's willingness to disregard external pressures in his second term, while also grappling with the limits of the loyalty tests he imposed for staff across the administration. Even before the signal leak, Mr. Waltz was on shaky footing, viewed as too hawkish by some of the president's advisors, and too eager to advocate for military action against Iran, when the president himself has made clear he prefers to make a deal. An association with Mr. Goldberg, however hazy, gave Mr. Waltz's opponents more fuel to feed the skepticism. Some of Mr. Trump's closest allies have questioned whether Mr. Waltz, a former George W. Bush administration official, was compatible with the president's foreign policy. Mr. Waltz had gotten crosswise with Mr. Vance and Ms. Wiles in policy discussions, particularly regarding Iran and their desire to hew to Mr. Trump's preference, according to several people briefed on the matter. In a statement, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said Mr. Trump has a team whose members debate each other but know that he is the ultimate decision maker. When he makes a decision, everyone rows in the same direction to execute, she added. Weeks ago, a discussion arose among some aides about whether Mr. Waltz was ideologically aligned with the president. Mr. Trump, who has at times been effusive in private about Mr. Waltz, made clear he did not want to start the cycle of dismissal so early in his second administration, according to two people briefed on the conversation. Mr. Trump, who regretted pushing out his first national security advisor, Michael T. Flynn, after less than a month in 2017, believed it would feed a narrative that he engenders chaos. After the signal thread leaked, someone shared on X a snippet of a 2016 video of Mr. Waltz, produced by a group primarily funded by the billionaire Koch brothers. Speaking as a military veteran, Mr. Waltz looked directly into the camera as he condemned Mr. Trump as a draft dodger and said, "Stop Trump now." That snippet drew attention from Mr. Waltz's critics. By contrast, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's job appears to be safe, even though he shared detailed information about strike times for the attack on Houthi militants in Yemen in the signal thread. MAGA stalwarts like Charlie Kirk have defended him online. Mr. Hegseth had nothing to do with this, the president said on Wednesday. Mr. Hegseth survived a bruising confirmation process in the Senate after being pushed through with help from Mr. Vance, and he has a solid relationship with Mr. Trump. While Mr. Waltz may keep his job, the controversy has reminded Mr. Trump's aides that the president's strategy of crisis management, doubling down and denying, no matter how problematic the facts are, does not seem to work as well for them as it has over the years for Mr. Trump. When the Atlantic story broke, Mr. Waltz denied meeting, knowing, or communicating with Mr. Goldberg. But that claim was quickly called into question by photos that surfaced from a 2021 event at the French Embassy in Washington, where Mr. Goldberg and Mr. Waltz were pictured standing next to one another. Mr. Waltz's allies dismissed the idea that the photo suggested the two men knew each other. Mr. Goldberg, in his initial story about the signal chain, said he had met Mr. Waltz in the past. On Saturday, asked about any relationship with Mr. Waltz and whether he had Mr. Waltz's number, he said only, "I am not going to comment on my relationship with public figures or sources one way or the other." While Mr. Trump has demanded loyalty from his staff, the reality is that some top officials are longtime Washington hands who have relationships, past experiences, and contacts with people whom Mr. Trump despises. I would say the principle of getting a bunch of yes men and yes women around him is the guiding principle, a foundation of which is not having or renouncing any past that may be proof to the contrary, said John R. Bolton, who worked as Mr. Trump's third of four national security advisors and then wrote a revealing book about his time in the White House. Anybody who's been around Washington 10 years, 15 years, has all kinds of backgrounds, Mr. Bolton said. In Greenland on Friday, Mr. Vance, who was traveling with Mr. Waltz on a visit to try to apply pressure for the United States to take over the territory, made clear that Mr. Waltz was at fault for adding Mr. Goldberg to the signal thread. But Mr. Vance, who was also in the group chat and has defended Mr. Waltz internally in the past, made a point of doing so again. It was a sign that Mr. Trump was ready to move on for now. If you think you're going to force the President of the United States to fire anybody, you've got another thing coming, he said. President Trump has said it on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday. And I'm the Vice President saying it here on Friday. We are standing behind our entire national security team.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna not make a bet that this won't be the last time this national security clown car makes basic mistakes. And that's pretty much my only comment, other than I guess I'll echo Uncle Fatty's point. In the world I grew up in, and I had a minor role in national security. The basics is communication security. What they did was egregious. So I'll just go ahead and move on. Any comments there?
You gonna allow me to say it? You gonna allow me to say it? Come on, Stanley. I didn't need 2 minutes.
If
2 minutes.
If it's brief.
Okay, 2 minutes. Here you go. Man, shout out to the Trump administration for bringing visibility back to the White House the way it need to be. We ain't got no crackheads in this motherfucker no more. Hey, man, we can talk about what go on in there. Ain't nothing but real shit going on. And shout out to the John Galt channel. Shout out to Stanley fucking Cross. Remember, everybody, $20 a day for Portia J. But if you got $2 just left on your Chime or your Zelle or your Cash App or whatever, come on, send it on over to Stanley. Shout out to Stanley Cross, because that's about all he worth. Let me stop playing.
No.
But everybody hit that like button, man. Share, subscribe to the channel, man. Make sure you subscribe. We enjoy everybody that come over and chill out with us every night. Well, we're Stanley, because I ain't always here, and it ain't my channel. So,
Well, all I have to say...
Uncle Fatty, I said visibility. And shout out to Uncle Fatty in the chat. You know what I'm saying? He veteran up in this thing.
Well, all I have to say is it was involuntary visibility. This wasn't planned visibility.
Man, I gotta put your damn name in my damn Cash App. I don't know why.
The next story is actually,
Hey, Stanley, you ain't got no Cash App with Stanley Cross on it.
No. It has my name in it.
Yeah, I was sending somebody Cash App named Stanley Cross.
Well, no, there's a the Cash App is
right
on my little
I don't be looking
little
at that.
icon there. And also it's in the crawl at the bottom.
Yeah, see, I didn't look at the crawl. I always thought it was Stanley CT Cross. I don't know why. I didn't know it was Kylie. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was Stanley CT Cross.
No, it's
yeah, see, somebody getting that money, I guess. Maybe it'll come back. I don't know. Maybe it's nobody.
Here's this story right here actually kind of sends all kinds of spidey sense tingling, where if we have a portion of the government that won't agree with us or do what we want, we'll just go ahead and eliminate it. That's like...
Ooh, Stanley, I've been working today. Can I talk about something right quick? I'm gonna make it brief.
Okay.
Here go my little theory. Okay. Stanley started, not Stanley, god damn it. Trump floating this idea around now. It's all over the mainstream media, because I heard it earlier today on what's the guy's name? I can't think of his name. The Jewish guy. The one that went against Alex Jones, spit in his face. God damn it. I can't think of his name. But he was talking about Trump floating the idea of a third term. And I said, well, wouldn't this be ironic, like a landmine laid out for Obama, where he'll go and run for his third term because they allowed Trump to run for the third term, and then Trump pounced on him. But that's a crazy thought, because I think I got a feeling that Obama support Trump in a way. I just do, because I don't hear Obama out here vocally, verbally slamming Trump all over the place like he, what you would normally think somebody like that would do. I don't hear Bill Clinton doing it. But I was thinking, if Obama got out there and called himself running for a third term with these naturalization immunization laws he pulling, hey, could they actually send Obama back to Africa? I mean, if that's some crazy shit I was thinking, man. I'm thinking they trying to draw us to Civil War. I ain't letting up on that. I still think they trying to draw us to Civil War.
Well, all I have to say about a third term is the Constitution is clear. The 22nd Amendment is clear. So, I don't think Obama's up to doing mental jujitsu to come back to a third term.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that today when I heard about it. I said, wait a minute, why would he pull this like 3 months within his administration? Okay, we're going to try to, I'm going to go ahead and hype up a third term. Oh, wow. Here come the Democrats falling for the bait. Boom. Everything go out. You know what I'm saying? Civil War in America and everything. We shipping Obama back. You know what I'm saying? Because his birth certificate ain't, you know what I'm saying? This shit don't measure up and all that. I'm telling you, Stanley, I'm telling you. This ain't cool, bro, because it ain't cool. It ain't cool, man.
Well, I was gonna say, hopefully nobody starts a civil war on what somebody says or on a foggy notion. However, the last civil war we had, and the only civil war we've had, at least officially.
But I'm just saying, Stanley, they can ratify the amendment. Think about it. Think about it now, Stanley. We have a big red wave in 2026, right? All of a sudden now, Congress and Senate, majority Republican, they ratify the amendment to allow Trump to run a third.
Okay,
I don't know,
what you
Stanley. I don't know,
understand is it, amendments are a two-step process.
That's what I'm trying to say. They might ratify.
What I'm saying is even a red wave is basically only going to result in a proposal. It takes 3/4 of us of the states to finalize an amendment, and you're not going to get 3/4 of states to.
Well, look how they redistricting. They redistricting
Okay,
all over the place.
The redistricting has nothing to do with it. You've got to get 3/4 of states to agree to an amendment. I don't see that happening.
I don't know, Stanley. I don't know, man. Because I was thinking about, I'm gonna tell you when I really started thinking about it. You know that podcaster Cenk Uygur? I think what was that, 2 years ago, he called himself putting his bid in for the presidential nomination and knowing he wasn't qualified, but he was trying to push an amendment to ratify that amendment to allow illegal immigrants to be president. And I don't think nobody really wanted to cover that topic like that. But I always thought that was a big lightning point, as far as politics in America. You know what I'm saying? With all these illegal immigrants in here, and all of a sudden now you want to say, oh, I'm an immigrant. You know what I'm saying? A legalized immigrant, and I want to run for president of the United States. I should run for president of the United States. And if you listen to his podcast, I think he or one of his callers probably alluded to the Obama situation again, coming from the left. But that's what I'm saying, Stanley. So here we got Trump talking about a third term. But maybe they undercutting it. Okay, so if we don't want a president to go a third term, hey, we push this issue enough, maybe the American citizens will allow illegal or naturalized citizens to run for the president of the United States as a first-generation immigrant. I know I'm talking
A
crazy.
first generation immigrant is a citizen if they were born here. So
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
you
sure
got to
where
think
you're
about.
going with this, but let's get back to the story at hand, where Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, is talking about eliminating a federal court district.
I think I need to research this a lot more.
Oops, let's turn on the volume here.
Between Republicans and federal judges. This is these judges who have issued rulings blocking parts of President Trump's agenda, like, for example, the one we've been talking a lot about with immigration, this current hold on deportations under the Alien Enemies Act. House Speaker Mike Johnson, he made some pretty aggressive comments yesterday, floating the idea of eliminating federal courts. Let's play some of that.
We do have authority over the federal courts, as you know. We can eliminate an entire district court. We have power funding over the courts and all these other things. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and Congress is going to act. So stay tuned for that.
So, Julie, what are Republicans actually exploring here as they try to push their agenda past these judges and courts?
Yeah, House Speaker Mike Johnson threatening with the power of the purse. Of course, Congress does control the federal spending. They can, in theory, shutter an entire district court. But what's more likely to happen here is that the House will take up a series of bills, including Darrell Issas, who is a congressman from California, who essentially wants to neutralize or limit the power that district judges have over injunctions, meaning pausing any executive orders that come down from the Trump administration, of which there have been many over the last 2 months, those pauses and stays as the courts review those actions further. The thing is, Elon Musk and some in the party want them to do more. He, remember, threw money behind members of Congress who floated impeaching these judges. That's probably not going to happen, but obviously Republicans want to be caught trying.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you very much.
Okay, well, I think it's just as remote a possibility that they get the votes in Congress to eliminate a court.
Elon Musk.
What do you think? But that's crazy, Stanley. That's crazy. But don't you think Julie Sirkin look just like San Jose made in a business suit? Wow, that's crazy. I think we just found her doppelganger. But anyway.
Okay, so I don't foresee well, two things. I don't foresee them eliminating a district, a judicial district. I also don't see. I think it's a mistake. Just like eliminating the filibuster was a dual-edged sword. Eliminating national injunctions is a dual-edged sword. Okay. I don't know whether Republicans or MAGA is depending on a one-party system. Democrats are down, they're not dead. And if they wind up doing some of this stuff, it will boomerang at some point. So it's a lot of bravado, a lot of short-term thinking. And I think I think Mike Johnson is saber rattling. So
can I say something, Stanley?
You mean say more?
Okay, I just think you need to be like the head of the Democratic Party at this point, because I don't think they got the discipline you got. I don't think they.
Well, I'm
gonna be honest with you. I got more faith in the Democratic Party. If you was in the lead, I'm in love with the Republican Party just because of that. You know, I know who Trump is. I know what he doing. But see, when I listen to you, you are the leadership of the Democratic Party. You the leadership they need, Stanley. And I think you need to be a lot bigger on YouTube than what you is, man.
Well, I thank you for all that, but
no, I don't. I think you got more faith and less a heart than yours, and that pains me, Stanley, because ain't none of these motherfuckers giving a damn. Listen to them. I think you can create a better argument on all this than they could.
Well,
it's
maybe
almost like you missed your calling. I don't know, Stanley. I don't know.
This is another thing that really interested me, where the transportation secretary, is it Sean Duffy? Yeah, Sean Duffy. He's basically thinking about tying infrastructure money to birth and marriage rates. So, naturally that's going to benefit some red states. It's an interesting idea, but I don't know. This is they're really playing with some novel ideas. I'll just leave it at that. So, transportation head Duffy's directive to tie funds to birth rates could hinder blue states. Now, the thing is blue states tend to be wealthier than red states. But anyway, I'll read a little bit of this. Shortly after he was confirmed as President Donald Trump's transportation secretary, Sean Duffy circulated a memo that instructed his department to prioritize families by, among other things, giving preference to communities with marriage and birth rates higher than the national average when awarding grants. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal called the directive last week deeply frightening. and Washington Democratic Senator Patty Murray called it disturbingly dystopian. Yeah, dystopian's a good word for that. The memo also calls for prohibiting governments that get Department of Transportation funds for imposing vaccine and mask mandates and requiring their cooperation with the administration's immigration enforcement efforts. With hundreds of billions of dollars in transportation money still unspent from the 2021 bipartisan infrastructure law, such changes would be a boon for projects in Republican majority states, which on average have higher fertility rates than those leaning Democratic. States controlled by Democrats were generally more receptive to mask and vaccine rules to combat the COVID-19 pandemic and have been more resistant to Trump's immigration raids. More births for more roads? All administrations set their own rules for choosing which transportation projects to prioritize, but some of Duffy's directives were received as highly unusual. Distributing transportation funding based on marriage and birth rates is bizarre and a little creepy, said Kevin DeGood.
Come on. We can talk about that one.
Senior Director of Infrastructure and Housing Policy at the left-leaning Center for American Progress. States and regions with aging populations tend on average to have lower birth rates, and they somehow not deserving of transportation investment? Are they somehow not deserving of transportation investment? So it gets into birth rates and all that. Talks about J.D. Vance having concerns about declining birth rates, citing national economic needs as well as the inherent value of children. Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn raised the idea of tying transportation funding to population growth during Duffy's confirmation hearing. I don't know. I mean, if you could make a credible argument that, where there are high birth rates and marriage rates, you're going to have bigger population increases. So, while it on the surface sounds creepy, it's not, just, outlandish, any more so than any other Trump policy, I guess. So Blumenthal sets the transportation secretary, this is Senator Blumenthal of, was it Connecticut? Said that the transportation's secretary's focus on birth and marriage rates was reminiscent of what you might see in the People's Republic of China. On its face, it's social engineering, but clearly and indisputably, it is a dagger aimed at blue states. It is patently discriminatory if you look at the numbers, but discriminatory based on what? Constitution? Not really. This criteria was designed to punish blue states and coerce states to change their lawful policy on tolls, vaccines, and immigration. So I'll leave it there. It's definitely an interesting idea. Um, and if there's no comment on that, I'll leave it at that.
I got a comment. You know, I was at the store. You know, I've been at the store, right? And I've been working at that register. Now, you occasionally gonna always have a guy to come in hollering about, hey, I need that pill. I need that pill. I think it's an actual aphrodisiac. I don't know if it really works or
Wait,
not. I'm not gonna
what
say.
pill?
It's some kind of little sex pill they sell. You know, the little black pill, little blue pill, a little tube of honey. You know, they basically made for your sex drive. But you know what I haven't been selling, Stanley? You know what they don't ask for, Stanley? A condom.
What? What does this have to do with transportation funds?
Well, we was talking about transportation based on birth rates, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I finally started seeing little kids actually wanting to actually have condoms. You know what I'm saying? I usually try to give it to them. You know what I'm saying? I put it in the bag for them. You know what I'm saying? They at that age, I throw it in the bag.
Okay, well, you might not want to say.
No bullshit, Stanley. But look, think about it. All of a sudden now, it seems like these kids getting a little more frisky around here, man. I'm being honest, Stanley.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't encourage their friskiness.
I'm not encouraging their friskiness. I just believe in safe sex. It's going to happen, Stanley. It's going to happen.
All right. Well,
a lot of parents just don't be honest. I get it. I get it. You want your child to have that life. I get it. But at the same time, you can't stop nature. You just can't.
And nature, a frisky nature will be rewarded by Sean Duffy with transportation dollars.
Well, I think they're trying to increase the population. I believe that because I think they see the same thing we see. And what we arguing about, the interracial and the birth rates and all that kind of crap. You know what I'm saying? They see that. You know what I'm saying? And they try to prepare for it. It's time for a readjustment. I agree.
Okay, well, next story. Trump administration, Pam Bondi specifically, drops a lawsuit over Georgia's election laws. There was a suit out there targeting a Georgia law that they're saying is the result would be voter suppression of blacks and Hispanics, I think. And I have a better breakdown from Ground News. It's a little bit more organized. So, Justice Department instructed to dismiss legal challenge to Georgia election law. And the center view here, and actually, you know what? I want to look at what the right wing summary. U.S. Department of Justice dismissed a lawsuit against Georgia's Senate Bill 202, which has been criticized for potential voter suppression issues. Senate Bill 202, Georgia Senate Bill 202, introduced stricter ID requirements and reduced ballot drop boxes, raising concerns about its impact on minority voters, according to civil rights advocates. Attorney General Pam Bond claims black voter turnout increased under SB 202 and asserts that the law strengthens election integrity without disenfranchising voters. Critics have labeled the law Jim Crow 2.0 due to its restrictions. Now, I haven't read the bill, and I'm not sure that I'm going to spend time doing that. But
I don't know, man. I
the
need to go look that up.
Forewarned and forewarned is forearmed. if the requirement is to have a state ID, then the requirement is to have a state ID, which doesn't seem like a bad idea to me. And one other thing, given the climate, with forced deportations and ICE running about, I think it's incumbent upon everybody to have a state issued ID, just for nothing else, just to avoid avoid confusion, especially if you're Hispanic. You might want to have that state ID.
Hey man, you gotta have a state ID. I believe every man should. I believe everybody got one. I mean, I'm at a job right now. I can't even sell ID. I mean, I couldn't sell you alcohol if I don't never see your ID. I don't give a damn how old you is. You might be wearing that prosthetic. I don't know. I tell them all, nigga, I don't know. I wear glasses. I can't see that well. But yeah, I think that's mandatory. I don't know why we've made it where the point where they can actually say it's discriminatory to not have an ID when you vote. I think it's discriminatory to not allow or not have it mandatory to have your ID when you come to vote. Because you ain't gonna get no job no goddamn well if you ain't got your ID. So why would you be voting if you ain't got your ID? I don't know where it made sense that to allow it. I don't know why we allow it, because we ain't living in 1657 and shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody know at 18 or probably 15 when you get your damn driver license, your driver's permit. I don't know a damn child in the world that don't want to have a driving permit at least by 15 to 16. God damn, 18, you need to have a driver license. So the state ID gonna come anyway. Okay,
My
go ahead.
son is right in that. He's 18 going on 19 now, but kids aren't as hyped about getting learner's permits as they used to be. And I think a lot of it has to do with Lyft and Uber. It's not like you can't get from point A to point B like it used to be. Have no car.
Yeah, but Stanley.
It's easy enough to get an Uber.
Yeah, but Stanley, the reason why I believe in IDs is because motherfuckers can lie about their age or their identity. I'm gonna tell you something, Stanley. These kids, like, you might see some motherfucking body, that motherfucker got a face full of hair, wrinkles all in his face. He might have that goddamn disease or whatever they were born with, where they just look older than what the fuck they is. And you thinking that motherfucker old. Now he just got gray hair, motherfucker. That don't mean he grown. I'm trying to tell you, better check them ID. Shit, stay coming in on your ass. You don't know how that shit work, man. You got to pay $500. I ain't got $500, man. I ain't got it. Yeah, man. Hey, man, you know me, man. No, I don't know you. The fuck? I hate when a little motherfucker come tell me that. You see me the other day. With who? Make me remind me. Man, got me fucked
I want to
up.
have a look at the Federalist here. And shout out, I'm enjoying ground news. I'm able to get into some articles that I wouldn't normally have gotten into. The Federalist, as you know, is a society of lawyers, conservative, and they were instrumental in getting the Supreme Court the way it is. In Trump's first term, all the judges that Trump appointed and to the Supreme Court especially were members in good standing of the Federalist Society. So this article on the Georgia SB 202 law, Attorney General Pam Bondi announced Monday that the Department of Justice would drop the Biden-era lawsuit that falsely accused Georgia of intentionally suppressing Black voters' votes. Contrary to the Biden administration's false claims of suppression, black voter turnout actually increased under SB 202. Now, what she doesn't say is the cause of that increase. Stacey Abrams and groups like hers were part of that, part of the reason for that increase. Bondi said in a statement, Georgians deserve secure elections, not fabricated claims of false voter suppression meant to divide us. Americans can be confident that this Department of Justice will protect their vote and never play politics with election integrity. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp signed SB 202 into law in March of 2021. The legislation expanded voting opportunities while adding a requirement for voter ID for absentee voting. The legislation set off a flurry of deliberately false and inflammatory allegations, with then President Joe Biden calling the legislation Jim Crow in the 21st century. Failed gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams, speak of the devil, called the legislation blatantly unconstitutional and nothing less than Jim Crow 2.0. So, Stacey Abrams is complaining about it, then, that's definitely going to, cause MAGA to automatically go against it and basically not be objective. But it's one of those things that, even if Biden were president now, I'm just not sure he would win this lawsuit. Just the idea of having increased black voter turnout would be enough if I were a judge to go, well, this law is going to do more good than harm. So that is that.
Yeah, I'm pro identification.
So this next story is one near and dear to my heart. It is titled, hold on one sec here. It is titled, "The Average College Student is Illiterate," and I could not agree more. They don't teach English, and I know this from personal experience. I have a recent high school graduate. They do not teach reading, in my mind, anywhere near as well as when I was in high school. So I'll read a portion of this as long as my voice holds out. I'm Generation X. I was pretty young when I earned my PhD, so I've been a professor for a long time, over 30 years. If you're not in academia or it's been a while since you were in college, you might not know this. The students are not what they used to be. The problem with even talking about this topic at all is the knee-jerk response of, yeah, just another old man complaining about kids today, the same way everyone has since Gilgamesh. Shake your fist at the clouds, dude. So yes, I'm ready to hear that. Go right ahead, because people need to know. First, some context. I teach at a regional public university in the United States. Our students are average on just about any dimension you care to name: aspirations, intellect, socioeconomic status, physical fitness. They wear hoodies and yoga pants and like buffalo wings. They listen to Zach Bryan and Taylor Swift. That's in no way a put down. I firmly believe that the average citizen deserves a shot at a good education, even more importantly, a shot at a good life. All I mean is that our students are representative. They're neither the bottom of the academic barrel nor the cream off the top. As with every college, we get a range of students, and our best philosophy majors have gone on to earn PhDs or go to law school. We're also an NCAA Division II school, and I watched one of our graduates become an all-pro lineman for the NFL. These are exceptions. And what I say here does not apply to every single student, but what I am about to describe are the average students at Average State University. Reading. Most of our students are functionally illiterate. This is not a joke. By functionally illiterate, I mean unable to read and comprehend adult novels by people like Barbara Kingsolver, Colson Whitehead, and Richard Powers. I picked those three authors because they're all recent Pulitzer Prize winners, an objective standard of serious adult novel. Furthermore, I've read them all and can testify that they are brilliant, captivating writers. You're not talking about Finnegan's Wake here, but at the same time, they aren't YA, romantasy, or Harry Potter either. So I'm not going to go on and read too much into this, other than to point out there's a study that says 65% of college students reported that they skipped buying or renting a textbook because of cost. I believe they didn't buy the books, but I'm skeptical that cost is the true reason, as opposed to just the excuse they offer. Yes, I know some texts, especially in the sciences, are expensive. However, the books I assign are low priced. All texts combined combined for one of my courses is between $35 and $100, and they still don't buy them. Why buy what you aren't going to read anyway? Just Google it. So, as I said, I can attest, even the AP, high school AP courses, they don't even, they just don't encourage reading in high school like they used to. You're reading more essays and excerpts of novels instead of going all the way through a novel from start to finish. And I guess part of that is because in the internet age, attention spans are shorter. But I've also heard tell of even places like Harvard. You give a book to a student to read, and they are just kind of panicking. So even at the elite universities, fundamental reading and writing is problematic. And all I have to say is AI is just in time.
Oh, Stanley, yeah. It's like if you really go back and think about it, if you look at it, we always try to blame rap music. It wasn't rap music. It was video games.
We don't try and blame rap music for anything.
Okay, fine. I get it. Okay, maybe me blame rap music for everything. But maybe it was the way we interacted with the world. And maybe 90% of it was tied to that television through a freaking video game console. We didn't interact with each other like we used to after the Nintendo Entertainment System came out. No, you notice a lot of kids stopped playing. A lot of kids wasn't outside all the time like it used to be. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's a parenting problem. It's not a.
I don't think. Okay, yeah. Listen, but then at the same time, you had a lot of fights going on. I mean, it was much more. I don't know what happened during the 90s. I really don't. Or the 80s.
You were there, right?
The 80s.
you existed in the 90s, right?
80s too, but I'm just saying I never understood why. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, 90% of it I just thought it was going off of testosterone and trying to impress this girl or that girl. Because like a good percentage of the time, it was all about a point in like we all went to public school or whatever. And it was like everybody like this certain girl or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So like somebody want to pull an alpha male stunt, and that's how I was looked upon as like, oh, you did this in front. But it wasn't so much that he did. It was that he did it in front of her. Because if he did it up just like amongst us, you know what I'm saying? We gonna, you know what I'm saying? We gonna deal with it, whatever. We gonna ignore it. But all of a sudden, when a female get involved, I just always attributed it up to testosterone and interest. But I did notice a break, like in like I could say that in the 90s, The 90s was nothing like the 80s. The 90s, kids was in the house playing Street Fighter. You didn't have to go to the arcades. You didn't have to go to the skater rinks. You know what I'm saying? Now you out here in the streets by the arcades, whatever. You know what's near an arcade? A club or a liquor store on the way. You know what I'm saying? But, and I think that was just poor design by our city structures, but I mean, that's neither here nor there now. But what I'm saying is we reaching a point in the society where we need to be more mindful of this because we can present a
No,
lot of this shit.
what we need to be mindful of is bad parenting.
Yeah, okay.
Good parenting will cure a lot of what you were just talking about.
I mean, but that's at the early stages, not when they leave the house.
Well, absolutely. Parenting is parenting. And I can tell you right now, good parenting starts early. The main requirement is that it's consistent. And, once you will have roughly 18 years to form good habits in your children. And those, they may have an expansion factor, we used to call it, once, they're off to wherever it is they're going to go, once they leave your house. But believe me, a lot of good habits stick. And even if they go through a period of, quote, experimentation, they will drift pretty much back to how they were raised. So I want to comment on Mr. Nichols here. Kemp equals rhino. Yeah, okay. That he's not a rabid MAGA freak. That is true. He has a mind of his own. But quite frankly, Georgia is one of the best run states in the country. So I think, Brian, the reason you call him a rhino is I actually would vote for Kemp. I know that must disturb you all the way to your core.
Hey, Stanley, I went to a school in Georgia. It was Carver High School. Man, I went to that school, what was it, 94, 95? Man, that had to been the most exquisite looking high school on the outside I have ever seen in my life. I mean, you should have seen the atrium, the visitation area, like when you go into the offices and shit. It looked like a little meat, man. I'm telling you, man. That was crazy. I had never seen a high school look like that. And I played for a basketball team. We traveled all over the cities in Louisiana. Now I like the St. Thomas more. It was a couple of high schools around Louisiana I was in love with, just by their layout. But man, when I rolled up in the Carver High School, man, I ain't never seen no high school look that good. And that was back when I was in high school. I still remember that shit. I can't wait to go back. I don't know if it looked the same or not. Columbus, Georgia, probably went through a lot of changes.
Okay, and a couple other things that Scott points out: chronic absenteeism in classes, and phones are a problem. Yeah, and this is the problem though. Interesting. I was going to say that not being able to read and write well is part of the problem we're having with the downfall. Brian Nichols mentions it as he said that, or he's observed that American culture has been in decline since World War II. Part of that decline is because we're not, making students meet a higher standard of reading, writing, and arithmetic. Getting too dependent on AI or computers, or too much time in front of a video screen, whether it's TV or video game, is going to have deleterious effects downstream. And I think Generation X is actually not done a good job of parenting. So, I'll leave it at that and move on. Now we come to the portion of the show that I might be clipping for a short if this works out well. Last Friday night, there was a show that featured an earlier show on Friday that we did here on the Urban Landlord channel. And I was, my commentary came under scrutiny. And it basically, the commentator of this show's commentary on my commentary, and Imperious shows up as a guest star. It's led me to the title of this show, which is, anti-black crows show no respect for their elders. In my opinion, it's a lack of home training. So you will see my point here in a few minutes. So this is Truism, the Storm Crows show from Friday night. It's titled Friday Night Freefall. And I'm going to play a bit of it and have to withstand the commentary that he's going to put out. And I think what I'm going to do is, I'll probably make some comments along the way. And I'm not going to belabor the point, but, and it'll probably be the only comment I make on this. But essentially, he's defending Be Brave and offending me.
Up there so you can earn your name. It'll be shredded.
You know what? No,
I talked to Brave. You're letting him run rampant.
Brave.
You're gonna call him motherfucker.
Yeah, he does.
Abject apology.
He does. He does sound like a oof. He do sound like a scorned bitch. You got that right, Kloof. He do sound like a scorned bitch.
Let's see Bray got saying.
Let's see the bit, Bray. How say?
Hey, Bray, you know what John got? So I just want to let you go. No, if you want to go. Hello, Bray.
Yeah, it's me.
I'll let you go if you want to go.
Bray,
fucker.
I guess Stanley, I didn't see all of what you guys had going on.
I didn't see all of what. Motherfucker, don't come to my show again. That will be a start. Tell him that if he can't hear it.
You just told
Don't you, mother? I don't give a good goddamn if John Galt is there. Bitch, you don't show your drippy little lip ass dick does not show.
What the fuck? What? Come on, bro. What is this shit?
Your drippy there, bitch. You don't show your drippy little lip ass dick does not show up on my panel.
This is the second time that I've heard so far that you said something homoerotic to this white man. So I'm going to have to ask you this, Stanley. And I know you're not going to tell me the truth. Are you turned on by Be Brave? Inquiring minds want to know. Literally, I got to be honest, bro. This is the second time you said first off, you're not smart enough to fuck me. I have no idea. I have zero idea where the fuck, why did it even came into your mind. And then now you're going to talk about this man's dick. And that man did not even show it to you not one daggone time. So I got to kind of, I have to ask, fam, are you on some old Fatal Attraction shit? Is this what's going on?
By the way, I'm in the chat. So, I am responding little by little. But the only comment I have to say on Truism's comment is, if it's the only homoeroticism is going on between his two ears, okay, I said what I said. If you want to know why I said it, then ask me why. I got a show. Bring your dumb ass up here. And I am generally pretty good at explaining why I say things. So, it was late Friday night, and I just wasn't up for getting up on, his panel and defending in what in my mind was obvious. And I believe I think I did a show later on that morning. If he needed, questions or his questions answered, he's more than welcome to come up to my show to get the answers. As far as I'm concerned, he's doing this for content, and I'm perfectly content to stay in the chat and let him, go on and on about homoeroticism and ask his questions.
Oh, with you and him, is that the reason why you keep saying his name in your streams? Because you're like dangerously in love with him on some old Beyonce? I am in love with you. Be brave, see me. Oh, I'm loving you. Be brave, I know you're loving me because I'm dangerously in love with. Is that what's happening, fam? Dangerously.
But I do have to say, I don't take this sort of clownish commentary that seriously. I'm commenting on it now, just to kind of, respond and then put it to bed. If you actually wanted to know these questions, you wouldn't be acting like a clown on your own show. And I know it's for entertainment, but the thing is I don't take it as any more than entertainment. I don't take this sort of stuff seriously. So, it is what it is.
Can I say something?
Really?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you mad?
Okay.
Did you wanted to say something? Whatever it is, make it brief because I plan on clipping this.
Well, I enjoy paneling with you. I don't give a damn how mad I get at you. I don't care how much we disagree with each other. I enjoy your company because, first of all, I think you do have a high level of intelligence. I think you are a status symbol. I think you are a legend.
Oh, what? Like
and they call me ass kissing and something, but Stanley, I'm gonna go and tell you the truth. No
like a
homo,
hood
bro.
ornament.
Hey man, you the nigga, bro. Hey man, no homo, bro. You the nigga. Pause. I'm just saying right now, Stanley, what you see right now in my mind is a huge amount of jealousy. I guess because you come off as arrogant, and the arrogance is a big turnoff. I understand that part. I deal with it. I'm a low intelligent like motherfucker. I mean, I admit that.
You know what? I
But
wouldn't say
hey,
that.
Stanley, it is what it is. But like I say, man, you ain't really gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world. Hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that subscribe button. And
Well,
if you're
I am
scared, say
gonna-
you're scared. But don't go off and not confront the man. Confront the man.
Well, here's the deal. Like I said, and I actually talked to John Galt earlier today about this. I would be crazy to go up on his panel. I'm a former Navy man. Okay, when you're in the Navy or the military, you don't go off on a fight that you're going to be at a disadvantage. Okay, he can come up here where I have the advantage, and there's nothing I'm going to gain by going up and letting him clown me on his own panel. That would be stupid.
Well, the
So
thing
if
about it
he
is, if you don't let your emotions get involved, I know one thing, you got a lot of facts. So it's like you can let the facts alone win the battle if you wanted to.
Well, now the one thing I will say is truism doesn't really know the history here. This isn't something that just came up that day. It's been going on for months, and as I've said, I mean, if we're not talking culture and race in America, Be Brave and I get along famously. We agree on a lot of things like property, the nature of property ownership, that sort of thing. But we just don't agree on this one specific topic, and it just comes up a lot, in these types of in this type of sector. So the bottom line is, we just don't agree, and it gets hot and heated sometimes. And I am also aware that people egg this shit on. A lot of people like seeing us go back and forth, so they're stoking the flames. Um, but again, and yeah, sometimes I do let my emotions get away from me. But the bottom line, um, in this particular case, I think truism is up here kind of talking about something he just doesn't know the history of, and he doesn't come off as looking that bright, at least in my opinion. Now, other people will probably disagree with me.
I hate to say it,
So,
Stanley. That's the reason why I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to be famous.
Right.
Just saying, Stanley. I don't want to be famous, dog. I liked it when it was like just 20 people. But when it get to like 60, 80, 100 motherfuckers, I ain't finna hit that panel, man. Come on, man.
Well, let's go
Cool
ahead and
is
get
us,
back.
but shit, when it's that many people, shit.
Well, let's
I
go
get
ahead and get back to
intimidated.
this. Get back to this because there's a little bit more I want to play. Because Imperious comes up at some point, and when Imperious comes up, that's really the crux of my point. And you'll see what that is shortly. At least I think it's shortly.
I wonder what
Yeah, he didn't fuck you because he wasn't smart enough. As you said earlier on your stream, bruh.
And I will talk about you, motherfucker. I will talk about you at will. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. But what you won't do is talk about the women on my panel. You are a pussy. You're the 70% of the white people who fucking think you're rule black people. Be brave. You're a piece of shit. And I'm saying it on panel. Don't come to mine. And there is no bargain with trash.
All right, let me get Brave to come in, Stanley, without any interruption. Go ahead, Brave.
Motherfucker, I was never fucking your life.
Hold on, Stanley.
What the fuck? Whoa, you told me not to interrupt. What the fuck?
Yeah, hold on, Stanley.
Hey, Stanley, how you doing? Motherfucker, you.
Hold on, come on now, Stanley. I'll let you talk.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, Brave.
Hey, Stanley, how you doing, buddy? Are we having fun? I am.
Hey, you know what? Your dumbass doesn't know how to have anything but.
Shut that son of a bitch up and let me say something.
Oof.
Everybody's I'll talk about that stupid fucking Virgo anytime I want, man. She's a piece of shit.
What the fuck is wrong with this old fucking man? You don't overtalk me, bitch. You better lead. Hey, you better lead with an apology. If I apologize aren't the first two words out of your mouth, then you are fucked. And I will make sure you are.
I don't want to come up on your stream. I'm not going to come over. No, I'm gonna
That's a damn good point. Here's what JB Design says. Truism. Think about this. Bitches try to change men they like. Why you think Stanley putting so much energy into talking to Be Brave? That's a damn good point, bro. Damn good point.
You dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. I don't hear.
Now, once again, shaping what's happening into their little teenage girl's narrative. Right here, truism is literally coming off like a high schooler. And again, it's Friday night, it's content, and I understand maybe now better than I did. He is strictly an entertainer and basically not to be taken seriously. So, it is what it is.
He wants you to come over there and boost his views up a little bit.
Well, you know what? Paying to come up on his panel is something I'm not gonna do. Apparently to get up on his panel, he has to make $50 or whatever. I never do anything like that, but his monetization model is somewhat different than mine,
Bitch.
I think they want you to be on his panel.
Yeah, I kind of got that impression as well.
I apologize, clown.
Now you see that comment. You see that comment right there. Clue is basically saying he thinks Stanley has feelings for John Galt. These guys just get up there and like I said, this is strictly high school. So I took them much more seriously than I probably should. And going back and kind of reviewing Friday night is convincing me that I probably shouldn't even be reviewing this content.
Hey, I'm white. What the fuck are you doing to me? I'm white. Hey, motherfucker, I'm talking to you like the piece of shit you are. Motherfucker, you don't get to win this. We're not on your dumbass panel. You're on.
And I want to comment on my comment. Yeah, I think people like Be Brave are actually not used to somebody treating them as equals. They're used to a certain level of deference, apparently. And Be Brave needs to understand that, you know what, this is not your panel where he treats people like shit, quite frankly. And just because John Galt is there, that's not gonna, I don't yield to John Galt. I will say what I want to say 100% of the time. And he needs to understand that. Notice he called into John Galt's phone. He didn't come up on the panel. And I think that is very telling. He has to basically hide behind John Galt's instead of dealing with me directly. And in my opinion, John Galt is encouraging this kind of behavior.
Well, you're in my house, goddammit. If I don't hear if I do not hear, hey, John Galt's not gonna save your dumb ass.
Well, no, I love my
what the fuck, John Galt?
Yeah, well, Stanley,
that's what I'm hearing, motherfucker. You're the piece of shit, and you're here. So I'm gonna call you the piece of shit you are. Oh,
He's in Atlanta. Oh,
now this. Let me stop this. Now this is basically how anti-blacks like Truism and Clue and several others, they like basically going and, in my opinion, pretending that they are separate from what they call black culture. So again, this guy will depend on the sound effects and basically the buffoonery to to entertain his audience. it's entertainment. It's not serious thought. And, you know, to give him credit, it is Friday night. So, you know, maybe his audience needs some entertainment.
They feeling that Hennessy, man.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay.
I think that's very good. We both feel like the other's a piece of shit. It's okay.
Answer.
Virgo, again, Virgo. Pay attention to your man. You spend too much time on the screen with other men. I'm kind of feel sorry for your man. Like he's some dumbass half loser.
Be brave. You are a piece of shit.
Be brave.
One of us is.
Yeah, no, motherfucker. Be brave and shit should be your channel.
Yeah, one of us is a piece of shit.
Yeah, one of us is a piece of shit, and it's the one who can't. It's the one of us who treats women like.
Yo, my dude, Shiesty Avengers Ashton. We may not agree on much else after this particular point, but I will say this. You were the motherfucking MVP of last night's fucking throwdown with Brownie Ellie. You may, and I may not agree with you on anything else after that particular point, but I'm gonna give you your motherfucking flowers, sir. You were the motherfucking man on that point. You stood 10 toes down on that shit, and you didn't fucking back down, relent, or nothing. Thank you. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You earned my subscription that night. What's going on, Seeker, my creator? Motherfucker, I never heard. I seen you a couple of times. And I thought you was a YN. Man, you stood on that shit like an OG.
Okay,
good night.
And I want to
Stanley.
I want to go back a little bit. Imperious appears right after this. And this is where, you know, is kind of the crux of my problem with this, where they just, well, I'm just going to let it go. I'll comment after this. Hopefully I get this correct.
Go ahead and get you some sleep.
Yeah, I think
good night,
this is where he.
Good night.
Basically, I had to go get
enjoy
ready
your nap.
I had to get ready for my show, so I kind of ducked out.
You there, Imperious?
This is the part I want to talk about.
You there, Imperious? Well, I guess you have to.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, brother. Can you hear me or no?
Oh yeah, I heard you. All right, so yeah, so I mean, I was going to willing to drop the link for Stanley, but because you know he wanted to be a hoe. Anybody else can come on if they want to. You were saying that there was a link that you wanted to show that about Snow. What was Angry Man and you? I believe.
No,
you were.
You don't have to play. I just want. I mean, it's hilarious if you want to play it for your show. But dude, oh my god, yeah, no, I made him. Oh, I made him into a crazy black woman.
Interesting.
Like I don't know. I know he's like famous in your guys' kind of circles and stuff. And I'm just like, dude, I made him pimp out so bad, dude.
Okay.
Like it was so bad.
Okay, I got to check it out. So now, is this you, Stanley?
How dare you? You motherfucker. How dare you time me out for 86,000 seconds? Do you know how long that is?
Yeah. Yes, 24 hours.
Okay.
Now, I think that's Garion there. Somehow or another, they found a picture of me or something like that. So, you know, I don't have a problem with them having a little fun at my expense. But the part where Imperious, I think it goes back to just Imperious and truism. That's the part that concerns me.
Okay, well, if you're so smart, then tell me how many licks. Do you have any idea how many licks it takes to succor your way to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
And this is the part where I actually do wonder whether Truism was a theater major in college or something. All this fucking like theatrical laughing in the performance part. I mean, goddamn, that is so Chitlin circuit that it can do
Stanley, that's
nothing.
exactly
Hold
what
on
it
one
is.
sec. It can do nothing but it comes off as clownish. Now, maybe I'm expecting more than I should, and that's certainly possible, but all the fucking fake laughing and what is up with all that? Oh, is that cybertoxin speak radio?
Cybertoxin.
Yeah, well, I can tell you what, I won't
was
even
just
get
thinking
in.
about
Yeah, I won't even get in on cybertoxin. That motherfucker is strange. He cites all kinds of like arcane just bullshit. I don't even like engaging with the dude.
What up, Club Man?
Sadly,
Big up,
unfortunately,
y'all.
I think the world will never know what that answer is. Unfortunately, I don't think that I can't answer that question. So,
Well, that is what the wise owl said.
Yes.
Okay, well, how about this one then, smart guy? Do you know how many colors are in a bag of Skittles?
I believe that's 7, right? 7, 6. What about that?
Well,
You got to taste the rainbow.
Yeah, that's easy. Everybody knows that.
Come on.
But my point here is that you're just not smart enough to fuck me.
And he thought he ate with that when he said that.
What the fuck is all this laughing?
Oh my gosh.
Now, why don't you think about that while you sit up here and make a fool out of yourself, Mr. Bird? Shame on you for timing me out. You're gonna infringe on my free speech like that.
Well, I am a white man, so therefore, I did what a white man does. I stopped a stupid nigger from speaking.
Motherfucker, do you think I'm scared of your whiteness?
Yeah, don't be scared of this bleach demon over here, all right?
What is all this laughing?
Demon, I haven't heard that shit in a while. Oh no.
I mean, my question is, does he really think it's funny?
No,
I mean, damn, I'd be okay with it if it was like real laughter, but I have a problem with people who fake this fake mirth sort of thing. It is so Chitlin circuit that it's almost I'm embarrassed for him. And really, later on, he kind of gets into this. Stanley's old, and he's contradicting himself, and he's basically insinuating that I'm senile, which is perfectly fine. I mean, if you want to make a clown show of it, it is your show. Have at it. But all this sort of shit, the fake laughing, the putting on the little snippet of Negro spirituals, it reeks of a performance for people like Imperius. Kind of confirms in a way what Imperius thinks, and I've known of Imperius for quite some time, at least in YouTube time. And dude has some really like almost terrifying things to say about black people in general. And for truism, basically truism and the anti-blacks like truism are exactly what they're describing. Okay, they are literally minstrels for people like Imperius. I can't think of a better term for it. And they are not, they're not appearing the way they think they are, unless you're a fan. Like, you know, people like Clue Channel or Clue Studio, he's changed his name. People of that ilk, I guess, are fans of this sort of behavior. But, you know, for someone who's a bit older, and I will say a bit more mature generally, um, this young man sounds like he is in desperate need of help. And getting back to my show title, I'm not sure that this young man has ever had proper home training. You know, wasn't he taught that acting like a minstrel is not something that is a good thing? You know, he's basically feeding into a narrative built by people like Imperius and Be Brave and Think. This is how they expect Black people to act, you know, just to be blunt about it. And they are just playing to stereotype. They want to pretend like it's ironic, like I know it's a stereotype, and what I'm really doing is mocking the stereotype, when in reality, they are confirming the stereotype. So, you know, I put it down to home training. Apparently, he wasn't raised to have pride in himself and his heritage. And
Well,
I'll just
Stanley,
leave it at that.
Oh,
Stanley, I
JB
think
Designs. He's
I'm sorry, what 12th man? Hey Tom, how you doing?
Hey, how you
Hey,
doing?
Tom. Oh, what
Pretty
up,
good.
Tom?
Hey, Stanley, I think all that laughter like that, like all that fake laughter, it centers on fear somewhere in the
He's on what?
psychosis. Fear.
Of what?
I'm not sure.
It's totally,
Okay.
it's 100% performative. He's preening. He thinks that makes him look like crazy, and he's the funny, cool guy, and it's over the top performance is all it is. He thinks that's going to get him traction. There's other people that do it. There's a gentleman
Right.
that I'm not going to really talk about anymore that is frequently mentioned that pretty much does the same thing. It's all this performative. Would he act that way in a serious business setting? Could he? No, he couldn't. He'd be drummed out of the business, and nobody would put up with that in any level of, you know, I don't care what you do for a living. You'd be an outcast, a pariah, almost immediately. So it's performative for the internet, and it's actually, I'm with you, Stanley. I feel sorry for him. It's sad.
Yeah,
I think. Oh, go ahead, Sam. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, 12th man.
I was just gonna say that even a bartender would get sick of that shit. It doesn't even have to be a business setting.
Right.
Bars
Well,
of business.
you know, like I said, it is what it is. You know, I think that you know, my behavior wasn't particularly impressive, but you know, I kind of played into his hands, and it's not the first time that I've done it in these situations. Sometimes I will let these people get under my skin, and I've really got to stop doing that because, you know, essentially my performance built this man's Friday night show. And I've got to start doing better because, you know, it's painful. It's painful to hear me, but I do know that, you know, I was pretty pissed off. And, you know, the couple beers, quote, the couple beers I had didn't help. So, you know, it's a learning experience, or a cautionary tale is probably better, for me, as well as a critique of, you know, this hyperbolic sort of performance that truism is doing.
Well, you're not the only person this happens to, and this isn't the only realm of the internet where people come onto a show and their goal isn't an exchange of information or even to state their position. It's to challenge someone and to create chaos or, as you said, get under their skin. That's the goal. It's not, I think I have a valid opposing viewpoint, and none of that. And they're not particularly interesting or informative or entertaining on their own. So they go to the person who is and try to get a reaction out of them. That's their game.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
See, Stanley, I'm the LOL cow. I'm the real LOL cow. You really want to pay attention to it all. They all trying to beat me. They all jealous. I'm going to go and say it. I already know they're going to watch the review.
Is that what it is?
I already know, man. I already know. They all want to be LOL cow, look disrespectful at piss and trying to be the snake. It's all good, dog. It's all good. Imitation is the greatest form of flattery in my book. So I like it because, you know, it is what it is.
Funny, though? What's up, Speak?
Solid, a lol cow is someone that on the internet is subject of ridicule.
That's not
that
to
is
be
laughed
taken
at.
seriously.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Have you ever seen me with my camera on?
Y'all hold on just a second. I ain't gonna be here.
What do you mean? Hold on a second.
I just want to tell Stanley something.
Okay.
About Limperius.
Right.
Okay, so Stanley.
Wait, hold on a second.
What's up?
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead.
What the hell? Okay, so Stanley.
No, but hold on a second.
Yeah.
Just hold on.
Okay, we're doing this.
You just did it.
I just want to tell Stanley something real quick, and I'm out.
There's a chat room.
Go ahead and let him speak.
All right. So anyway, if you really want to dig into Imperius and just expose how much of a piece of shit he is, you know who Lola is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So she did a stream where it was called Low in Order, and if you watch that stream, you could really break it down. Yeah, you could really break it down how Imperius act like a scorned female after she banned him from her chat. Because what he would do is every time she did a stream, he would like sexually harass her the whole stream. And it was all due to Bob. You know Bob, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bob, well, it didn't start with Bob, but somebody paid to kick Imperius off the panel, and Bob matched it and then some. And he was like, well, if Imperius has so much money, he can match it. So it ended up being like $200 that Imperius needed to pay, and he couldn't pay it. So he acted like a spoiled brat and called Lola every kind of name.
Funny enough, Imperius and I, when we get in one-on-one conversations, it tends to drift to politics. He and I actually get along. I've never had a huge issue with Imperius. The problem I have is more with truism and to a certain extent Clue. You know, they basically went in on a show that the Be Brave and Stanley show, you know, that encounter has been going on for months, and they just kind of leap in the middle of the river and make all kinds of speculations about the depth of the river. And without, not knowing the background, they made a lot of assumptions. And you know what? It is what it is. I'm not going to make that big a deal of it. What I'm going to do is clip that little portion, because the ultimate thing that I have to say is that I think a lot of people of the truism, the truisms of the internet, I think it all comes down to home training. They were not trained, to not be clownish. I mean, be clownish when it's appropriate. Maybe Friday night it's appropriate, but I've had other encounters on my panel with truism. I've heard him on John's panels, and the guy does not come off as anyone to be taken seriously. And he makes some comments, about the word sucor. That's how I've always pronounced it. I know I've heard people pronounce it that way. He wants to go all in on a word that he had to Google to learn how to pronounce. And he wants to pronounce it sucker. That's how Google pronounces it. I don't pronounce it that way because you don't want it confused with sucker. Now I know that's getting knee deep in the weeds, but he's making these grammatical and pronunciation points and has no clue what he's talking about. So he's coming off criticizing, my air of erudition while he's actually the same thing he's describing. Okay, if you have to go to Google to figure out how to pronounce a word, are you really a scholar? Are you really an expert to be correcting me when I know I'm pronouncing it correctly? Just because Google tells you how to pronounce something doesn't mean it's the only way to pronounce it. That's what he doesn't understand. It's like advertisement and advertisement. Okay, Google's probably only going to tell you one way to pronounce it. It's not going to tell you that there are alternate pronunciations.
Let me ask you something, Stanley. What's the end all be all between you and Be Brave? Because I feel like
the end all and be all is that his idea of race in America is about as racist as I've ever heard.
Oh yeah, it's pretty crappy.
But the thing, really, the ultimate thing that gets me is that they're the John Galts of the world who think he's right, and that just totally confuses me. Be Brave throws out these numbers that are just unsupported, and his comment is it's what he sees. And I'm like, so you're basing a supposedly scientific argument based on observation? And I don't know, to me, that's just ridiculous. And that other people buy that sort of argument and say he's right. I think maybe that's what ultimately astounds me.
Well, you know what his worldview is? It's like, so when I was a kid, right? Remember they used to have those commercials with Sally Struther where it was like, for just 25 cents a day, you can feed this starving African boy. And you saw it all the time. And if you believe that, that's how you looked at Africa. And you're like, damn, everybody over there's got pot bellies, flies flying around them, and they're starving. Like, if I didn't really research Africa for myself, that's my worldview of them. Like, oh, everybody's over there starving. Like he said that he sits up there and watches camera feeds of robberies and shit. And I always tease him when he comes on CT's channel. I was like, oh, Be Brave finally took a moment from watching Cops all day to come on CT's channel. That's his worldview. He sits there and watches TV all day. Probably watches Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood. Let's think of every like negative black movie you could think of, and that's what his view is.
But the thing is I literally grew up in a neighborhood where I was surrounded by people who were fairly successful, and the view that that everything important that happens in the black community is in inner city Chicago is just like I don't even know where that comes from.
Does he not realize that 70% of the black population lives in the South? Like, come on, bro. They always throw, oh, what about Baltimore? What about Detroit? What about Chicago? Like, come on, bro. Y'all
know what? His basically his premise is that 70% of blacks make excuses for the 3% that commit crime. 3% of the demographic that commit crime. And my thing is that, you know what? No, that 70% are busy living their own lives. They don't necessarily care that much about crime in the inner city. And frankly, why should they? It's not their neighborhood.
Exactly. We don't give a fuck about those.
Well, I don't want to say I don't give a fuck, but what am I going to do? I don't live there. And I'm not my brother's keeper. Now, there are many people, and, you know, I could go on for an hour about, you know, this isn't pre 1964, whether it's right or wrong. The reality is that, you know, when people move away from the ghetto, they have no obligation to give back. If they want to give back, great. You know, you shouldn't forget your roots. But the bottom line is no one is under any obligation. Once you move away, you have success, you have a family. Your obligation is to your family, not your old neighborhood.
Well, here's a prime example of somebody who actually tried to do that. You know, the rapper Ice Cube?
Yeah.
He literally tried to live in the ghetto, talking about staying around my
Yeah,
people.
I heard about that.
Couldn't do it because they kept breaking in his goddamn house. But you know what? I think you and Be Brave need to have a 1-versus-1, somewhere neutral with somebody moderating for all.
Yeah, well, you know what? What's his name is already proposing that. What's his name?
HB.
Bumpkin is proposing being the moderator. I don't do debates. And you know what? Tomorrow's show is responding to that proposal. I don't debate. I number one, I'm not a debate bro. I like conversations. I think debate and all that stuff is for high school and college. And the other thing is, John Henrik Clark said, I debate with my peers, all others I teach. Be Brave isn't my peer.
Yeah, but Stanley, this is why you should do it. Like, you can call it whatever you want it. Let's not call it a debate, but just call it whatever you want it. Be Brave will rage quit within less than 30 minutes. I promise you.
I don't think he will. You know what? I've quote debated him up here on my panel. He, generally when there is a disagreement, he'll go, one of us is a damn fool. You know, that'll be his conclusion.
That's his rage quit.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, that's his rage quit.
Well, what Bumpkin is proposing that we talk about what's ruining America. And, his contention is that Black culture is ruining America. And I think stupidity is ruining America. His view of what Black culture is and mine are two different things. He basically thinks there is a white culture in America and a Black culture in America. And I think that is just a racist view. There is an American culture, and what you might call white culture is basically, an offshoot of European culture. And basically America has no one culture. Your culture is almost determined by your geography. And now I'm taking a very academic view of it, which people like to shit on as well. But, I'll put it to you this way. I once said, hey, here's a book I recommend you read. And these people Be Brave specifically acted like I was just some weird dude recommending he read a book. How am I going to debate that? If I say, hey, here is my reference, this is why I think the way I do, it's got a grounding in, some deeper stuff. He just goes, hey, you know what? You sound like a damn fool. talking to me about books. I don't need a book. I go by what I see. How do you debate that?
You can't. And Be Brave is one of those type of people that, you know, no matter how much better the black person that he's speaking with is than he is, he still thinks he's better. Because I remember one time he was arguing with This Might Be Risky on CT's channel. He was talking to This Might Be Risky like he was nothing, a piece of shit on the ground. And I'm like, bro, This Might Be Risky is way more accomplished than you've ever been in your fucking almost 70 years of living.
Right.
But it goes to that adage where you remember, I don't know if you remember when Chris Rock was talking about trading legs with the one-legged boy, the bus boy.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, well, he makes this joke. He's like, you know, he went to a restaurant to eat, and there was a one-legged busboy who just happened to be white, and they started getting into talking about trading places. And he's like, "This is how good white people got it." He's like, "This guy was missing one leg, and he didn't want to trade places with me, and I'm rich."
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I do remember that. You know, I don't know. I may just acquiesce if Bumpkin's gonna debate it, but you know, I'm not. You know, we'll limit it to like 30 minutes or something because I really don't think that people like Be Brave can be busted out of their rut. And he's just entertaining enough that people kind of buy into it. And, you know, if you're inclined to think that black culture is that depraved or that dysfunctional, you're going to buy into that rhetoric. And I literally, you know, if you go and you look at the statistics, better than 60%, which isn't a high percentage, by the way, in my opinion, but like 65% of black people live a working class or above. Okay. That's not everybody living in the ghetto. It's not the picture he paints of black America is uninformed.
Yeah,
And he's
that's
basing it
significant,
on a
Stanley.
time he lived in the ghetto back in the 60s or something. But again, he has so many people telling him that, oh, Brave is onto something. They've encouraged him to be the monster that he is. And when I say monster, I don't mean like horrible, like, you know, dangerous monster, but you know, basically they have reinforced his point enough that he actually thinks he has a point.
And see, that's my problem with the whole Be Brave fucking charade is it's because we got black people up here fucking allowing him to say that. Now, I'm all for discussing problems in the black community. I have no problem with that. But one thing I ain't gonna do is sit up here and fucking act like no damn clown for no white man or protect this son of a bitch.
Well, you know, I think it really does come down to content. It's provocative content that people seem to like. And I'm kind of like you. I just rather not even participate in it, you know, any more than I have to.
But I feel like you should take this offer up with Bumpkin because I know you will eviscerate him. Now, one thing I have to say, Stanley, this is not knocking you, but the Eagles, both of y'all have strong egos.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna get to.
So y'all gonna have to.
I can suppress my ego. I can suppress my ego for at least 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, if you do that, you will eviscerate Be Brave, and he will rage quit.
I don't know, but you know, basically, you know, as long as I know what the topic is beforehand, I mean, yeah, I'll be okay. I'm not particularly afraid that he's gonna land any points.
No, because he can't show you all these stats that he supposedly brings up. He's to this day has not shown any proof of any of these stats that he throws up.
They don't exist. You can't prove that 70% of people approve of violent crime.
That's a figure of speech. I don't think it's actually a real stat like on paper, black and white. I think it's like a perception of everything. I think it's much more like remember what I always say, Stanley, the bigotry of low expectations. So it's basically, it's relative what they believe of the race, you know. I mean, it is what it is, you know.
But Solid Snake, here's the problem. If you say it enough, people start believing that shit.
Correct. Absolutely.
Even the ones that they talk about at the same time, you know, like the people of another race may start believing, but what if your own culture start believing it? Okay, I get that part, and that's something we need to stand on. It's not 70% of us that's doing bad, like I was telling Brave. It's not the 70% that's doing bad or the 10% that's doing bad.
Okay, well, that's not
and
what he's
my argument is the 70%, like Stanley, and Stanley, man, you don't already had this discussion, and I don't really want to go back over it again because I just think a large percentage of the well-to-do off people of our culture rather just leave and not return back to the communities and not, you know, contribute.
Right, and you know
what?
what?
I mean, we already had this conversation, Stanley.
Right, but what I'm saying is I don't expect him to do it, and there is a large proportion of the black community who never lived there in the first place.
But dang, Stanley, who these kids
And
gonna
if
look up to?
I'm not going to go back to a place I've never been.
Exactly. I never grew up in the hood, so
Well,
can't,
thank God for YouTube, Stanley. You ain't got to. We can just stream your shit and share it. So everybody hit that like and subscribe button and share this to your friends all over the world. Share a positive black man than Stanley Cross.
Well, Stanley, I'm about to get up out of here. I think you can do that.
It's rare. It's so rare that you come up here. I'm honored.
Well, you stream late as fuck, so you know I'm really headed into work. So you know, I just thought I'd jump up here real quick. And if you want to eviscerate Imperius, you should watch that Low and Order stream that Lola did. It's actually pretty funny, and to see how much of a little bitch he acted when he got banned from her channel.
I've seen him. Well, hell, he acted like
What
a bitch
name
when
moderator over there?
He got banned. He got banned from this channel. Remember?
Yeah, HP banned him.
Well, 12 man, the reason why he got a mod deal, because the way Lola gives out mods is they play this game called Kahoot, and whoever wins gets a moderator wrench. So EAE won, and he didn't want the moderator wrench, so he just gave it to Imperius, which I was like, nah, that's not cool.
Yeah.
Well, Imperius do got fans. He real, what you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? He got a lot of swag with him on these YouTube streets. I mean, he playing a character all in all, you know, but it's a well articulated little character. And he got a lot of little fans out here, so you know.
You know, Solid Snake, I don't hate many people. I try not to hate anybody, but him and Be Brave are like 5 people that I hate and that should be on the internet. So if we could just get them up out of here, I'd be.
I don't see it that way. I just see it as like everybody just. I mean, it's not like if you were standing face to face with that guy, and you had a real conversation with that guy. I don't think that guy breaks shit down like that in real life. I think this is just the internet thing. I think it's like a hustle. At the same point in time, everybody doing their blog, and we all live in our imaginary digital worlds on YouTube, the best of our ability. Because we probably can't write a story, but we're going to create our own new story. I mean, but that's my theory. I don't think anything we say on here should be taken seriously. I think it's all just theory and just motherfuckers just rambling on and trying to be something they're not in reality, you know, because I can guarantee you 90% of the stuff I hear on YouTube, I never hear in reality. Not out of a normal conversation, nah. So I think we just, you know, I don't take it all that serious like that.
Well, here's the sad truth. In reality, in real life, Imperius is somebody's bitch. So that's why he and fucking acts the way he does. It's just what it is.
That's between you and Imperius. Ooh, that's gonna be a good little beef right there. Ooh, that'd be good right there. I hope CT listening. Ooh, now let me stop.
But all right, Stanley, I'm gonna jump in the chat. Y'all have a good morning.
Okay, take it easy. Speak
All
with
right.
everyone.
Yeah, but safe
You
day
too,
at work,
Pete.
man.
All right, you too.
Yeah, be
man,
safe.
you ain't working.
Man, he's the radio voice.
All right, y'all be good.
You too.
All right, bro.
Yeah, that would be a damn good debate right there. Speak versus Imperious. Huh. When the hell they ever faced off on a screen? I don't think a lot of people can tolerate Imperious because he's so boisterous and energetic, and I don't know.
I
He
can,
hit like
I
a
can tell you
one-note
right
instrument.
now, I've actually had substantive conversation. He wants to. He can be pretty deep.
He can. Hell yeah. I don't never hate on him. Shoot, I avoid that little fire, man. Cause he swear he what he say he a Catholic. He a Catholic. I can't think of which one, but
Well, that might be why we get along.
yeah, I think he Catholic. I think that's what it is.
So, Tom, what's been up with you? You had like a mission critical task. You were knee deep in. How'd that turn out?
That turned out better than I could have imagined, actually.
Oh, wow.
That worked out well.
Well, congratulations.
It worked out well. Yeah. It's better than a sharp stick in the eye. But as I was saying, Solid Snake, do not call yourself a lol cow.
Oh, come on, man. I was just
You're not.
I think he is, no.
A lol cow, by definition, is the subject of ridicule.
Well, yeah, I think
You're maybe you are sometimes, but that's all a lol cow is somebody that other people just use to make fun of. And I think you're a little more comedic than that. You know what I mean?
Oh.
I think people get enjoyment out of what you do. A lol cow, they do not.
well, I do try to make it entertainment for the people.
That's what I'm saying. You're actually entertaining. People actually like you. People don't like lol cows. They're the subject of ridicule and harassment only.
Yeah, sometimes I do get too drunk, I do.
Yeah, Tom, I was wondering where all that came from. Like, all of a sudden, I have friends that I follow in Canada. You starting a new channel, lol cow, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
Well, it's been around for quite a while, but anyway.
Man, that is crazy. I'm listening to you on my mic. It's almost like you standing in the room talking. And I'm like, Tom, Tom, turn your mic down or something. I don't know, man. It sounds too real. What, you got the surround sound on?
No.
What are you talking about?
It's the regular microphone, man.
Oh. We got to buy 12 man a new microphone. Got to get it. Hey, 12 man, you ever got you an iPhone?
No, I have the Samsung S24 Ultra.
Ooh.
I did get these new Philips, though. I guess the audio isn't the best on them, but it is what I have. So till I can buy some more, this is what I got.
Well, you're in Alaska, so your reception might not be that way. Yeah, but Tom, you got you got that radio voice, man. That is crazy.
You got to just, with any microphone, you just have to adjust your levels. That's probably what the issue is.
Yeah,
man,
y'all doing that.
I gotta get you some, man, because I ain't gonna lie. When Stanley get his, man, I can't even join the panel no more.
It's pretty low. Oh,
wait, say that again. When I get what?
Cancellation off.
When you get a microphone that when you get one of them high
this
quality
is the microphone.
Dom,
Well, I bought one. I'm talking on it now.
Oh, you probably just got to adjust the levels on it then.
I probably do. How does it sound?
Sound good.
I haven't really played with it, as far as gain settings and all that, but nobody's complained about it.
No. Ain't nobody gonna complain about it. It sounds like you're in a real acoustical, sustainable environment, in my opinion. But
Probably is.
I ain't got my headphones on. I had my headphones on. I
Is
can
that
actually
better?
Oh, your mic is perfect to it, man. Just pull it away a little bit. Golly, you worse than me. Well, I don't think nobody.
It's right on my head. I can't pull it away.
Oh, you got a boom mic. Oh yeah, you got the boom mic going on. Yeah, that's right. You sure do.
I turned off the echo cancellation. I don't know if that helps.
It actually does help.
Okay, good. Now I learned something today about StreamYard. Cool.
I think that echo cancellation, I think it picks up a lot of background noise and starts suppressing your audio.
Well, when you go to your settings, if you go to audio and you look when you talk, there's a little thing next to your thing that says mic that shows you the actual level. And if you're pegging that, I mean, if it's going all the way over to the right, you're too loud, and then you just lower your mic volume at the bottom. But it sounds much better right now. It sounds much better now. 12
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, I think that's what we was always having a problem with, the mics. But StreamYard is seeming to operating a little more functional as far as because everybody seems like they in sync now. That's crazy.
Welcome to Tech Talk with Stanley Cross.
Oh boy, we're in trouble now then.
Well, I was asking Tom if he thought that would help if I turned it off. So I like, fuck it, I'll just turn it off and see if it sounds better.
You just got to play with it. There's no magic solution. It just depends on your microphone, and I don't want to get into a bunch of technology, but there's a mic level, and then there's an output level. So you have to set your mic level so it's perfect, and then your output level after that is how loud it is going to the show. So with digital, you can't overmodulate. If you overmodulate, it's bad. With old analog, you can
exactly.
Okay, gain is once you have set your mic level. Okay, so your mic level, you could have your output level turned down all the way, and your mic level would still show where you should be, like on the meter, on your level. The gain is how high it is going out.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was the exact opposite.
Well,
you get the feedback. If you turn the gain up too much, then you get feedback.
That's the thing of it, Stanley, is that it can seem like it's opposite if you have a low mic level and have to gain it up to get it out. It will seem like your mic level is being controlled by the gain. But the first thing you got to do is set your mic level. Like even before you went on StreamYard, you could probably go into your audio settings on your computer and set your mic level. And then you go out from there. My mic level is set actually 3 different places. One is on my interface, one is on the software that I use and to even get into StreamYard, and then one is in StreamYard. So anyway, it's just something it's like anything else with technology. You just got to use it and experiment with it and not be afraid to make a mistake.
Yeah, I don't have all those options with my
Hey,
Bluetooth.
cut. Hey, Stanley, you don't clip that. Hey, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the panel. Everybody just got free technical advice from a studio professional, Mr. Tom Gully. Man, please hit that like, share, subscribe. We don't have his Cash App, so that was just a free tip to everybody. I promise y'all, that was some knowledge right there, y'all. See, hey man, welcome to the Stanley Cross versus the world. And it's sometimes just Stanley Cross versus ignorance. And we all learn something new.
Oh, wow.
Well, anything with technology, with computers, with a lot of people are afraid they're going to destroy the computer, or they've seen maybe too many movies and stuff, and really you just need to take like a sample of whatever you're trying to do, and don't be afraid to screw it up. Keeping in mind, of course, there are things you can do to really screw something up, so just be careful. But if you get a new audio recording software or video recording software, you really can't break anything. So just play with it, and don't be afraid to mess up. And also watch a lot of YouTube videos that walk you through it. Just open up the YouTube video on the left-hand side, open up your software on the right-hand side, watch it, stop it every time they tell you to do something, do exactly what they did, and just walk yourself through it. You'll be fine.
I promise you, you know what? I've been watching Ryan and B Braid, and you know what? I've been learning something. And that's why I'm still ain't been put in the back, y'all. I ain't been put in the back, y'all. I'm telling you.
Not yet. But you were earlier, though.
I'm learning, y'all. I'm learning.
Stanley had to put you down a few times a while ago.
Yeah,
Solid Snake is Stanley's Bundini Brown.
Yeah. Well,
like, no,
all I have to say is if only I could actually float like a butterfly.
Hey, it's like Bozo and Cookie. Bozo
like a
used to
queen
love to
bee.
put Cookie in the closet.
I'm thinking more rumble, young man, rumble. Rumble, young man, rumble. That's what I'm thinking about.
Oh, Lord, I missed that show,
see.
man. I missed that
Float
show.
like a butterfly, sting like a queen bee. Where did that come from?
Oh, T12, man, you ain't right, bro. That's why you're a legend, though, anyway. It's 12 man in the house.
I don't know about that.
Well,
I'm just an old hermit in the woods. That's it.
There was one more thing, newspaper-wise, I wanted to have a look at. This Senate Republicans devised two-phase budget strategy. Let's see here. Senate Republicans turn over how much to reduce. Let me pull this. How much to reduce spending while cutting taxes. Have an emerging strategy. Advance the ball now and figure out the hard. In other words, kick the can down the road. Advance the ball now and figure out the hard parts later. How is that a new strategy from the Senate?
I don't know if you cut this. Can you go ahead, 12 man?
Can you do some dialogue on that? Like, I wasn't paying attention that good.
I'm reading. I'm just scanning through and reading this. Someone asked me earlier, what if Doge is saving all this money and making spending cuts? What is happening to the money that they're spending or not spending or cutting? And I've been trying to make sense of that. And so far, I've read nothing.
Stanley, I thought it was going back to the Treasury.
Where'd you read that? Because I hadn't. Well, I mean, it's always at the Treasury. If you don't spend it, it's just going to sit somewhere. I'm trying to figure out.
Claw it back. And like they
Okay,
did
well,
that
if
one.
the money's sitting at the Treasury, what is it going to do there, other than collect?
The problem is, Stanley, I'm sorry, Stanley. A lot of it was already transferred to banks.
Right.
So what they had to do was claw it back and put it back in the Treasury.
Okay, now what do we do with it? It just sits there in a pool.
Well, I heard Elon Musk saying the other day that maybe they could increase some Social Security benefits and stuff like that with some of the same saved money.
Okay, yeah, this is really just budgeting by fiat. Okay, Elon Musk should. I mean, I guess he can make proposals and stuff like that, but I'm scanning through this. Nowhere in there. Let's see. Aim tax cut. They're talking tax cuts, including extensions of current policies. The House would shrink the tax cuts by as many as 500 billion. It talks nothing about the money that's sitting. Let's see. GOP senators aim to chalk up a win before Congress takes a 2-week break in mid-April. Would give themselves wiggle room down the road. That choice defers pressure as Republicans try turning their unified but narrow control of the House, Senate, and White House into unified tax and spending legislation. The GOP is also awaiting a key ruling by the Senate parliamentarian on whether lawmakers can count extensions of expiring tax cuts as cost-free. They're not talking about that money sitting in the Treasury at all. Unless they plan, I mean, they're not, maybe this is the tax cuts, but I mean, tax cuts assume that something's, I don't know, this is unclear. I just don't see, other than sitting in the Treasury, I don't see what that money's doing.
It's too bad Ryan isn't here, because if you cut taxes, you cut revenue, and you almost have to cut spending unless you want to increase the deficit.
Oh, absolutely.
So are we really impacting the deficit? And if so, how much or how little?
Well, is that money in the Treasury that basically all the money that was appropriated, Trump is basically saying we're not going to spend it.
Right.
Okay, so if it was in banks waiting for a destination, they say, nope, we're not going to do it. We're going to send it from the banks back to the Treasury. I'm assuming it's just sitting there. Are they going to use that money to pay down the deficit? What's that pool of money? What's the purpose? Where is it going? What are the plans for it? And I just have not heard anything about it at all.
I thought one of the plans, Stanley, was to put it down on our debt. We're like almost $40 trillion in debt. We got to do something.
Well, and that's that was my question is there going to be anything to pay the debt off with? Because if you cut revenue and you're forced to cut spending, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of savings there. There's not a lot of left over to pay the debt down with.
Right, but whatever Trump in the past 2 months has cut, that money, is that going to be put towards the deficit?
I don't think those cuts amount to. I think the original figure they gave was I can't remember how many billion that Doge was to cut, and we're not close.
Right,
we're not even remotely close.
But that's fine. We're not close. I just want to know whatever however little that might contribute towards, is it going to be contributed, or is it just going to sit there because it's not collecting interest? I assume.
I think it has to sit there because
Congress appropriated.
We're still operating at a deficit.
Mhm.
It's not like we've gotten to break even, not even close. It's any payment, it's just moving money around. Any payments we would make to the deficit, we would end up just charging off more debt. It would be a no net gain. But
Right. Well, maybe I'm missing something. If I was going to give USAID a bill of, let's say, half a $500 million. Okay, Trump says nope, we're not spending it. We're gonna send it back to the Treasury. What happens to that $500 million? After it gets to the Treasury, they park the money somewhere. What is going to happen to it?
Well, I think Congress would have to authorize payment of the debt, paying off the debt anyway, right?
Right. So the thing is I see nothing in this article that addresses that.
No, I think it's just going to sit there.
Oh my Lord. I can't imagine why you would leave a huge amount of money just sitting around without figuring out a purpose for it.
It'll get spent because we're still operating at a deficit.
Well, what, it'll get spent on paying down the deficit?
No, it'll get spent on all the regular government services that we have until there's no more money and they do another one of their extensions.
Oh man, I really don't like the idea of Trump and Elon making that call. Not that they should be making it at all. It's not the executive's job to do that, but I really don't like them calling the shots of, hey, this agency's not going to get paid, that agency's not going to, I really don't like them deciding this without Congress being involved.
Yeah.
That's scary.
And what happened?
Yeah. It's frightening. But until we get that whole budget balance and start being in a position to pay off the debt, it's just all, we got a credit card that we just keep throwing in everything on, and luckily we're the credit card issuer, so Congress gets together.
And then the other issue I have is
heard a beat, then everything shut off.
Yeah, these guys, what fraud are we talking about? Nobody's in leg irons. This is all just basically people believing what Trump and Elon are saying, and we have no reason to believe them.
It'll never happen. But I am so in favor of freezing the federal budget for 4 years. It'll never happen. I'm not saying cutting the budget. I'm saying don't approve any growth whatsoever for 4 years. None. And if we did that, we'd be out of debt. At least we'd be a long way to it. If not, I think it might technically be 6 or 7, but we'd be within shooting distance, and we won't do it. We won't do it. The theory, and it's just Reaganomics, is cutting taxes is going to stimulate growth.
And
Stimulating growth generates more taxes. And
has that ever worked?
Yeah, in a computer model or something. It's never worked in real life ever, not once. Strangely enough, the profits tend to be retained by a lot of businesses. They don't necessarily expand; they just keep the profit.
Okay, and Trump says he has decided on a tariff plan.
He's
I
announcing
guess
that
that's
tomorrow, right?
tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Liberation Day.
By the way, I know you may have
So
talked
what is
about this.
everybody warming up to the tariff plan?
No,
No.
I think it's gonna be a disaster.
The
I don't know, man. I was reading an article today where they was talking about it's like it's childish, the tariff. I mean, it's like it's elementary. It wouldn't work, but we using it anyway as a I don't know battering ram towards the economy and trying to force money into the economy. I don't know if
Well,
that's going to
no,
actually
he's
work.
trying. I see him using tariffs just to get countries to do what we want them to do.
By the way, we do have some runoff elections today. I don't know if you
Oh,
covered
that's
that
right.
already.
Wisconsin. Yeah, I talked about Wisconsin.
In Florida.
I talked about Florida. I think it was either over the week. It might have been Friday.
Yeah, I
last
remember.
Friday into Saturday.
We talked about it. Yeah.
But Wisconsin. Oh yeah, I did. I did it tonight because Elon is in Wisconsin.
Yeah, he wore
And
the
he-
cheesehead hat instead of his ball cap.
Yeah, well, Sam Cedar made a point about people were starting to boo Elon, so he accuses them of being plants by George Soros, of course. Who else? So half the room starts chanting USA, USA. But the point is, the irony brought out by Sam Cedar was, hey, Elon wants to talk about Soros, a billionaire who is, accused of inflicting policies, unpopular policies, on that side of the aisle. But basically, a billionaire having that much influence and is in politics, and Elon is basically a pot calling the kettle black because he's doing the exact same thing that he's accusing Soros of doing. And he was there to give a couple $1 million to, I guess, encourage turnout for that judicial Supreme Court election. Also, it's been revealed that Elon had or has a lawsuit against Wisconsin, something having to do with a dealership. So, once again, there's a guy up here, the world's richest man, with an agenda. He will personally or possibly personally benefit by the election going his way. And
I got a
to
question,
me,
Stanley.
it's just a horrible look.
I got a question. What do you think his agenda is?
Elon?
Yeah.
Well,
What do you think his agenda?
to make it to benefit personally by his association with the government. I mean, they pointed it out in that video. Basically, he is associated with government as some special official, and of course, he's going to go to Wisconsin to leverage that association to win a lawsuit or just gain influence.
Do you really think that?
Yes, I do.
Really?
And you're the one talking about people profiting off of the U.S. and stuff like that. Elon is one of them.
Yeah, but he in the U.S. Listen, Stanley.
Okay, just because you're in the government makes it better?
No. But what I'm saying is, what do you think his agenda is? I mean, like,
I think his agenda is personal profit.
Okay, but is it bad? Will it be bad for America?
Yes,
I mean,
it
is
bad.
BlackRock
It is
bad?
bad.
I mean,
It is bad for America for a person sitting there in charge of slashing and burning budgetary items or money appropriations benefiting by his influence. Yes, it is bad.
But what about the people that made it possible? Like the politicians that make $400,000 a year with $9 million and $100 million worth of stock.
Okay, why? That's whataboutism.
I mean, that's not whataboutism, Stanley.
Yeah.
That is what it is.
Elon is not an elected official for starters. There is
Okay,
no
but
one.
there
is no one to hold him accountable if he is profiting by this government association.
Okay, Stanley, what I'm saying, I don't mind a civilian walking into a store stealing a piece of candy. But I do mind a manager walking into a store stealing a piece of profit from the business.
So I don't.
And I think that's what I look at politicians as. I don't look at politicians as equivalent to business owners. If I'm a business owner, I'm gonna take every nook and cranny for a tax break to make sure my employees were taken care of.
Okay,
but as a politician, you don't have
you just basically helped my argument. If he is in government, he doesn't need to be personally profiting.
He doesn't have to personally profit. All he has to do is make it profitable for investors into the American economy.
And I don't think that's his job. And I'm saying it is a bad look.
Solid Snake.
No, Stanley, Nancy Pelosi with hundreds of millions of dollars in a stock trade.
What about
Barack Obama with 200 and some million dollars?
You know what?
It's not okay, but why you going to talk about one man if you can't put him in comparison to another?
Because that man is in a particularly uniquely powerful position.
Well, if we're going to hold him to an accountability of the person in that position, then why don't we hold those people in those positions to the same standards we holding that man to?
Because I don't do whataboutism.
That is a whataboutism. Talking about what Elon Musk doing.
Okay. No.
Because the elected officials, as I last seen, was the people that elected them.
But most people elected
by Tesla. Come on now.
If you couldn't do whataboutism, would you still exist?
Solid Snake, Elon's company they have contracts for $22 billion with the federal government.
So does Northrop Grumman.
Right.
So does Boeing. So does DARPA.
But they're not
whataboutism.
They're not.
You're talking about what about Elon Musk in comparison to who?
They're
in
not.
comparison to who? You can't talk about one person.
Solid Snake. They're not making government policy. He
is.
Yeah,
they're not cutting budgets.
No, he ain't. He just got a job to do and he actually doing it. And y'all ain't used to seeing that.
They're not in charge of deciding where tax money goes.
Stanley, let me tell you something. I want to break this down for you.
Is there going to be another whataboutism?
Okay, I'm going to tell you something. Let's look at civilization and how houses and homes are built.
What now?
Okay, listen. I hate to sound like Be Brave right now, but we had to go get the white people to learn how to use wood and measurements and build bricks and stones again because we had black people still living in Africa, living in tinfoil huts. Okay. Now, who would you want to do your budgetary plan for your number one nation in America? Mainly, I want the guy that comes from glass structures and homes and sturdy structures that can survive earthquakes. Not the motherfucker from TP Hut still living in river flood areas in motherfucking highway. I mean, come on, man, Stanley. It ain't even come on, Stanley. No, Stanley, you can't go this route. This is the wrong idea to have for this policy. If I'm employing somebody for a job and I need to do budgetary cuts, I'm not going to choose somebody that I agree with because I want to feel emotionally bound to the policies that we don't implement over the years. I want somebody that can make hardcore budget cuts that we can survive and build and create off of. That's
Okay,
what I
well,
want,
I'm
Stanley.
gonna
I want
be.
to profit. I want to have something better. I don't have time
I'm
for
gonna
these
come off.
conspiracy theories. He
I'm gonna
already
come
got all
off.
the money in the world.
And
What
you
else he
ever
gonna
take
do
a
with
breath?
more money? Come on, stop it.
All I have to say, and I'm gonna come off as
You ain't
typical
saying
Stanley.
shit with Bill Gates.
Damn, dude, do I get to answer? I'm gonna come off as typically quote arrogant or snarky, but I'm
Of
seriously
course.
wondering whether you're being intentionally ignorant or just outright racist. Which is it?
Okay, I won't say I'm intentionally ignorant. I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm full on ignorant, Stanley. I'm full on
Okay.
ignorant. I have no
African
idea how the
how
stock market
Africans
works.
how
I have no
Africans
idea
live.
if he actually has a bearable asset of 300 billion trillion dollars or whatever the hell he got. But I know it's a lot more people with a bigger bank account than me.
It is basically legalized corruption, what he's doing.
Oh, wait a
It's
minute, wait.
sanc-
Oh,
it's
wait a minute,
sanctioned,
Stanley.
it's
You can't
sanctioned
go and
corruption.
say I'm about whataboutism, then commit him with a crime of legalized corruption when you just exempted everybody through absolution of ignorance. Hold on, Stanley. You
I
can't
have
say
no
Nancy
idea what
Pelosi's
that means.
profit margin towards her salary is not implicable towards
Okay,
corruption. Ain't no
I
way
know
in hell
you
she
want
made that
to,
money off
I
that
know you
motherfucker.
want to, I know you
Come on,
want to
Stanley.
deflect.
That is corruption. Come
I
on.
know you want to
They running
deflect.
pyramid schemes and money laundering,
I
but you
know.
want to,
God
you
damn it,
really want
dude.
me to criminalize and victimize the guy that's finding the thief.
You
Come on,
want
stop it.
you are
No,
like a
no, no.
wild fire hose spraying everybody down with blame when I'm talking
But you
specifically
just want to
Elon
blame
Musk.
one guy and you feel like just because
Yes,
you threw a rock
I
and hit
want to
one
talk
guy,
about
it's all good.
I want to do something that you're not familiar with
I'm
called
not going to kill one guy to contain the
I
profits
want
of
to
billions of
do
thieves.
something. I want to do something that you're not used to doing, and it's called focus. I want to focus on Elon Musk.
Well, if you already don't focus, you already don't made your conclusion, and you already don't just said that Elon Musk is guilty of what crime? I don't know. What is it?
You know what?
Success?
Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, I'm just saying. That's what you
I
sound
didn't
like.
say
That's
he
what my
was. I
interpretation is.
didn't say. Well, you know what? You don't know what I sound like because you keep over talking. Elon Musk should not be where he is. Trump is making a huge mistake, and quite frankly, it is disgusting.
I'm sorry. I don't agree with you.
So, well, that's obvious. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. But the part you're talking about, basically, what you're saying is you would rather someone quote superior, like Elon Musk doing this, than you would some African out of a mud hut.
Yep. Yep, I did.
Okay, well, if you agree that
I mean, if
Elon
I
Musk,
had a store, Stanley, if I had a store, I wouldn't ask the dope dealer or the neighborhood dope dealer to do my damn inventory. That's
there
all
is
I'm
so
saying,
much
Stanley.
there. So there's not anyone
I'd rather have
capable.
somebody that actually own a business that's actually acquired and applicable to do the job at hand than
Okay, well,
somebody that just
all I can say is that apparently you are programmed down there in Louisiana to think that all black people are inferior.
no, I'm just programmed to think that all Democrats and liberals are programmed to think inferior.
Well,
Actually, because I don't think they don't understand the word accountability.
That's programming too.
And that's just me. That ain't
It is.
programming. That's
It
fact.
is. It is literally just you.
Stanley, we
I have
literally
never
live in
heard
a
anybody.
population.
I have
Okay,
never
Stanley,
heard
we
anybody.
the African American. We've been complaining and crying about being a minority for the past 40 years,
Okay.
and we have been
You
living in the
have
most
an amazing.
profitable.
You have an
existence of
amazing
any other
ability.
African American race before us.
You have an
We
amazing
have
ability.
more. We have acclimated more wealth
Dude,
in
I'm
the
gonna put
past
you on the
40
back.
years than we have
I'm
in the
just
past
about
400
tired
years
of not.
previous to that. Come
I'm
on, man.
just
We
tired.
still the poorest.
I am just about tired of not being able to get a word in edgewise here.
But I'm just saying, we 1/3 the population, right?
The fuck are you talking about?
In
What
America.
population?
No, it's 13%.
I don't believe
It's
that. I believe
barely,
it's
and it's
1/3.
2%. Dude, you have
Dude,
this
you can't trust the
crazy.
stats. They just
I don't
found
know
damn
what.
near over 100,000 people over 160 years old still collecting Social Security. Come
I
on, man.
have
You can't
never
trust the
heard.
stats.
I have. Then why are you quoting me stats?
Dirty
You
dude,
don't
since I'm
trust.
just babbling,
If you
join
don't
the
trust
panel
them,
and stop sniping
why
from
are
the
you
chat.
telling me about a third this and a third that when you don't trust the numbers?
Black people have a larger population than what's being presented in the stats, man. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ, dude. I think
13%
have
voting
literally.
population, maybe.
You have
13%
literally.
with an ID, maybe. But ain't no
You
way
have.
in hell we just 13% of the American population with all this crime going on.
Oh my God. You know what? I pretty much give up.
I'm just saying, how you
You
gonna
have
have 200,000 people
you have
over the age
taken
of 120
inflation,
years old collecting Social Security, and you
dude.
want me to trust your stats?
Okay, all I have to say is you sound
You didn't even
idiotic.
check to see if those
You
people
you
was
are
alive. How do
you
I know that
you
those people
are
even exist?
dude. Stick with your day job.
Okay.
That's about as far as I can go. Oh, I can turn his mic down, dirty dude. I just haven't gotten around
Dirty
to it.
dude don't want to come up here and get none of
'Cause
this.
I am so
You don't even want
amazed.
none of this, Stanley. How you
I
gonna
am.
be ready for Brave and you ain't ready for me?
Oh, I
I
can
float
be
like
ready.
a
I can
butterfly
be
and
ready
I
for you.
sting like a bee.
The difference is
How you gonna be ready for
if I
Brave and
debate.
you ain't even gonna go against me? Ow!
Okay. Well,
Ow! Hit that like button, hit that share button,
all I
subscribe
have
to
to
the
say
channel, man.
is there will
Hey,
be
hey,
a.
hey, hey, everybody, fuck what Stanley say. Subscribe to his channel also. Stanley Cross 6000. Make sure you spell it that way because if you don't, you're going to get something about some goddamn on thermal cups. And I keep telling Stanley about that, but he don't want to fix it.
All I
just
have to say is that there will be a moderator. The only moderator I have with you is just putting you in the back.
Oh. Well, I would say get Tom that, but now Tom gonna keep me in the back. Ah!
No.
So,
No.
Not just
oh, I
playing.
love. Do you
Shout
see
out to
this?
Wolf, man. Wolf, I don't know what Wolf is. He don't never come on the panel no more.
Do
He
you
don't come up to the
see?
chat.
Do you see this
Shout out.
quote that I just highlighted? Cuts tariffs sting loyal Trump farmers, and this little quote here is stuff like this is pushing me left. A North Carolina honey producer says Jim Hartman uses a bee smoker at Secret Garden Bees Farm in Linden, North Carolina. I almost got excited because there's a Linden, Virginia. I was like, hey, I should know this guy. But yeah, in January, the year ahead. In January, the year ahead for Jim Hartman, a North Carolina farmer, was looking bright. He planned to replace his 40-year-old forklift and to finish building a new packing and processing facility for the 18,000 pounds of honey he harvests every year. And he had his eyes on another machine that could parcel honey into packets for school meals. Wow, there's a machine for that? The U.S. Agriculture Department announced it was phasing out 2 programs used to buy local produce for food banks and schools, costing him an estimated $100,000 in revenue. The agency has also frozen another roughly $20,000 he expected to get from conservation programs and a Biden-era climate project. Stuff like this is pushing me left, said Hartman, an Army veteran and lifelong Republican who voted for Trump in November. Any thoughts on that?
I think he's lying. I think he's
Okay.
lying. I think the bee population dying off due to insecticides, and I think he's trying to find a more profitable industry because he feel like my bee farming ain't good enough. I'm sorry, Stanley. You got to find a better article than that for me, man. I'm from the South. I know what's going on.
Okay,
He
well, this
just
guy's
crying.
in,
He ain't
this
got no
guy's,
better ideas. That's what it is.
this guy's in the South as well.
And if I had him in my face, I'd tell him, let's create something new. What's your strategy?
Let me ask
You got to build productivity on your own. It ain't going to just happen out the thin air. And I ain't trying to sit there and worry about a guy that can't plant a seed and don't know how to grow a crop.
Okay, well, the point of the story is that he had reason to plan based on, everything that had happened up till January, and Trump and Elon Musk pulled the rug from out under him.
No, they stopped that money laundering. Now he
Right.
go in and put some right applications
what?
in and get the right budget. Hey, find the right investors and everything will work out. I'm not trying to hear this man crying about his bee farm because they probably the ones selling them off to Monsanto in the first place. I'm just, man, I'm well read. No.
No, I think you are not. Either that or you're just not
Okay,
quite.
well, what you think
Where
his
is
argument is?
Where is it
Defend his
read?
argument.
Where it defend his argument? He's not making an argument. Actually, it's
He just said that Trump tariffs cost us.
It's the Wall Street Journal that is making the argument. He's just being interviewed.
Well, why did they highlight his story?
Who knows why? But he is a farmer who had expectations.
Well, they sure did bring Trump's name up in it, didn't they?
Yeah, well, that's
Why
because
don't he focus on his own business and grow his own business?
That's because
you got the marker right there. Here it is.
The
Whole soybean exports by country.
The ambiguously gay duo of Trump-Elon is screwing him. That's his argument.
Okay, yeah. Well, here go my thing. If you look at the whole soybean exports by country 2023, China is overproducing exports, right? Okay.
And that means what?
Where is USA in that? Where is the United States of? I don't see the United States of America. As far as soybean, U.S. agricultural exports. Look at what we're doing. We sending most of our shit overseas. These export projections. Stanley.
So
Stanley. And that has what to do.
Globalism don't work. Globalism don't work, man.
What to do with bee farming?
Globalism don't work.
Snake, we export.
We need to take care of our own. We need to take care of our own.
We export a lot of honey, and so he's saying he's fearful that tariffs, if it's put on his product, will reduce his sales. That's all he's saying.
Well, actually, it's
I
not.
think
We haven't even gotten there yet.
Yeah, he's fearful of it. He's not saying it's going to happen. He's just concerned.
He lost $100,000 because two programs that he was depending on from the U.S. Agriculture Department got cut. So the $100,000 he was projecting is not going to happen. So
That
he's out.
too.
Now something that he could have had 100,000, thinking that he was going to be able to sell, honey to school systems. and he's not able to do that. So there are a lot of things going on here, and the upshot of the story is a lot of farmers are leveraged.
You talking about school systems in China and Mexico and Canada?
I have no
No,
idea.
And
no,
EU and Japan and South.
no, he's talking about
I'm telling you, we got a whole bunch of export going on.
Well, I
We
can
got a
tell
whole
you,
bunch of export going on. That's all I'm looking at. That's a lot of exporting going on. Where the United States of America in that list? I don't see the United States of America nowhere in that list.
He's
So we
selling.
just basically just sending all our shit overseas.
He's selling to U.S. school systems as well, but he's already got hit
No.
once.
He's selling it. He's selling it to the government, and the government's selling it off over there to foreign industries to buy
all I have
soybeans
to
and
say,
other agricultural
you know what?
products.
This is why
That's
we
how it
shouldn't-
works.
This is why we shouldn't read highfalutin publications like the Wall Street Journal.
Dude, there's more uses for honey than just making a jar of honey.
The headline should be farmers take it up the ass.
There are honey byproducts that they use in the agricultural industry overseas.
We should never
I'm
try.
not
We should never try and think our way through stuff. We just need to call it what it is. Trump fucks farmers.
No, the Democrats been fucking the American economy and the
Democrats.
not just the Democrats, not the deep state has been fucking American. Come on.
Who's
You
the last?
look at them exports, man.
All I have to
Look
say
at that
is
export.
the
Most of that shit going to China.
The minute you can't defend what Republicans are doing, you go for the Democrats.
Hey, Stanley, who was the
No, I'm
last?
just saying, look at the exports, Stanley. Look
What
at
about
it. The whole soybean exports by country.
Hey, Stanley, who was the last
U.S.
president?
agriculture exports by country.
Stanley, who
Where
was
is America in that list? Where is America?
This is pretty funny.
Hey, Stanley,
Who
who
is
was
where
the
the
last?
Democrats
Who's
touch you on the doll, Solid Snake?
who was the who was the last president to balance the budget?
Yeah, you're
Stanley?
right, though. You're right.
Bill Clinton.
What? Wait, what?
I mean, lo those many years ago. Hey, what's
And
up,
we
Richard?
still feeling the effects today. Ain't that something?
Well, and the soybean exports are a direct result of our corn production. You
That's
have
what
to
I'm looking at. Yeah.
you have to rotate corn with soybeans. If you don't, the soil gets ruined. So every year, one year you do corn, the next year you do soybeans. And that's why we have such a huge surplus of soybeans. Useful and everything as they are, they're not nearly as used as corn. So we have a surplus, and it only makes sense that once we get all we need, that we would export it to countries that don't produce as much corn as we do or soybeans as we do.
Yeah, I'm still not sold on this. Nah, this don't sound right.
By the way, parched soybeans are really good.
Really?
Oh yeah, they're delicious.
Are they like peanuts?
A little bit, yes, a little bit.
Interesting.
Soybean.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, you can, man. You can make them. It's you know, there's a lot of crunchy soybean snacks that you can make. Roast them in an oven. Oh yeah.
I had no
try to
idea.
make an
Well, I know.
alcoholic beverage out of them.
I know. I've seen like soybean snacks. I didn't know you could like. Where do you get soybeans? Because my father will give us like 5 pounds of peanuts every now and again, and you just put them in the oven and roast them or something like that.
Yeah.
Where do you get Can you get soybeans?
You can get them at Walmart. You can get them at Kroger. You can get them online. You can get them.
I have no idea. I have to try that.
There used to be a place in the mall all the time called the Peanut Shack. They had them all over. You could probably get them there. They sold all kinds of nuts. But yeah, soybeans can be used as a snack. You know, when you're
I mean, you ever heard anybody saying, I'm going to go get me a bag of soybeans?
Yeah, because I'm a hillbilly from Indiana where we grow all that corn, and every other year you got to grow soybeans. So, yeah. But they use soybeans for a lot of other things. Soybeans are very, very useful. But you got to rotate them.
Look, I'm going to tell you something. We probably need to use those soybeans for everything else like cooking oil. Because I don't think soybeans are made to be edible. Not in that state. I think it may be tasty, but I mean, it's much more like a plantain. It provides no substantial. It provides no nutrition for the body.
Well,
other than just
soybeans are a huge source of protein.
Yeah, but not all protein used for protein. Not all protein is equal.
And they do use the oil in cooking
I know they
and
use
to
oil to
make
cook.
Margarine, chocolate, ice cream.
Sometimes
that's what they use soybean for. I don't think nobody actually go to the store and say, "Oh, I got to taste for me some baked soybeans." Nobody say that.
all I have
Ain't
to say-
nobody ever had a dish.
If you
for
live
soy
where
beans.
you live where they make them, they do.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's not economical for the consumer aspect of production. What I'm thinking is it's probably used for a manufacturing level. And I don't think it's all that important due to the fact that we making all these different advancements. I don't think soybean is going to be as integral or crucial to the future of agricultural development.
We should probably export them then, huh?
Yeah. Okay, fuck you. You know what, Tom? My bad. I ain't gonna say that. I'm just.
But soybeans. Soybeans are also used to feed livestock because of all the protein and the nutrients.
They can break it down. What we gonna do with it?
Soybeans almost like a peanut in terms of how many things you can use it for.
Almost ain't good enough. A peanut is a
I
peanut,
understand.
though.
Peanuts are much more delicious.
I'm much more into pistachios and cashews.
Yeah, I hear you.
And peanut, like.
All right,
I'm not a soybean. Nah. What you gonna
everybody
do?
in the
Black
chat,
eyed pea, baked? Come on.
everybody in the chat, make sure you hit the like button. At one point, we had like getting upwards of 30 or so people between the two chats, and I guess some people, they'll leave and go to work and all that jazz. But make sure you're hitting the like button.
Yeah, it's 646.
This talking back and forth with Solid Snake is really giving me a mental workout here. So many things to correct that I'm gonna have to go to
there's nobody trying to go to work listening to Solid Snake. They want to hear Stanley on the phone. They don't want to have Solid Snake going off. They're like, who is this drunk motherfucker?
Before I
He been
do that,
drinking all night.
we should
May have
because I
overrated.
really haven't checked the headlines.
May have overrated the popularity of soybean talk.
Yeah. I don't know why you put that highlighted though, Stanley.
Oh
So
well,
what's
I
the
mean, he's basically going to drive people. He's gonna drive people in 2026 to the left.
Oh, that right. Who? Dirty dude?
No, Farmer. Trump is.
I was talking about the comment. I was
says
looking
he's
at the
going-
comment you highlighted.
Stanley said he's going after billions of dollars from Harvard.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Now that's going to be an interesting move. There are a lot of people in Washington that are Harvard alumni.
Yeah, I think they need to cut all their funding.
Well, that's where a lot of very valuable medical research gets done, and we got to watch cutting of universities. Much problems as they may have, they're where a lot of the medical advancements occur. Mostly all of them.
Mm-hmm. A lot of the medical scams.
So Trump is basically calling a 3-star out of retirement to possibly become chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Interesting. Generals are subject to recall, or flag ranks are subject to recall, believe it or not.
Hey, Stanley, we looking dead at a good article. Why did Cory Booker spend the night speaking on the Senate floor? I think that's a good article.
And
They
Stanley,
call it a filibuster.
Can you explain what recall actually is?
Well, they recall you back to active duty.
But I mean, how long does that? Is it for life? Is it?
I don't know. I think it is for life, for good health.
Wow.
Like, you know how when I got out of the Navy, I did I think it was IRR, Individual Ready Reserve. Like you spend a year on like active reserve, and then you spend like actually like 2 or 3 years on Individual Ready Reserve, which basically means, nothing in particular generally. But generals, and I'd have to go back and research it or ask somebody. I think once you retire, they can call you back. Now, if they can call you back for like the rest of your life.
Man.
But I mean, that recall is going to be like this dude, Trump saying, hey, let's bring you back out of retirement because I want to give you a massive, promotion. Going from a 3-star to Joint Chiefs of Staff is a huge, he's leaping over probably 100 people.
Yeah.
But what is
New
Cory
Jersey,
Booker's in there?
okay, New Jersey Democrat is speaking in protest of the Trump administration's policies. He is not delaying the Senate from a vote, so it's not a filibuster. Interesting. Here, well, let's listen to it since you're so interested in it.
This news story was written by Vivian Ho. Why did
Vivian
Cory Booker
Ho.
spend the night speaking on the Senate floor?
That hoe.
Senator Cory Booker, Democrat, New Jersey, has been speaking on the Senate floor since 7 p.m. Monday, vowing to
she's
speak
cute.
for as long as I'm physically able to protest President Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the administration's policies. Here's what to know. The facts. Booker took the floor at 7 p.m. Eastern Time Monday night. As of 6 a.m. Tuesday, he was still speaking. I've taken the Senate floor and will speak for as long as I'm physically able to lift the voices of Americans who are being harmed and not being heard in this moment
Such
of
a
crisis,
lofty goal.
Booker posted on X ahead of his speech. His speech covered a wide range of topics from research funding to immigration to Social Security. What is he protesting? Ahead of his speech, Booker posted on X. Donald Trump and Elon Musk have shown a complete disregard for the rule of law, the Constitution, and the needs of the American people. Booker's speech comes after 9 Democratic senators, including Senate Minority Leader Charles E. Schumer, New York, and Senator Angus King, Independent, Maine, who caucuses with Democrats, voted to advance a Republican spending bill in March, alongside nearly all Republicans. Those Democrats' votes, which prevented a government shutdown, infuriated liberal voters who have been pushing their representatives to do more to stand up to Trump. I've been hearing from people all over the state, and indeed all over the nation, calling upon folks in Congress to do more, to do things that recognize the urgency, the crisis of the moment, Booker said in a video posted on social media. We all have the responsibility, I believe, to do something to different, to cause what John Lewis called good trouble, Booker said, referring to the Democratic congressman and civil rights leader who died in 2020. Is this a filibuster? Technically, this is not a filibuster because Booker is not delaying the Senate from passing a bill or confirming a nominee. Booker is speaking from the Senate floor, but not to prolong debate. As is allowed under Senate rules, Booker was allowed brief breaks from speaking when he yielded the floor to questions from Senator Andy Kim, Democrat, New Jersey, and Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat, Connecticut, who in 2016 took to the Senate floor for a 15-hour filibuster in pursuit of gun control legislation following the Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting. Though he had to remain standing, yielding for questions is a tactic during these speeches to allow the speaker to catch some rest. What is the longest speech in Congress? Senator Strom Thurmond, Republican, South Carolina, held the floor for more than 24 hours in 1957, the year after he joined the Senate, in an effort to stop the Civil Rights Act that passed the following year. The Washington Post reported at the time that after 24 hours, a stubble of gray beard had sprouted on his chin.
What the fuck? A stubble of gray hair. Never mind. Never mind.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, Stanley, what do you take from that article?
Nothing. I think that I don't think that protesting for 15 hours is going to do much to change much.
I mean, but why would you be protesting though?
Because he doesn't agree with what Trump and Elon are doing.
Is it because he disagreeing because he don't have an answer? Or is he
he's
disagreeing because he's scared he
what
might be?
he's disagreeing because what they're doing is unconstitutional.
Why is it unconstitutional? Fraud? How? I want to know, how do you equate fraud?
Okay, there has been no proof. There has been no fraud. They say there's been fraud.
Whoa,
Okay,
we proving
dude,
fraud,
no,
Stanley.
Solid Snake, you're going to let me answer this. Okay, they have. It has been almost 3 months. They say there's fraud. No one has gone to jail or been indicted or anything like that. So for all I know, they're just saying it to look good.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. Something don't smell right about it.
Who have they fired because of fraud?
I mean, I'm just saying it's not costing the taxpayers anything.
Okay, you don't seem to be able to accept my answer. I'm going to say that I'm going to say there's been no fraud.
I'm going to say there's absolute fraud, and I'm going to go on and say,
well, then your word is as good as mine.
Negligence.
They have prosecuted no one, and Congress is in charge of appropriating the money. The constitutional role of the executive is to make sure the money gets spent as Congress intended.
But Stanley, I don't no. It's too many examples, man. I forget more than I can remember.
There is 0 examples. Go read the Constitution, Articles 1 and Articles 2.
Articles 1 and 2 ain't got nothing to do with goddamn
get back.
Paying for tranny sex in Zimbabwe.
Article 1.
Paying for goddamn turtle sex.
Article 1.
Transitions.
God damn it.
Over in
Article 1 specifies the role of Congress. Article 2, the role of the president. Go read them and get back to me instead of just spouting endlessly.
I can't agree with what slavery. I can't
Okay,
even agree with.
what does
I can't
slavery
even
have
agree
to
with
do?
modern and recorded history anymore with y'all.
You know,
Because
this
y'all
is
see
like
facts in your face and you see what you want to see.
I swear, this guy is an endless babble of a gish gallop.
Damn, Stanley.
You spout bullshit, and dude, I get exhausted just thinking, God damn it, what does slavery have to do? Dude, I don't know what the hell to think, except that you're doing this intentionally.
I think that's
what?
a lot of good input, Stanley. You make
It's
me ask
easy.
questions.
It's easy to put him in the back. The pain is listening to him.
I wasn't in the back. My phone died.
He's on
Oh, is that what you
cameras.
think? Is that what you think?
He's
Oh, you
he's
did? Oh, my bad. Well, that was a ceremonial today.
he's on camera. Take down the soybean stat so we can see the
Oh
man.
man, really, Tom, you
Yeah,
ain't right.
so we can see if his mouth really moves when he spouts that bullshit.
Or if he's
Or
got
is it,
white stuff on the corner of his mouth.
I'm trying to figure out whether he's really talking or whether it's pre-recorded.
Well, I'm here. All I'm just gotta say is, I can't take this level of delusion where you can sit back and ask.
Did I just hear you say something about levels of delusion? Oh my God. And you're audacious too.
Well, Stanley, aren't you?
This dude's talking about delusion. Holy
Stanley,
shit.
come on, man. Stanley, stop it, man. Come on, man. Y'all ain't got no.
This dude is rhetorically audacious.
And so is the Democratic Party. You just keep
Yeah.
riding with them for no
Well, there
reason.
you go. Bring up the Democrats when we're not talking Democrats.
And loquacious as well.
No, we talking about policy.
Bombastic, loquacious.
And accountability. Don't forget about that. Something y'all can't seem to deal with.
I feel the accountability when you speak. You
Whatever.
got all the accountability of a wild water hose.
Fuck you, 12 man. I ain't scared, nigga. Fuck you.
What are you talking about? I ain't said shit
I
to you.
cam up, nigga.
I can too. I just don't feel like it.
Oh, you dirty. Ooh.
Oh my
Anyway,
goodness!
no comment.
I want her to challenge. What a cutie!
Oh, look at that! She's going after a congresswoman who apparently, I believe it's a congresswoman who has held the seat since before she was born. Wow.
AOC got some competition going on.
Oh my God! Look at this girl. She's got my vote.
See, Stanley, that's because you don't give a damn about policy.
Too skinny.
You just think with your dick.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Oh, Stanley, she got your vote.
It's just a joke.
I don't think so. Not with you.
Now look at this. She announced her candidacy for Congress with a YouTube video. The question is the question she asked is, "What if we didn't suck?"
Yeah, I think
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are dismantling our country piece by piece. And so many Democrats seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a fucking spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. Unfortunately, this party has become one where you have to look to the exceptions for real leadership, as the majority work from an outdated playbook. We need a makeover, which means We need a vision that's bigger than what we've been told is possible. There is absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with some money left over. Families should have free childcare, Social Security should be expanded, and our inalienable rights shouldn't be dependent on who's in power. That means standing up to authoritarians, not shrinking away when the fight gets tough. And while current Democratic leadership might be fine cowering to Trump, I'm not. I've spent my entire career reporting on the far right and being attacked by them as a result. In fact, just a few months ago, Elon Musk's lawyers deposed me here in Chicago to ask about my mean tweet. Look, I thought comedy was legal again. This is all to say, I'm not scared of standing up to these people. I know how they think, and I know how to beat them. But my campaign itself is going to be different too, because I don't want to wait a year to help people. We're focused on meeting constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck? My campaign and I would rather spend our money on book drives and clothing exchanges and public events than fancy fundraisers for rich donors. I also want my campaign to be as transparent as possible. That's why I'll be posting regular videos about the costs and steps of running for office. We all deserve better. We deserve human rights and financial freedom and a party that stands up to authoritarians. We deserve to thrive, not just survive. And I plan to fight for those ideals both on the campaign trail and in Congress. If you want to know more about me and what I believe, you can go to catforillinois.com. I do need to mention that campaigns cost money and ask you to contribute what you can. But I promise your donation will not be wasted on old, ineffective tactics. No spammy guilt trip texts, no focus groups to test my views, and no grifty consultants who care more about their paycheck than actually winning. It's time to challenge the status quo. And if our leaders won't do it, we will. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress because it's time for Democrats to do more.
Well, I was hoping when she said transparent, she meant like clothes.
Yeah. I think she's a reporter. It's
yeah,
interesting.
apparently she is.
Well, it's a little interesting to me. She's
a content creator.
She spent her entire career, all 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah, she's 26. Well, quite a career. But I tell you what, she is adorable. She has a very you know what? Her voice has more gravitas than AOC's.
Look, if people like the firebrand nature of Donald Trump and people want a change in the status quo, I think her tact is, even if not successful, it's not unreasonable.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me.
Yeah, well, you know what? You speak what you hear. That's for sure.
I think you just thinking with your dick at this point.
You know what? 60-year-olds.
I don't like her last name, Abu, because I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that.
60-year-olds don't
I
think with
want
their dick.
Williams and Walkers and Thomason. I want goddamn Smiths and Johnson and Joneses. I don't want no Abu. I don't want that. I don't want that representing me as an American citizen. I'm sorry.
He won't be representing
I'm a dominant
you. She's
population.
in Illinois.
I
don't care. I don't care.
Well, the people of Illinois may
I'm
feel
not
different.
that free-hearted with my liberties. I'm surprised
She's just
that
another
you have people
typical
that say,
socialist.
hey, I fought for our liberties, but this is what we fighting for everybody else in the world.
She's just a typical socialist. That's it.
Yeah, I sure am. Yep,
What did
that's
she
what I
say
am.
was socialist in that speech?
Go back and listen to it. All
Well,
she
no,
cared about
I
was
listened to it.
like all these government programs. She didn't say anything about the economy or nothing else.
Actually, she did say about the economy. She said we need.
Yeah, she
financial
said you ought to be
freedom.
able to afford food, clothing, and
Yeah,
food,
she said
clothing, and
financial
shelter.
freedom. She didn't.
I do
other than-
afford food, clothing. and
Other
everything.
than
Okay, God damn it. You know what? Why do you people continue to say I when we're talking about a bigger picture? Okay. She's talking about people being able to afford the necessities of life. And your response is, I can afford the necessities of life. What do you
I
have to
can't
do with
afford
that?
the
And I'm poor.
necessities of life because the
Okay.
Democratic
So
Party
what?
want to take my money.
Are
And
you America? Okay. Are you the only one that counts in America? When people talk about people in need, is your response, well, I got what I need? Fuck the rest of them. If I
No,
got it, they
actually,
should
no.
have it. Well, then why do you have to speak of yourself?
What? Well, that's why I volunteer with AmeriCorps is
Okay, I
actually we
don't give a
go
shit
help
about
build up
what 12th
communities
man. I
instead of
don't
just giving
care.
them a
Why
blank
does your
check
personal
for
life?
free shit.
This is exactly the problem with MAGA. As long as you got minds, as long as I got minds, everyone else can go to hell. That's exactly the mindset.
Is AmeriCorps a government program?
you literally
Yeah,
defending the government of the
yeah,
United
it is
States,
some
Stanley.
gold.
Okay,
Well,
Solid Snake, you need to defend your sobriety right now.
Okay, well, okay, hold on.
How,
All
how
I'm
about
saying is,
defend? How about defend a low blood alcohol level and get back to me?
oh wow. Well, why
God
don't you
damn,
go back to the
Stanley.
stream from yesterday when you was lit on your ass? Why
Hey,
you
you
talking
know
to
what?
me?
It's not
I
every
don't want to
night.
hear it. You're a hypocrite.
It's not every night.
Well, it ain't
How
every
about
night with
how
me
about
either.
you? How about you? It's not every night for me. How about you?
Well, because of your gaslighting, I got to drink.
Yeah, sure. Blame it on me. That's now what would a psychologist or just plain old alcohol, what would 12 steps say about that?
Or
You
12
know what?
steps, you
We
mean?
got an in-house
Are you saying
psychologist,
I'm your
and his name
you're
is
saying
Universal Jones.
okay,
His
what you're
cash
calling
app,
me, what
Universal
you're
Jones,
calling me
shout out
is
to Universal. My
I
bad.
don't appreciate being called
Sit
an
there like, but
enabler.
oh yeah, you enabling me to drink every night, trying to argue with you about these liberal policies you want to promote
Well, what you ought to do is stay sober
amongst
and
the
not argue.
conservative audience. Don't nobody want to hear that girl. That girl ain't. You might well put up what's that dude's name? I don't even think his name because Donald Trump canceled his ass. Just that quick. I like that shit. I like results, Stanley. I like results. I like to see shit go
Oh,
to work. I
do
like
you
the
really want to
machine. I like to
do
see the
you
machine run.
who's
I
running
like
the
okay,
to see the gas
FBI?
in the car.
dude, is the man giving out free condoms at his cash register really seeking results?
Yeah, man. I want to see results.
Yeah, okay.
What's the name of the guy running in the
Hey, the
FBI?
government funded me to do it, Stanley. I don't know why you protesting now. Hey, y'all the ones giving out free condoms in a candy jar. I'm just putting it in the bag for them. What you want to do? You want to reach in the bucket and grab it?
That was pretty funny.
What's the name of the guy that's running the FBI? I don't think it's Williams or Thomas.
Cash Patel?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like
The
a
thing got it on all our hotels and everything.
Washington or a Thomas
Everybody
or
named
Williams.
Patel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody named Patel from that
What are
culture. I
you
don't know
talking
why.
about?
Well,
What
Hey, you got a
012 does
doctor
Cash
named
Patel?
Patel.
Solid Snake was saying that he wants politicians with the names Williams and Johnson and Washington and stuff. There's plenty of people in politics that don't have a standard white Anglo-Saxon surname. Musk is not exactly a common last name.
Yeah, I wonder
It will
where
be
that name
it will be
originates, Tom.
it will be
Well,
a common
Schwarzenegger
name once.
wasn't either. But Schwarzenegger wasn't either. But I bet you California did better on their tab back then too, didn't it?
Once
I'm
Solid
just saying,
Snake,
get them white people they props, man.
once Solid Snake has Elon Musk's 14th baby, You know,
Musk is a
he'll
South African.
the
He
name, the
is
last
an
name will
African
be common.
American. He just happened to be white. He just happened to be white.
Your favorite color?
You damn right. You damn right. Because if I got niggas like you can't see the truth, I might well.
Well, Stanley, you said you'd vote for that little blonde socialist just now.
I
so.
said nothing about voting for. Oh,
Yes, you
yeah, I
did.
did actually.
Yes, you did. Oh, you know you did. You love
Yeah,
that
I did.
motherfucker.
I just remembered. Now the
You
thing
think it was
is I
good?
don't live in Illinois, so
My
figure
bad,
the odds.
everybody. I didn't mean to curse. I didn't mean to do that.
I didn't hear a single socialist thing said in that speech, and I think
did.
she's probably trying to remain as centrist as possible given the results of the last election.
I mean,
She's
she
talking
used the word
about-
She's a white AOC, dude.
To an autocrat, to people with autocratic tendencies, everybody sounds like a communist.
If I'm a black man or if I'm a male and it come down to the Democratic Party,
Did I
I
say
better
autocrat? I
be
meant
sure I'm
fascist.
represented.
I don't think
I want to
you're
make
either
sure I'm
Stanley.
represented in that party.
Well, I challenge somebody to say one socialist thing that was said in that commercial, and they were unable to do so. So,
Well, yeah, the first thing she went off about was all these Democrat programs and shit.
What
Yeah,
families
coming home.
Those
specific
democratic
programs?
programs. Look, what you all fail to understand is those democratic programs are literally voted upon. Okay, they're not imposed.
And there's only one program she named in the entire thing, and it's Social Security. That's the only program she named.
Well, it has social in it,
Security
so it's
benefits
communist.
are being cut unless you're an illegal immigrant
She's calling
or
for
something like that.
she's calling for an expansion of Social Security.
I'll be
exactly.
right back.
It's only supposed to be for like the old and disabled, not every Tim, Dick, and Harry walking down the street.
That's not
For
what
real,
expansion
man, you ain't
necessarily
lying to it,
means.
man. There's so many people around here walking around here with so-called mental disabilities from their ADHD. They 30-some fucking years old, still receiving Social Security funds, and they getting their child support paid through the back door of Social Security. Come on, man, stop it. And they not even mentally disabled. They able-bodied working people. They just don't want to work
I
out.
understand. First of all, 12th Man said a bunch of programs. That's wrong. She only said one, so you're wrong
She
there.
wants to make
Second
one
of all,
program.
No,
my bad, y'all.
you're the guy who said bunch of programs, and you were wrong. There's only one that she mentioned. One. Second thing is expansion
I
of
think she
Social
mentioned-
Security. No. Second thing
He
is
wants an expansion of socialism, dude.
no. Second thing is expansion of Social Security doesn't necessarily mean giving it to more people.
Oh,
It could mean
expansion of something doesn't mean more.
No,
the fuck is wrong
it
with
doesn't.
you, man?
I said it doesn't necessarily mean giving it to more people. It could mean offering them different ways to take their benefits. Instead of money, it could be taking it in your Medicaid. It could mean a lot of things. You have to actually go to her page and look and see specifically what she's talking
I ain't
about.
looking into it. I already know what them commies are about, man.
Well, then you're a psychic.
You don't have to fucking
You're a psychic. You're totally
over
wrong.
something I already know about.
Totally wrong about the number of quote unquote programs that she mentioned. All she mentioned is people that work being able to afford food and shelter and things of that nature, which are very, very common.
Yeah, it's called getting a fucking job.
They're
That's how you afford all that
very
shit.
common. Those are no, that's people that have jobs right now are having trouble putting food on the table. Republicans
they
are running.
qualify
Republicans
for-
all over. Every politician runs on reduction of inflation and a better, living wage and things of that nature. Republicans, Democrats, they've done it since the beginning of time. They all run on that. Her commercial, she could be as radical social as anybody on earth in reality, but that commercial didn't have anything like that in there. And I think if the Democrats are smart, if the Democrats are smart,
because
they're
your
gonna,
headphones are on too tight, Tom.
if the
That's why you couldn't
Democrats
hear.
are smart, then they're gonna not be talking all this woke extreme stuff. They're gonna sound a lot more like Republicans if they're smart. But my headphones are on just fine. You're the guy that said they heard her talking about a bunch of programs and there was only one mentioned. So maybe your headphones are on too tight.
She mentioned Medicaid and Medicare.
She
and
did
a lot
not
of that
mention
shit.
Medicaid
Hey, y'all
or
know what? We
Medicare
can
in that
actually
commercial.
replay it. I can replay it a little
She's
bit.
going in.
Replay
So we
it.
can hear the audio version of it.
She did not mention Medicaid or Medicare in that commercial.
Now she's gonna resist and
You're
resist.
hearing things.
It's not so much that we hearing things. It's so much that they the Democratic Party.
If you don't like her, you don't like her. Just say so. You don't have to make things up.
Well,
I'm not
I ain't
making
making that
shit
up.
up.
I'm just
You
saying.
I just have a
said a
different
bunch of
interpretation than
programs.
you do, Tom.
Obviously,
said
she
a
in line with
bunch
the
of
Democratic
programs.
Party.
You
So
said
when
a
she
bunch
say
of
the word
programs.
family,
There was one program that's making things up.
okay, but Tom, when you're a Democrat and you say the word families, as a Democrat, I automatically expect the male to be excluded from the equation, or the male-female composition being included into the equation. That's just me as a person that's actually out here voting and electing political officials for a party that literally don't want male and female involvement in a
Snake,
family involved in structure. In a family involved structure.
that's
I
your-
just can't vote for that party anymore.
I'm not asking you to vote for that. Nobody is. I think if you look at, I'll do your homework for you. If you look at what she actually believes in, there's a bunch of stuff you'll have a problem with that's real. She's got climate change on there. She's got gun violence on there. She's got LGBTQ protections on there. Reproductive
bunch of
rights are on
communist
there.
socialist bullshit.
And you didn't know a thing about it till I told you.
And that's one more thing.
First time.
Welcome to the John Gall channel. Hit that like, share, subscribe. We got Tom Gully in the house dropping knowledge all night. Hey, man, y'all missing out if y'all watching anybody else, man. Everybody might well come on over here, hit that like, share, and subscribe. And subscribe to the channel, man. Matter of fact, hit Tom Gully up. Hey, and if you ain't doing nothing else and you don't want to be bothered with politics, you can always get involved with American tricks because that's all he talk about. Everybody from American history.
Hey, Snake, tonight's Richard Pryor.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, check it leg down.
Doing Richard Pryor
My
tonight.
bad. Oh, man. See?
But you
yeah,
see here,
man, that's what I'm talking about. Richard
Tom, I thought your next show was going to be on, let me tell you about soybeans.
I should do one on soybeans. Matter of fact, I'm writing that down right now, man. I'm doing a soybean show. I am doing a soybean show. Matter of fact, I'll probably go buy some soybeans and eat them during the show. But if you'll notice,
you gonna roast them up first on the grill, or what?
They'll be roasted. When I buy them, I'll buy them pre-roasted.
You buy them already roasted.
Yeah. So this young lady here is got a commercial that sounds straight down the middle. And it's all stuff that a lot of people will say, well, I can't yeah, of course I'd like a better living wage. Of course I'd like less inflation and to be able to afford this, that, and the other thing. And then you look into it, and it's a little bit of a different story, but you're not going to hear the Democrats campaigning quite so much on extreme issues that I think the last election proved. Most Americans are like, that's
like
not my
LGBTQ day on the in the schoolroom.
That's
where
not
they
my
hang all the rainbow flags up in
things
a
that
little
aren't
kid's classroom.
things that aren't people's top
Shit like that.
priority. People's top priorities have always been the economy, jobs, and national protection of either the border or defense. That's what people are concerned with. And the Democratic Party, like all parties before it, when they lose an election, they will change to be more acceptable to more people so they can win the election. And so, you know, her commercial here, I think, is designed to appeal to a lot of people.
That's
yeah,
what I
like
see.
3% of the population. I mean, come on, man.
I almost thought that was an AI. I almost thought that was an artificial intelligence with those talking points.
It's hard to say. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks that AI is, by the year 2030, going to make people, by the year 2030, most people will not believe anything that they see on the internet.
Can I make an observation, Tom? You notice that red and black behind her head? Those are Antifa colors right there. Why didn't she have an American flag behind her?
Red and black.
Instead, she's hanging Antifa colors.
God
damn!
I don't see any red and black on my screen.
Are
Seriously.
you serious? Right behind her head on the pause.
Yeah,
wow,
no,
that's a
right
damn
behind
good
her fucking head.
observation.
It's
That's an
orange.
Antifa flag. I know what the
Are
fuck
you talking
that
to
is.
the left? Are you talking to the left side of
That's
the
an
screen?
Antifa flag right behind her fucking head, dude.
Are you talking about the left-hand side of
That's
the screen?
that's her headrest. It's orange.
It's orange.
Yeah,
right
but
behind
the
her head.
color, if you look at the color and paradigm, it does look like an Antifa flag.
Yeah, those are Antifa
You know
colors
what?
all the way.
No, guys.
I
no.
think what it
I see
is
what I
your
see what.
eyes.
Oh my
your
God.
eyes are so red.
Dude,
You're
I just got through drinking damn near a six-pack in a 24 ounce.
Mad Dog
Yeah,
2020
Stanley, let
affects
us
your
have
red.
fun. Let me and 12 man
I
have
don't
fun
drink
with
that
it. Jesus Christ.
Oh, is that
You know
what you
I
call
like the
this?
box wine.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Stanley, play with your mind for a minute. Look at that.
Are you talking about the scarf?
No. We're talking about, like, if you look down the side, you see the black curtain or whatever, and you see the red headrest, and the way it intersects.
It's an orange headrest where I'm looking.
Oh, well, it look red. Well, I guess I got this red
It looks
can
red
button.
on mine and more red
It
on
look
mine.
red. It look red to me.
I'm sorry, fellas. I'm getting lost in her eyes.
I'm
just kidding.
Who
I'm
just said Mad Dog
Man, all you
2020?
niggas just so thirsty. Good Jesus Christ.
I'm joking.
Too skinny for my taste.
I'm joking. She's married, and that girl's was too young for
She
me
ain't even
20
got
years
no
ago.
titties. What are you talking
She
about?
was
Come
too young.
on,
Hey,
12th man.
12th man, come on, man. She's a politician. I'm not interested
Come
in that sort
on,
of
you
thing.
just had to use titties, didn't you?
She was too young for me 20 years ago. You know, if I
Yeah,
was 20
she
years
way
younger.
too young for me. I can't even look at her like that. That feel like
Ryan, I did say Mad Dog 2020 though.
That was awesome. That was awesome. I'm just saying.
That was.
What's up,
Hey,
Ryan?
what up, Ryan in the house?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up,
Ryan
Snake?
Marioni. My bad.
Anyway,
I'm
she's
sorry. I didn't mean to
taking
cut y'all.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Cut this mic down.
She's taking on a long-term Republican incumbent.
Who is it?
Jan Schlansky. I think that's her last name. Illinois 9th District. Let me see here.
Well, why doesn't she have an American flag behind her when she's speaking about America?
Do you have an American flag behind you currently?
I have an Alaska flag indoors and an American flag outdoors. Yes, sir, Stanley.
Jan Schakowsky. I think she's trying to look like an everyday regular person, and most people don't have an American flag in their office that would block, her doorway and all that
Well, if
stuff.
you're running for office, you should have an American flag in
I
your
think she's Ukrainian.
Well, she's
I
not.
hate to be that guy, but I think she's
Make more
Ukrainian.
sense. Make more sense for her to have an Illinois flag than an American flag.
Hey, Tom, you know what I'm
maybe
looking
one
at?
each on each side.
Where is her
If
upper
she
lip?
could have American flag on the right and the Illinois flag on the left, then I'd probably give her a little more respect.
God damn, she look like she ain't even got no upper lip.
You can't vote for her. She's not worried about your respect.
Something ain't right about that girl.
I could donate to her, but I wouldn't. Nope.
Hey, man, y'all look at that pause, man. Look at her mouth structure. Like, y'all don't see her top
on,
lip.
man. You're turning
Come
this into pop the
on.
balloon. You're turning this into pop the balloon.
My bad. My bad. It's a force. It's a reflex. My bad.
Pop
It's
the
Stanley's
balloon.
fault, y'all. It's Stanley's fault.
It's the pop
He
the balloon.
brainwashed me.
Yeah, it's my fault you're not in the back right now.
Pop the balloon
come on,
congressional edition. It's the congressional edition.
All right,
of
well,
Pop the Balloon.
we'll just replay this.
Hey, Ryan.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are just
I was going to ask Ryan what happened. Do you want to ask Ryan what happens to that money in the Treasury?
Oh yeah,
We can do it. We
What's
can do it
happening
after
to
this.
all the quote savings?
From what I know, they're not saving anything because Doge can't cut spending. They don't do anything. From what I can tell, it's an auditing firm. So all it would mean is the money's just sitting in the treasury. It's not being spent. Which there should be an accounting of that by the
believe in
OIG.
saving money?
So what
listen.
happens? Well, saving money by not spending it, I guess. But what does it do? Just sit there? What
Okay,
will
so-
ultimately
go ahead.
happen to the money that's just sitting there?
Essentially, when they go to borrow more money, they won't have to borrow as much money. They won't have to write as many, IOUs in the form of bonds, because they're going to overspend again this year, probably by $1.5 trillion. Even if they save 200 billion, 500 billion, it just means revenue probably only be 4 or 5 trillion. So they'll just borrow $1.5 trillion instead of 2 trillion, like they did last year. So they just won't have to borrow as much. So we're not actually, and which is the funny part of it is Trump then wants to send everybody $5,000. I'm like, oh, so you just want to run up the debt just the same as Biden? Like you're doing the same thing, a fiscal irresponsibility. So, but
Yeah, that's not going to happen, Ryan. But I do like the thought of using some of the savings to increase Social Security benefits for people that really need it.
That's what she's saying.
Well, that's what Bernie Sanders wants. The Social Security Expansion Act would
They never do it though. They just want to spend more and more money. Like you
Here's-
can't save no money with people like this bitch and AOC in charge. They're gonna spend.
So here's the problem with the Social Security Expansion Act. I would somewhat agree with it if there was a COLA like the military does, a COLA adjustment. But because there's no COLA adjustment, people living in the DC metropolitan area, about 1 in 4 would pay on their household income, whereas if you're in Mississippi, 1 in 30 would, right? Because living in Mississippi is far, far cheaper. People in Hawaii would pay huge money. California, New York. I mean, it would hammer Democratic states, which is interesting because Sanders is a Democrat. So he's the bill writer.
He's a communist. Call
Well,
it
there's
what
no.
it is.
They don't COLA adjust for pretty much any of the programs in the government at all, right? They don't do any cost of living adjustment.
Right.
COLA is cost of living, and they do it in the military. If you're living in Hawaii, they pay you more than if you're living in Alabama, you know,
But I
because
heard
it costs more to live there.
they about to implement the COLA adjustments, aren't they?
Well, they should. I mean,
Yeah, but
it
those
just
got to
makes
be,
sense.
those
I
aren't
just read
automatic.
a Google article that said that they're about to implement the COLA adjustments inside the Social Security payments coming
Yeah,
toward
but
this
they're
month.
not automatic. They're not automatic. They have to be appropriated.
They should
Yeah,
be. I mean, it would just be logical because theoretically, this bill would hammer people living in states, right? Like New York, expensive, Massachusetts. I mean, DC Metro is 2.22 times the national average to live there. Households got to make almost 2.5 times as much to just live the same as they do in Indiana or Kansas or other states. So I think it's a dumb bill because it doesn't have a COLA adjustment in it. So um, it's going to hit a lot of households for sure, and a lot of blue
And
households,
once
which
again,
is interesting.
everybody, you learned something today on the John Galt channel you probably wouldn't have learned today or any other day before today on any other channel. So shout out, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Shout out to Ryan for that little bit of information, man. We learn something new every day on the John Galt channel because at the end of the day, we want all the things. All the things.
Well, this is what's funny. If you're in New York City, social benefits, right? And I'm talking for disabled people from the Fed are similar to what they are for in Mississippi. So you almost can't live in New York based on that money. So it's kind of crazy that the government, who has access to all the information, they're doing it for the military already, doesn't do it. It's shocking to me. So just dumb policy. But the Social Security bill also tries to increase the bottom end of Social Security, make it more progressive than it is. So, like our progressive tax system, they want to make it more progressive. So, but that's just policy argument within the whole bill. I don't think it's going to pass. It'll probably get shelved, and that'll be the end of it. So, but even though we should kind of revise Social Security, but it's going to get killed. The bill will get killed. So, because Bernie
Yeah, I don't
Sanders is
think it's
sponsoring
going to make it past Senate anyway. Especially with all
Well,
this PK shit going on.
and another thing is, it benefits the baby boomers, and I know the other generations don't like the baby boomers for whatever reason. They hate them. So, anyway,
Well,
what do you
your
think of
mom
it,
and
Stanley?
dad was a boomer, so you
Yeah.
don't like your own mom and dad?
No. I don't have an issue with baby boomers or Gen X or none of this people. A lot of people aren't. You can't lump people into these stupid groups.
No,
For characteristics.
I mean, when you got politicians stealing from you through legislation, I think all that goes out the window anyway. I mean, we literally just supposed to had passed like $1 billion for internet for everyone. That legislation right there, if you really looked at that Jon Stewart video, and if it didn't hit home to you then,
I saw that video.
It'll never work. It'll never work. I mean, we can talk till our lungs fall out. If you don't get it, you just don't get it. At the end of the day, they can gaslight you in the bullshit all the time.
Wouldn't Starlink be cheaper?
No.
Starlink, wouldn't that be cheaper?
No. I think we
I would
need
think
to
it would.
utilize the ground lines we've been had, upgrade those all over. I mean, come on, think about it. All the billions and trillions of dollars we could have built up infrastructure Right now, I'm worried about driving under an overpass and worried about it collapsing on any random American individual due to the maintenance levels we maintaining in the United States due to all this money laundering. Come on,
I,
man.
mean, I think we just got a C minus by this, which is up from a D. So I think we just got a C minus in our
I heard it was a C minus to a C.
Oh, was it? Okay. Wow, we're really
Talking
doing
about
better.
the U.S. Credit approval rating.
No, it was a society, some Society of Civil Engineers ranking
Yeah.
infrastructure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Department of Engineers, the Corps of Engineers had came out with a statement, what was that, like 2 years ago? And it's like, it's not looking good, but I don't think anybody ever think about the Corps of Engineers ever. I don't think anybody ever look at them, but I've been looking at them ever since Katrina. You know, I pay
Yeah,
attention to what the Corps of
the
Engineers
property
say.
I own is Corps. It used to be Corps of Army Engineers, but then it got into the hands of the private sector, and that's how I scored my 20 acres.
Yeah,
That
we've
was a good
we've
deal.
made some pretty awesome stuff in the U.S. in terms of infrastructure, especially bridges, and we seem to just not really want to take care of people. So, I mean, they had that collapse in, I think it was Minneapolis. Minneapolis was unbelievable. The truss bridge, double decker, just collapsed into the. I mean, it's amazing. So, just
So
due to not paying.
CKJ3, how you doing? You there, CK?
He probably muted.
If you are, you're muted. CKJ3, you there?
Must have some technical issues like I was having earlier.
Yeah,
Probably
either that
streaming.
or he's in traffic or busy or something. What's up, Nile Volatile? All right, well, we'll play this right quick and start winding this show up.
Mantling our country piece by piece. And so many Democrats seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a fucking spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. Unfortunately, this party has become one where you have to look to the exceptions for real leadership, as the majority work from an outdated playbook. We need a makeover, which means we need a vision that's bigger than what we've been told is possible. There is absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with some money left over. Families should have free childcare, Social Security should be expanded, and our inalienable rights shouldn't be dependent on who's in power. That means standing up to authoritarians, not shrinking away when the fight gets tough. And while current Democratic leadership might be fine cowering to Trump, I'm not. I've spent my entire career reporting on the far right and being attacked by them as a result. In fact, just a few months ago, Elon Musk's lawyers deposed me here in Chicago to ask about my mean tweets. Look, I thought comedy was legal again. This is all to say, I'm not scared of standing up to these people. I know how they think, and I know how to beat them. But my campaign itself is going to be different too, because I don't want to wait a year to help people. We're focused on meeting constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck? My campaign and I would rather spend our money on book drives and clothing exchanges and public events than fancy fundraisers for rich donors. I also want my campaign to be as transparent as possible. That's why I'll be posting regular videos about the costs and steps of running for office. We all deserve better. We deserve human rights and financial freedom and a party that stands up to authoritarians. We deserve to thrive, not just survive. And I plan to fight for those ideals both on the campaign trail and in Congress. If you want to know more about me and what I believe, you can go to catforillinois.com. I do need to mention that campaigns cost money and ask you to contribute what you can. But I promise your donation will not be wasted on old, ineffective tactics. No spammy guilt trip texts, no focus groups to test my views, and no grifty consultants who care more about their paycheck than actually winning. It's time to challenge the status quo, and if our leaders won't do it, we will. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress because it's time for Democrats to do more.
Gee. What an embarrassment.
Was she talking about Medicaid, Medicare in there? Was she talking
Might as
about a
well.
bunch of programs?
I heard her say expand Social Security.
That was it, right? That's
Yeah.
the one program she mentioned?
A lot more than that. Make sure everyone has something to eat and
That's
make
not a
sure everyone
program.
has clothes and all that
That's
other
not a
bullshit.
program. That's not a
How
program.
does she want to do all that shit with
Well,
whose
you can
money?
make sure people have more to eat by
Well, you
bringing
know what?
inflation down.
It's surprising that something like that would offend you, 12 man. You can't. You
It
just
doesn't offend me.
let's just say you won't get any of it. Everybody will get something but you.
Okay, good. I don't need it. What's up, John?
Hey, good morning, everyone.
What's
What's
up,
up,
John?
John? And every time.
Morning, John.
So what time is the morning show starting?
I don't think we're doing the morning show this morning. University may not be available. I got to run myself.
Oh.
Today I got some things.
Dirty dude.
Hey, y'all. Welcome to John, Stanley, Snake, Tom, and 12 Man Morning Show this morning. John won't be here for a while, but please hit that like, share, and subscribe button.
John pulled a couple marathons yesterday.
I don't know how John be doing it sometimes. John, you be drunk and you still maintain. I don't know how you do it. I be trying. I can't do that.
Well, you should know how he does it. You do it.
You don't do it. I don't know why you don't do it. What the hell? You want to be pulling all the heavyweight and then fuck up when you get drunk. God damn, flash off on everybody for no reason. I do it too, but God dang it. Now you're beefing with Brave.
We had fun last night. I had fun last night.
You know what? Brave is beefing with me.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I love both of y'all, and I'm not in it.
How's life in
Well, as a matter
DC
of fact,
this morning,
he's,
John?
It's good. Yeah. And he put the guy out last night. He waited till late in the night to leave. He left nonetheless.
You had to kick that. You had to kick that lawyer out. Evidently, you had to go way over there just to kick him out.
Now
Or
he left
what?
me alone. Stanley would be a hero if he destroyed me in a debate. He should do it. He baiting you, Stanley. You would be a hero. I think everyone would be.
Yeah, well, Bumpkin emailed me saying he'd be willing to moderate it.
Yeah. Tell me, Bumpkin, you might not agree with Bumpkin.
And I literally asked him. everybody by now pretty much knows where we stand. Why do we need to debate?
Yeah, that's why I don't. I see people doing debates online, and I don't think it's particularly interesting to me.
You know what? I'm not particularly interested in doing one. What's there to debate?
I think what it is, I think debates getting traction online because I see a lot of guys trying to spark debates against fellow people that they normally on panels with. All of a sudden, everybody trying to get. I mean, it's a money grab,
Well, it's either that or it's really just for bragging rights / clout.
Well, I mean,
clout. That's what I was looking for. That's the word I was looking for.
What I'm saying, what I think would be more effective though, would be like the crossfire. I mean, you're never going to agree with each other. You always, everybody know, people that like Brave, people like you, no matter what said, they're going to come down on whatever side these.
Well, no, I'm persuadable, but I know I'm right. This isn't a matter of debate. He's a
Well, I think
racist.
Brave is talking more cultural, like those type of things.
Okay, well, Be Brave doesn't seem to understand that saying you're a culturalist, it's just a fancy word for racist. If you're saying black culture is messing America up and will cause its downfall, number one, there is no standalone black culture. It is a product of Africans being exposed to American culture over, 300 years, and he's simply wrong. It's his personal view. I think the tragedy is so many people think he even has a point. That's really the problem.
Well, he has an opinion, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, no, he you know what? His opinion is trash.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But, a lot of people agree with his opinion. A lot of people may agree with your
And a
opinion.
lot of people's opinions of his opinion are trash too.
Yeah, very well could be. And, people agree with you, and
It's like I don't know how you can take a history class in high school and agree with it.
How does it benefit me if I can't debate against now one of y'all? That's my point.
Yeah, I don't know if
I
he's
ain't
talking.
canceling now one of y'all. I'm just saying, John. I got on Be Brave ass the other day in his chat. I said, I'm talking about the judicial system and the effects. He said, "Oh no, you blame it on the judicial system." It ain't no different than what Stanley when he want to talk about the Democrat versus the Republican Party. My point is,
Snake, you going all point, right? So what I was saying back to what people want is, that crossfire. They know no one's going to cross the other side of the aisle, or at least on Brave's side. You may feel like you are persuadable, but I think most people.
Well, I'm not persuadable to a non-existent point.
Right, and I think that
But just saying black culture, there is a black culture and there is a white culture. I don't agree with that. They're not distinct.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So you're never going to agree on anything, but batting about topics might be interesting. You're not going to agree.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like to try to get
Like
you on
what? Like let's debate what a racist is.
It's not. I don't think a debate is. I don't think a debate.
We might be able to agree on that.
That's what. And when you sneeze and cough, mute up, man. You know it's coming. Mute up. Everybody just sneeze in their ear.
Just a cough, John. God damn.
Yeah. This is a thing called a cough
Stanley
switch.
coughs online all the time. No one cares.
John, right?
Yeah, I've had comments, but I've got my new mic now with the little sneeze button. So
yeah, the cough switch.
I do it. I do it. I try not to sneeze. If I catch myself sneezing, I go on mute. So
you remember point counterpoint?
Yes.
You do point counterpoint.
Oh, I need to drop the link? Oh, Ryan, you're up here.
I'm in. Yeah, sorry. You got to time it.
I usually Portia pins it, but she forgot to do it last night. So
No, I mean your debate. You got to time it.
You know what?
Do a time debate.
oh shit, SB got a damn good point.
It
takes
more
sharpen
time
steel at the end of the day. So let them sharpen their steel against each other.
Sharpen his steel.
Yeah.
Sharpen his new Draco.
Sharpen his crazy.
No, we ain't talking about that. We talking about like point versus counterpoint. I think that's a good idea. I think it's good for the channel. I think it's good for the community personally. So both of y'all got points. I mean, you ain't gonna never resolve them at this point. I mean, you steadily defending
And quite
the degeneracy.
frankly, I think the audiences are pretty much set in their ways too. So I'm confused as to
everybody
who
wants
is
to see
going.
the blame.
Excuse me. Who is going to get what?
Man, I think it's Mayweather versus McGregor. I think you guys do it for a big payday, or you don't do it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, like an admission charge.
Like $1,000.
Set it up. Set it up. Set it up.
Well, you just create a YouTube channel, and it's a members only video. but membership costs $50 or whatever to get in and watch it.
How do you do you take the time to set up pictures like this?
Yes, they pose for that. Sure.
Oh Lord.
And by the way,
Well, I'll do it if we can do poses like that.
It's been proven that those thumbnails where people look like they just opened the Ark of the Covenant or they're just in the most ecstasy they've ever been in their life. That's people go, oh, I got to see what that is, and then of course you always go and watch it, and it's a dud. It doesn't.
You know what? I think he just opened the jewelry box his betrothed gave to him to propose marriage.
Well, maybe that or there's.
Hey, I got a question. Who got the adopt the FBA thumbnail that Portia showed last night? Does anybody got that adopt the FBA thumbnail that Portia had? Hey, did anybody see the Jasmine Crockett holding the stroller?
Adopt the FBA.
It was so funny.
What?
I want to use it as my thumbnail. I want to use it. It was a thumbnail with the FBA adoption, and then it had Jasmine Crockett holding the stroller. It had to be the funniest thing in the world if you saw it. It had to be. But everybody hit that like button, man. Hit that share button. Let's get this channel popping in the morning, man. We got 31 people in the house. Hey, everybody, sponsor the channel, man. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying?
Down from QS by departing H2 dock. Any concerned or conflicting traffic contact? See Eagle on 16. Eagle out.
The way to do that would be a Patreon channel. And then, it's $50 to join the Patreon. It's like a one-time only. Or 25 or whatever you guys decide.
The Stanley versus Be Brave. I think we need to give them a warm-up, though.
And then
I don't think that'll ever happen.
And then, make it 4 hours or something, a long length of time, so people feel like they get their money. They feel like they get their money's worth. And
why do we want
to?
You know what? It is beyond me.
Yeah, because you could do topics, and then you could also do something. And I'm telling you something, he'd have trouble with this. One person states their belief in something, and the other person responds to it. That guy couldn't state a cogent belief well, never mind. I said I wasn't going to talk about him anymore, so I'm not going to.
Anyway,
Hold on, but Stanley won't even let you get your thoughts out. That'll be a good debate.
Tom, I actually like that format.
Yeah,
you
wouldn't do it, Stanley. You wouldn't.
Oh no! If I could state why I think, how American culture works, and have Be Brave go back and rebut it. Oh, I would love that.
And the next time, then he gets to state something, and you get to rebut it, and back and forth.
So. Yeah, what? This is what and why I think American culture is the way it is, and have a cogent rebuttal. Oh yeah, I could see that.
You pick 5, he picks 5. You rebut his, he rebuts yours, and maybe you pick some topics from the news or whatever, culture or whatever, and you talk about specific topics.
So I'm breaking bets. I'm breaking bets. $20. I don't think Be Brave or Stanley will go through the second round. I don't think they'll last.
I do. But what do you think is going to be
if I know what the
topics
are, Solid Snake. If I know what the topics are, oh yeah, that's like a cakewalk.
Well, the other thing is, if one guy leaves, the other guy gets the whole purse. It's like a fight.
Hey, Stanley, I think you guys really have had some really good ideas. And I think...
oh, wait, hold it. Hold it. You said you think Be Brave has good ideas?
No. I'm talking about the panel. I think you
Oh,
guys
I
have
was
really good
about to
ideas.
say, holy shit.
No. I'm saying the panel. I think you guys have some really good ideas, and I think if we set up a date and then we start taking donations, like for the pot, you guys can at the end of the debate, you guys can just split the pot, because I think the people want this more. Brave wants it, but the people want this more than anything. For you guys to just go back and forth. So yeah, let's make them pay for it.
Do it on Patreon, and you never quit making money. You make the big you make the big money live, but then after it's done being live, if it's on Patreon, people still got to
Yeah, I
get
ain't
through.
paying for nothing like that. Sorry.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. Like YouTube is that's Mandalay Bay right there. We got to do it. We got to do it on YouTube. But I do think people would donate to see it though.
Make it $5, $10. People pay it to see the brawl to end it all, the war to settle the score.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah.
You know.
I'd rather have a new bag of jasmine rice or something.
Oh, Lord, I got to work on that one. The brawl is it all.
You may lose certain audience segments. That's.
Oh yeah, and we probably should have a face-off too, just to prime it a little bit. But honestly, Stanley, I've been thinking about this for about a week. I already got about 20 questions, but you guys could have, you guys could bring more questions in it too. But I do like the idea too of giving you guys the questions first, and then just so you guys can both be prepared.
I like the idea of after every question, the fact checkers.
Oh, yeah, the fact checkers will be good too.
Yeah.
Tom, you just pulled it out your ass. Ain't nobody said that all night. You just came up with that.
Yeah,
how the news networks leak the questions before they're actually asked, and they didn't do it for Trump, but they did it for Joe Biden and Kamala, and he still can debate.
Hey Tom, you know something that I just learned that I had to go look it up. But you know how people talk about how violent Chicago is and stuff?
Yeah.
The 70s and 80s were almost it was almost double the amount of murders during the 70s and 80s in Chicago.
Yeah.
And
if you was a member of our nation last year or year before last, when our nation did that live stream where he was just doing like old videos of Chicago.
Well, and all you have to do is look at Gary.
Yeah.
Gary in the 70s and 80s was, the murder capital of the world. It's way down, as is Chicago. It's a lot better than it used to be. Way better.
Way better. I think the 70s was like the peak in Chicago. And the way the old heads talk out there, you would think it was peaches and cream out there. It's crazy.
It was bad. It was really bad. One time I was going up to the region, and that area in Indiana on the other side of the border that's pretty much still Chicago, East Chicago, and Gary and all that. And I was going to Maryville, and this guy I was going to visit, his dad was telling me how to get to their house. And he was like, okay, when you get to this one street, make sure you turn left. If you turn right, we'll never see you again.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s,
it is really
back in the 80s, my cousins went and visited my other cousins in Chicago. I ain't never go to Chicago. I went to New York, but like when he said
lost and wound up in New York,
Chicago, you really couldn't even go across the street. Like if you had to go to school because he went up to school, there was like elementary days. These was elementary days. If you couldn't even walk across the street in Chicago if you didn't hang with a certain clique.
Hey,
I think that was the West Side.
hey, Stanley, what do you think about this? Having John versus Shenard on the undercard.
John and Shenard. Oh,
John
my
versus
Lord.
King Shenard.
On the undercard. The only thing
I
though
think King Shenard a clout chaser. I'm just gonna go on and
I
call
don't
it
know
out,
what
man.
to
I
think.
think he's a clout chaser.
the only thing is, for this to really work, everybody would have to be cammed up, and I know Shenard's a little sensitive about that. So
Can't imagine why.
I don't know.
HB, didn't
I
you
think
have
King
his
Shenard a
picture?
clout chaser.
HB had his picture as his avatar for like 2 months.
Go ahead, 12 man.
HP, what you on today? What you on today, HP?
Let me see. What am I
12 man versus solid. That's a beer pong, right?
Might be hauling toilet paper to Stanley.
I don't even know what the hell's on this little lady. Oh, it's just a bunch of napkins. Just a bunch of napkins. Bunch of Dixie napkins. Nothing special.
It's sanitary.
Yeah,
We gotta wipe our face.
Just
You
a
know?
bunch of, I think it's like napkins you have at a restaurant or something.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gotta think of trucker every day in
I
your
would
life.
definitely donate though.
Think of
to
trucker.
this pot though, Stanley. I know it's not about money for you though, but I think it would be nice though.
Man, I'd make it about the money.
Yeah.
Literally everything in your house was brought to you by a trucker.
If it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I heard.
This is not encouraging me to go on a cruise.
Not me.
It doesn't look, I think they need to change the name of the cruise line.
Yeah,
it does not look like
What
a
is it?
Virgin Voyage to me.
That's got to be.
I don't think
That's
anybody's
Carnival.
options there.
That's got to be Carnival.
No, it says
What the
it
hell
said
is that guy
Virgin
doing?
Voyages.
Looks
at the
like
top.
a carnival.
Nah, Carnival is usually the cheap one.
Yeah,
this
Carnival's
looks
recently
looks
made Carnival
Stanley, what
recently made a bunch of changes because they had a lot of complaints about too many kids running around and too much pot on the
Good
boats.
God,
Now they
she
search
has
your bag and stuff.
Yeah,
So they've recently made a ton of changes and done a lot of press and had a lot of influencers on to talk about it.
So do they
Well,
not
thank
allow
God.
kids?
They do, but they're way more regulated than they were.
They have a whole. They have a daycare deck.
Kind of.
Well, maybe the food. They need to upgrade the food as well. The food's terrible.
Yeah, they had a lot of problems. They were basically perceived as what they were, which is
You know,
the
the only
cheapest way
thing I
to get
have
on
to
a
say
boat.
is not in my Navy.
Yeah,
It's the Dollar General of cruises.
Is this, hey, CK, is this what it was like on carriers?
Don't put that on CKJ.
Oh, he's not even here.
Don't put that on him, man.
This is the Roosevelt Steel Beach Party. Oh,
Beach
my
party on a
goodness.
boat.
Wow.
Yeah, Stanley, it might be time for you to take a vacation, man.
Not this type of vacation.
I don't know.
Man, I'd be in a corner just drinking margaritas, watching this person. What's up, roller skater?
Yeah, I'm too old for
Anybody
that
know
shit,
how
too.
space they are?
RSTG.
Too old for that shit.
Homosexuals there. Jesus Christ.
RSTG.
No, what I'm looking at is the area spacing between the individuals in the party.
Hey, HB, I think we were in the Caribbean and we pulled into St. John, and we heard, oh, there are nude beaches here. So all the guys, like once we got everything squared away, we go ashore and we're like, oh, cool, let's go see the nude beaches. We get down there, and all it was is a bunch of gay guys doing leapfrog in the water. It was so it was so there was like one woman who was topless and she was there with her boyfriend or husband or something, and the rest was literally just like, you know, gay men frolicking. And it was just I had a buddy of mine, I thought he was gonna vomit. He's like, he was so disgusted. So,
HB, is that where you want to go hang out on a cruise? Like with all these white women?
The gay beaches in Europe, you go there and sorry, not the gay beaches.
why
the
do they
new-
have to be
the-
white? Why can't they just be women?
the new-
Hey, can I go and say something? I got an experience. I can tell y'all.
The nude beaches in
You
Europe.
may not
You go to them and it's just the people that should never be nude that are nude.
Yeah.
It's the most disgusting thing in the world.
Yeah.
I gotta say something. Let me tell you something. If
You
you
gotta
want to
say
hook up
something.
with a chick, if you gotta hook up with a chick, always show up at the gay parties.
What?
All right, yes,
Oh,
I was thinking.
boy.
I'm gonna get you
Hello,
out of here.
roller skater, Texas girl.
Power on.
You're done, Silent Snake. You're done.
No, I'm just saying, dog. Hey, think about it. Ain't no other
Let's keep thinking
heterosexual
about
male
that.
gonna go. Ain't no heterosexual male gonna go to a gay party. Where women feel most secure around? Gay men. I'm gonna tell you something. You want to pick up a woman, go to the gay party.
You know what, Silent Snake?
You just full of good ideas this morning.
You know, a convent also great place
Being
to
around
live.
a bunch of gay guys, I don't want to be around that type of woman, honestly. Like,
Listen, HB, I know you don't agree, but most women feel more secure around gay individuals. They don't like being around aggressive ass, so compete for dominance ass dudes. If you in college, hang around the gay dorms, you pick up more women. There's less haters there.
That's like being a sheep in wolf's clothing.
Right.
Or is it a wolf?
So you
Exactly. Solid snake. You gotta be a solid snake.
Trojan horse.
You gotta infiltrate.
You go to gay clubs?
Solid Snake, when you did that,
I
all the
will
women.
if I need. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. Hoes.
Go to gay
Women
club.
need
Okay.
loving too. Women need loving, and I'm gonna tell you something. God only made you one way. God made you one way. Now you can sit there and play all you want, but when enough liquor hit that.
oh my God, man!
You know what? I bet a
Looking
lot
for
of
love
women.
in all the gay places. Looking for love in
Man,
all
I'm
the
just
wrong
telling you where the women
places.
at. I'm just telling you where the women at, man. You gotta
Hey,
get over
Solid
yourself.
Snake. Solid Snake, you got a lot of women saying, "Ooh, Snake, I thought you were gay."
Well, guess what? Guess what? 9 times out of 10, they got a Pookie or a Ray
Now,
Ray they look
what
up
was
to.
your
They
what was
ain't
your
looking for a
response?
good
Is what
man
I'm
in the
getting
first
at.
place. I ain't
What was
worried
your
about those
response?
women. I ain't
What was
worried
your
about them because
response?
they looking for a Pookie or a Ray Ray. They not looking for the good men. The good men
Oh my
ain't hang
God!
around Pookie and Ray Ray. Ain't nobody got a bank account and a bank card.
They're looking
hanging
for a
around
gay
Pookie and Ray
Pookie and
Ray
Ray
so they
Ray.
can steal that shit. Come on, man. Come on.
Your call has been
It's Pookie. Oh my God!
No. Pan right.
Yeah, I'm not
Like
going on that
they were
cruise. Sorry.
they were looking for Mookie and Gay Gay.
Because I know one thing. If the game hits favor, I got
I'd rather just go to Vegas and hang out at the spa. I'm
Exactly.
sorry.
Why do you have to go through all
Fuck
that?
Vegas.
Yeah, it's not that serious, man.
What's the
It's really
place they
not.
got? They got a place at
You know what? I
Golden Nugget.
hope you're not advising children on this dating strategy.
Right. This is horrible dating strategy, man.
It's like a passive form of grooming.
Like taking 3 steps back to take 1 step forward, man. I'm okay.
Exactly.
I'm okay,
You know,
man.
you take 3 steps back and 1 step forward, you don't go forward.
Nah, not at all.
More money than brains.
No, man, come on.
I don't see anything about this cruise that would make me want to go on a cruise. I've never been on
I
one.
am absolutely in lockstep with that opinion. It's like, why would I want to do this?
You know, the only type of cruises I've ever been interested in is like the nature cruises where you're like looking at animals and shit, like following humpback whales and shit. This you might as well just go to Vegas, like Tom said. This is Vegas right here.
Well, you're supposed to get off on the islands, right? Like this is just a boat.
Do they have gambling on those boats too? Really?
Yeah, that you can
Well,
gamble.
I guess they could if they're
They
offshore.
have shows. They have like bars. They'll probably have like 12 bars.
Yeah, but they
Have
ain't
like a
Vegas.
piano bar. No, they're not. But I mean, it's really for older people, I think, that
good
get
God,
off on the
don't
island
say
for like
that.
an hour. Well, no, I'm serious, man. It's a lot of old people.
Not for my old lad.
It's like
I'm going on a cruise to Greenland in
you're
May,
going on a
June.
Navy cruise.
Nah, man, I'm going
You're
to
heading
Greenland.
up the invasion.
Yeah, that's right. No, my wife booked a cruise, and I'm like, all right, well, we can go. She wants to go on a cruise.
She wants
And I
to
said,
go while they still speak Danish.
yes, prior to the takeover. But no, she don't want to go south anymore. We're going to go north. So.
Man, I've been going to the Golden Nugget. I don't do the Strip. I do Fremont Street. I've been going there since like 1986. I've got points built up like you can't imagine. I get to stay there for like nothing. And they've got the H2O bar, which is basically a pool bar. They've got the Hideout bar, which is 21 and up. So there's no kids. And then if you do got kids, they've got the Tank, which is for all ages. And man, you got shows, you got 9,000 different kinds of restaurants there. And that's at one casino.
Where is this? Where is this?
The Golden Nugget in Vegas. It's a casino. And
is it like the Bellagio? Like the Bellagio?
It is, but the Golden Nugget's on Fremont Street, old Vegas. So the Golden Nugget is where a lot of the old big Vegas acts and stuff played. But they've continually updated it and stuff. There's a Saltgrass Steakhouse. There's Vic and Anthony's. There's a place called Red, which is sushi and Asian. There's a Mexican. They got everything. A huge sports book. If you just want to go and watch a ball game, you can go into the sports book. It's on giant screens and stuff. Tons of amenities. Pretty affordable. And then if you want, it's where the zip line is down all of Fremont Street. There's street performers. There's all of the other,
But isn't it just kind of tacky? Like when I went to Vegas once, and it was just I went to Red Rocks hiking. I went to the Hoover Dam and then Grand Canyon because I don't want to be in a. I don't know. The Strip was just kind of people getting high all over the place.
Well, I don't do the Strip, but
I like to do nature things.
Yeah, well, then
there's a fossil park.
Then don't go
in
to
the
Vegas.
north of Vegas, right above it. There's a fossil park. You can hunt for fossils.
Yeah, there's.
Like I wanted to do that.
You got to Henderson. There's a bunch of places outside of Vegas you can go to. But if you want to do Vegas, and I don't gamble and I don't drink, and I still love going there. It's just it's really relaxing. I like to people watch. Some of the street performers are performers in the casinos. So you've got this guy that does amazing magic tricks like a foot away from you. And he'll even say, okay, here, you hold the cards. Look at them. Do whatever you want with them. I don't care.
That's pretty neat.
I mean, it's in there. There's tacky people there. There's tacky stuff there. But if you're just wanting to go and relax and great restaurants, great shows, it's not a bad gig. The pool and all that, it's not a bad gig.
Yeah, Tom, I was reading up about there's a king crab abbey down there or something like that where they get fresh seafood from Alaska every day in there. They get
Oh,
like
yeah.
$400 a plate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They used to make the food and all that stuff. I mean, it's still pretty inexpensive, but man, they used to just give it away to get you in the casino.
Yeah.
And they still underwrite the cost of flights there. The city of Las Vegas pays the airlines. It knock a little bit off your airline bill to get you
You
there.
can still get a foot-long hot dog for 99 cents there, though, in that one casino. If you go
Yeah, but you
in
got to have
there.
people comp it, don't you? Don't you need comp? Like, in other words, you have to be a gambler to get a discount.
No, not necessarily. I mean, if you are, they will. If you're what they call a whale, if you're what they call a whale, you're going to get a free, giant suite and stuff because they know you're going to drop thousands and thousands of dollars there. But if you're a regular guy like me, and like I said, when I go to Vegas on business or for anything else, I tell my company, look, I don't care if you guys are staying at Paris, or wherever you're staying. I'm staying at the Golden Nugget. If you're going to book a room for me, let me book it. You can reimburse me. I'm going to use my customer number and build up points. So that's now, I guess I could look it up right this second, but during the week,
This is true.
at the Golden Nugget, during the week, let's see here, hotel. If I stay there during the week, I pay for, a king, one bed room, which usually I'll get 2 beds just because it's easier that way. But let's see. Let's say I want to stay in the middle of May. I'm going to stay on a Tuesday to let's just do one night, 1 room, 2 guests, check availability. I am going to pay $59 a night.
So it's pretty cheap. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I probably could get it even cheaper than that if I called and talked to them.
Cheaper than John Galt's ghetto room.
Well, it's cheaper than even Red Roof. I mean, because I've got a frequent customer deal. So, if I tell them I'm booking 3 or 4 nights, there's times during the year when I can get them for $39 a night. And of course, it's Vegas, so they're going to add on a lot of taxes and other things. But the point is, you can go there. Roller Skater Tesco is the Golden Nugget. And now, weekends, it does go up substantially, but it's not crazy. It's not crazy. Anyway, that's why you go there.
It's kind of a man-made place, So I think that's why.
Definitely a man-made place. Definitely.
Like they had fake Paris, fake Venice, and
well, they used to have the Luxor. That place has gone downhill massively, but that's fake Egypt. Even Caesar's Palace is a little bit fake Egypt. There's a big mall in the middle of that one, it's just you've got to like that environment. Like I said, I go for the shows. I see a ton of shows. I don't gamble. If I gamble, I'll take $50 and go to the blackjack table. And if I get up 300, I stop. If I lose my $50, I don't care.
We just spent $20 a piece, me and my wife.
Yeah, I mean that's.
And then we always win. We always win.
I always like Reno better than Vegas because you could go in there to the Pink Flamingo and drink all the wine and eat all the crab and steaks and shrimp and everything you wanted for $19.99.
Yeah, they got places
and then
like that.
Walk
in Vegas.
out the door and play nickel slot.
Yeah, they got places like that in Vegas on the Strip and stuff. But Ryan,
but if you go down the Strip,
as you know, blackjack is the only game in the casino where the player has an advantage against the house. It's not a big advantage. It's like 1.5% or something like that. But if you don't bust your hand, you're gonna win. If you play
Statistically,
blackjack,
I
that's all
play
there is to
slots
it.
like this. I put in a 20. The minute I go over, I cash out. And I've won $46, $110. I've won several times. I'm not a gambler. But
Yeah, me
if
either.
I go to $20.01, I cash out instantly. That's my rule.
Yeah. Well,
So
the
that's my
slots,
rule.
slot machines used
It's
to
a
just
loser,
be
though. It's a loser.
slot machines used to just be pull the handle. Now they got these slot machines where you got to pull a handle and hit a bunch of buttons real fast and do stuff.
Yeah, it's a
Forget
lot
it.
of shit.
Forget it.
Yeah,
Well, they try to
they
rope
look
you in
like
because you'll win a little, lose a little, win a little, and they'll just slowly eat at your money.
Yeah.
But I think they want you to win early and go over. But you lost, you win, you lost. So I think they try to entrap you that way, right? And then the next thing you know, people are pumping the machine. That's why the minute I go over, I cash out.
Where
And
are we at
Well,
here,
what I've
Stanley?
seen from inside
Yeah.
the casinos in Las
It look like
Vegas
Harlem
is
right
they're
there.
all like
looks
these
like Philly.
video.
That looks like Philly
They're
right
like
there.
video
Nah,
game
it
machines.
looks like
Chicago?
They're
it
not
looks
like.
like it looks like 125th Street in Harlem.
It could be
Oh, is it?
Chicago
Okay.
with that L above it.
No, I think there's Harlem right there. I think there's Harlem. He was in Harlem earlier. I think he's in Harlem.
Well, they got that overhead in Philly too. So, all right.
I
But
thought
I know
Harlem
he's
was built up better than that.
Oh yeah, that may not be Harlem because the buildings aren't that tall. He was in Harlem
that looks
earlier.
like Philly, man.
Yeah,
To
I
me.
mean, but Philly has overhead trains like that. I ain't know Philly had overhead trains.
Yeah, they do up north.
Are you the one rendering the video on the screen right now?
But one other thing is the strip. I had a contact buzz after walking 30 minutes because it was just weed the whole way down the strip, like every 20 feet, someone's smoking weed.
Well, it's
So
legal, recreational there, so a lot of people come from places where it's not, and so yeah.
my
I
wife
guess that's a problem.
despises the smell of it, so she's like, "Let's leave. I hate it," but I don't really care. I can't really smell it that well anyway. So, but she was like, "I don't want to be here anymore." But we just like to do natural stuff, not really cities or anything, but more nature,
If you
So
like natural
Yeah,
stuff, you should
that's
try
what
it.
HP was saying. Like,
Hey, it's Kensington in Philly.
look at
Oh yeah,
that.
Kensington.
Look at that shit.
yeah, that looks like Philly.
People sitting right on the
People on
fucking
train.
ground.
People are on train,
Another reason I
tranked
don't
out.
like Philly. That's
I ain't know Philly had the overhead trains like that.
Yeah, they
Well, they're
do.
sitting on the ground. Ain't got nowhere else to be.
I've only been on the below grounds, Philly.
They're pretending they're on 20 acres.
These guys are. Look at that shit.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
I don't know why they don't clean that shit up.
well, this is the gentrified part of Philly.
It's really bad.
It's a
Yeah,
pit.
downtown's okay.
It's
Broad
a
Street's
pit.
okay.
Philadelphia is an armpit with people
If
living
you
in
go
it.
get a cheesesteak, don't be. It's not what you think. It's
No.
Cheese Whiz on a sub. So
Yeah, it's
go to Pat's. Don't go to Geno's.
highly overrated.
It's
Look at that
it's literally
hooker
cheap.
right there.
What gram you running in your PC right now?
Huh?
How much
PC?
gram you running, John?
With me, 32 or 64, one of the two.
Are they heat shielded RAM or is just regular RAM?
I had no idea.
I think it's Los Angeles Ram.
Mm-hmm.
No. What I'm saying is heat shielding is very important. It provides cooling. It's like a process on a memory stick. That memory contains heat. That heat builds up over time and you need heat shielding. So it's like airflow and heat shielding. That's why you having a lot of your lag. I think that's native to the
Am I
unit
lagging?
and not the Wi-Fi.
What, am I lagging?
Well, no, Stanley's the one
Yeah,
showing the
you
video.
lagging and then on
No,
top
I
of
don't.
that, your resolution.
John, you don't seem to be lagging to me.
You're not lagging, John.
No, it's on. I'm
No.
telling you, he's lagging.
You sound all right, John.
No, it's not the phone. I'm talking about the video.
Yeah, that's
You see how
Stanley.
it's constantly buffering?
Oh. Hold on one
That's
sec.
Stanley
Let
showing
me,
the
hold on one sec.
Yeah, your video resolution may be too high for that RAM.
You mean my camera?
Well, no, sometimes what
video
happens is I got to
resolution in
close a tab.
streaming.
Is that your camera, John?
And that's why
Sometimes I have
that's
to
why it's
open a new
streaming like
tab.
that. It's not so much your internet. I think it's so much more
If
your
he's
video
using
breakdown.
if
You
he's
gotta
using
run
Google
1080p.
if he's using Google Chrome, sometimes if you have the same tab for a long time, that
Right,
memory
yeah.
builds up on that tab, and
yeah.
you have to open up a new tab.
That's why that was my first diagnosis.
That any better?
was heat shielding.
That's
But
better.
on your RAM.
It
Yeah, the
wasn't
memory,
bad
the
before.
memory built up. I'm using Brave, but Brave is built on Chrome.
But see, for
This-
real-time video rendering, you don't need to have a cache. You don't need to have such extensive cache support because the extensive cache support is going to build up heat in the RAM. So you probably need to lower that and lower your resolution. You don't
That's
need
the
to
most
focus
cogent.
so much
That's the
on
most
visual
cogent thing
quality.
you've said all night.
This has been Tech Talk with
Well,
Scarlet
I'm a
Snake.
computer. I deal with computers. Stanley.
No, this is
TikTok
at,
with
this is
solid
at
snake.
480.
Oh Lord, then you need to clean your PC. You
Nah,
got
it'll
a
be
lot
all
of
right.
background programs running. You probably got
No,
a lot of background programs.
I've got a bunch of tabs open.
We'd get Universal Jones to send Stanley a new laptop,
As
except
a matter
his
of fact, I had
titties
two.
aren't big enough.
I had two live cam videos running.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's doing a lot of rendering in the background. A lot of that's handled at the motherboard level. And if you had a video card, you probably would get better results. The better the video card, the better. But I mean, like, you can have a lot of RAM on your PC, but if you don't have enough cache stored, like, I'm going to say, like, you probably running like a 4-core and 8-core, but, like, you still need the cache to double that RAM usage, and I think you need to probably overclock it a bit.
Yeah,
homeless people everywhere.
It's
In
a
the bio.
laptop, and I'm not cracking it open to do much.
Well, yeah. Well, okay, that's what I'm saying. You might need to go and check that RAM, make sure it's heat shielded, and that'll see, because a lot of heat build up that'll slow the processing.
Well, it's sitting up on a stand, so I mean it's got plenty of airflow.
Yeah, but
Well, Stanley, why is there so many homeless people in these Democrat-run cities?
Yeah,
Because Republicans talk about Democrat-run cities. It's just a city to me.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Well, they're all run by Democrats.
And actually, they're not. Okay, there are plenty of cities that are run by Republicans. This narrative that you and
Not
Solid
like
Snake,
that.
this narrative that you and Solid Snake like to run and be brave to a certain extent. Number one, it's so partisan as to actually be a cogent critique.
Okay.
See what happens is
We don't see that shit around here.
Well,
Motherfucker, you live in the woods.
Here's the thing.
The only thing that's lying about on your land are animals.
You see
Why are there derelict animals on your Republican acres?
Derelict animals? What are
Do
you
you
talking
make
about?
the animals work?
We respect nature.
Well, you see, a boy is born in Hardtime,
They provide
Mississippi,
for their own.
surrounded by
animals,
four
dude.
walls that ain't so
I don't
pretty.
have to buy
and
them food and shit.
His parents give him love and affection and to keep him strong, moving in the right direction. But he's living just enough for the city.
Really
Yeah,
cool.
ask Stevie Wonder why.
Hey, there's a tent right there. You see that big blue tent?
Yeah, it's a tarp tent.
I wonder how many people under that.
I don't know,
Oh,
Stanley.
this
I
would be
put a video
summertime.
in the side chat of Fremont Street in
Okay.
Vegas. I don't know. I haven't screened it,
Oh,
but it
yeah.
looks like it's okay.
I like Fremont. That's the only place to go. If I was to go to Vegas, I'd go to Fremont and maybe that King Crab Shack.
Would you go down the zip line?
I don't know, but I might go on a helicopter ride though.
El
You
Cortez.
could do that for like $200 in Vegas, right, Tom? They take you for like a 30-minute helicopter ride over the city.
Something like that.
That would be pretty cool.
$200 to hell.
Cold blooded.
Oh, come on. This light will turn a second and he'll start walking, I guess. There we go. Now we're moving. Now we're moving. Now we're
Yeah,
moving.
Tom Gully, the Lake Havasu, Reno area is more some of my old stomping grounds. I like that area a lot better than Vegas.
You know, it looks like even the sidewalks are sticky.
Laughlin is not bad either.
Yeah, Laughlin. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I
My
meant.
son was
Sorry.
down there. Oh Lord, he had so much fun in Vegas. He had went and got a job and everything.
Why are these women dressed like this?
It's Vegas.
Welcome to America.
Sounds like she heard me.
You see a lot of industrial haircuts. There's We All Scream. If you look off to the right and see the name of one of those businesses, it'll shock you. There's a, let's see, Copay. That's a dance club, looks like, or some kind of club. Yeah, he's got his back to disco, and the last word rhymes with, well, there it is. He just caught the edge of the sign. Disco, and a word that's at the end of OPP.
I'm telling you, man, this shit be so exciting. Like, you ought to do one video from Russia. A lot of people don't even know Russia is very developed. So is Johannesburg, South Africa. You'll be amazed.
I was reading this article today that Russia came out with a new stealth tank. Like this new tank that's supposed to be badass and everything. But we're not using tanks anymore. We're using 5th and 6th generational bombers.
Now this is really getting into Fremont Street here.
Drones, buddy, drones.
Yeah, that's Fremont. I like Fremont.
And I think that's the zip line tower in front. He's walking towards.
100,000 drones is what Ukraine has. They've gone through hundreds of thousands of drones. Amazingly. That's the future.
Yeah,
small drones, big drones, mid-sized drones.
So it's the street performers.
Hey, y'all, this is our next vacation spot. We're going to do a podcast.
I like when them women in those big feathers would be out there, Tom Golden.
Yeah, there would probably be
that's
some.
what would draw me in.
Yeah,
Those
they'll probably-
women with those big feathers like that.
Yeah, the showgirls with the big feathers, they have a couple of those always walking around and promoting wherever they're at. There's actually a little stage in the middle of Fremont Street where they'll do the weigh-ins for big fights and stuff. And then other things, concerts, the Commodores or somebody will be out there or whatever else. But there's live performances going on there.
Yeah.
So that thing that with the stairs there, I think that's where you climb up to either get on or get off the zip line. And
Oh.
that's called the Fremont Street Experience. So as you walk forward and they show the sort of the ceiling, there's a thing where it might be too much light, but they project images on it, and then you get on a zip line and just zzz, all the way down to the other end.
Well, they do zoom you right back to downtown Las Vegas.
No, just to the other end of Fremont Street.
This is crazy. Hey, everybody. Hit
Man,
that
I
like
wouldn't be
button, man.
against
see,
it.
See that ceiling? You see that ceiling there with the pictures?
With Tom Gully and the 12th Man Morning Show for free, y'all. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe, support the channel. My bad.
So
Have you ever rode a zip line, Tom Gully?
No, but that circle those people were standing in, the street performers have to request that circle, and that's where they're allowed to perform. If you perform outside one of the designated areas, then you get fined. But
yeah. Well, it sounds like democracy to me.
Well, they just had a problem with too many of them, and so they said we're going to regulate this. And actually, it works out better for them because they're less of them. There, see the people going down the zip line?
I have to blow it up. Yeah.
Yes, I saw it.
My big 6'5" ass isn't getting on there, but a lot of people like it.
Damn, Tom, you 6 foot.
I wouldn't be afraid to get on it.
Yes, I am.
What the hell?
man.
Something's gonna kill you.
Damn. I took you for like 5'11" at the most.
No, 6'5". Oh, now see, here's a street performer.
Damn, Tom, you taller than me. Yeah.
And these guys, yes, they're street performers, but they may perform in one of the clubs. They may have been in Vegas for years. So they've got to actually, he's not just going to sit there and play the drums. He'll have a little spiel for the crowd, and it's kind of entertaining. Some are better than others.
Well, it's a lot more mature than that cruise boat bullshit we were watching earlier.
I think Stanley's sitting here going, this looks like the gaudiest nightmare in the, the history of neon lights.
No, I could, back in the day,
Yeah.
would have been interesting, but
I don't come out at night. I go up and down. And Fremont Street is much less populated. It's about, I'd say, half maybe. Sometimes this is just, now see the pictures that are up there now? They will actually project information, but during the day it's half this many people. Now sometimes at night it's 10 times this many people, and that's when I'm in the casino. That's when I'm in the less populated area and hitting a nice restaurant and a show and calling it a night.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
You ever thought of being written as a Marvel super comic book hero?
No.
I'm just saying, you got a comic, you got the radio show host voice, but what's that Spider-Man villain name, the big guy that run the hood?
The
Kingpin?
The Fixer?
Kingpin. Yeah,
Kingpin, that's it.
6'5". 6'5" with a radio show host voice. Jesus Christ. You couldn't make this shit up. Anyway.
I'd have to shave my head.
You ain't got to shave. You can be a whole new character.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You just come kick Kingpin ass. Oh my God, I just thought of that.
Gypsy, that's where I belong.
Man, one of the worst things in the world is getting a layover in the Las Vegas airport, or even just waiting for your plane at the Las Vegas airport, because it's filled with slot machines. And so the whole time you're trying to wait for your plane, it's ding 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 ding.
I wouldn't go to Vegas because I'm with too many classmates.
Drive you crazy.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, Tom, when I used to go to Laughlin, man, I'd sleep by the river at night. You know, there's that state park on the Bullhead City side.
Yeah, and
right
it's got those high cliff walls. Well, not super high, but those cliff walls when you go down the river in Laughlin. It's really awesome.
Yeah. And I was there that one year. The Hells Angels and the Mongols got into it and had a shootout down there at that one club. I don't think it was a Pink Flamingo. I can't remember the club of the shootout, but I'm glad I wasn't there. And then, but like the next day, you could see all these pussy ass bikers just leaving, man, because someone got shot. That shows me like the real white fragility. Like, I guess no one wants to be around where people get shot, but you know, you already knew there was going to be motorcycle clubs there, so I mean, why do you get all
Yeah, there's a
scared
lot
and
of.
leave just because there was a shooting?
That's a famous
Bunch of
casino, the
bullshit.
Four Queens. There, there's a ton of places to get like a quick sketch of yourself. There's artists there. They'll even paint you with an airbrush or whatever if you want them to. A little further down is the. I think the Four Aces are coming up. But a little further down is now this casino in red is famous, but we're not going to see the side of it that's famous. The little further down is the Golden Nugget. It's a bit further down the Fremont Street there, but this street used to be the Strip in Las Vegas. That's that little performance stage I told you about that they have weigh-ins for like championship fights and stuff sometimes there.
Now, these mostly tourists?
Oh, yes, without question.
Okay.
Without question.
Well, Fremont Street, that wasn't that where the original Las Vegas Mafia started out?
Yeah.
Or something like that was Fremont Street.
Yep, this is the beginnings of Las Vegas. And then I guess in the 60s maybe they started developing the Strip. Maybe a little sooner than that, but yeah, so further down on the left is where the Golden Nugget's at. And it's a big, easy to see casino. But I prefer this to the Strip. To Ryan's point, I imagine there's the smell of weed everywhere there now because it's legal there. And people are on vacation. If you live in a place where it's not legal, I would assume that a lot of people do that when they go there.
weed vacations?
Yes. Weedcation. Sure.
I'm going gardening.
Now, this zip line is still, like, if you were taking it, you would still be zipping. It goes from one end to the other.
Wasn't that better than them getting all drunk and stupid and fighting and everything? I'd rather have them smoking weed.
Well, they're going to be doing all of it, to be honest with you, but they most people do, yes, believe it's better to have someone that's high than someone that's drunk. In terms of, being in public and all that other stuff. There's another street performer you can see by the circle. And so they've gotten dressed up like Pennywise or whatever. And they're probably just taking selfies and joking around with folks. Okay, so this guy's just creating artwork and just selling it. He's airbrushing.
Just gotta rent them in a little spot, and then you can sell stuff.
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah. Well, there's the golden nugget right there on the left.
Yeah, I see it.
And I mean, it's historic. All the.
I've been down there before. Time ago.
Yep.
Been a long time ago, though.
Now, you can actually. Where's the spot on the golden nugget? I guess on the top there, you can. There's actually like a balcony, a place where, you can be up there if you want to. Binion's on the right is also famous. If he pans to the right, you'd be able to see the front of the lighting, and you would probably recognize it. It's.
Are you allowed to piss off the deck?
Strangely enough, no.
You are. Yeah, just checking your chain that time, Tom.
Yeah. So, yeah.
What do you do?
They take a dim view. Now, see the sort of the blue lights there? They kind of strobe sometimes, and a lot of times when you see videos about Las Vegas, they use the side that's to the right because it goes way far down.
Binion's.
To see it. Yeah, Binion owned a ton of different casinos. So that one's just called Binion's, but there's Binion's $1 Million Club.
I think that's the one I went in when I was there.
Yeah, there's a ton of Binion's.
They have a nice
clubs.
bar in there, and they serve good beers pretty cheap.
Yeah.
They have like IPAs and stuff like that in there.
They're not slowing anybody down on cheap beer there. And okay, so this guy here, he's doing some sort of
IPA is not a cheap beer. Sorry.
No, I'm saying that the beer isn't cheap, but they will sell them inexpensively to you in the casino. You would pay more elsewhere because they want to keep you in the casino.
That's right.
So they attract you there with good beer for less money than you might pay elsewhere.
That's right.
Anyway, that's sort of Fremont Street. I guess it's just kind of a big mall for adults.
Yeah. So did this way back in the day, was it open air?
Yes, cars drove up and down this street.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it was an actual
it
was an actual street, and so this guy here is actually pretty amazing. I've seen him do his act, and that's his job. That's what he does for a living, and so people come watch him do his deal, and then they donate.
Interesting.
He just works off of tips, and they're very engaging with the crowd. All
See
of these
the police right there. They got a pretty good presence over there now. The police do.
Yeah. I've seen some people get tackled, all sorts of stuff out there that ran off with somebody's purse or whatever, and those cops are on them like just instantaneously. There, the Golden Nugget on the left, you can see that bar that you overlook the street, just the very lip of it. If he pans left, that's still the Golden Nugget. And
yeah, I see it.
You're kind of overlooking things, and there's all sorts
Is
of
that
places
where you
to
get
stop.
that 99-cent hot dog?
I don't think that's at the Golden Nugget. It might be one of these little sandwich shops and stuff up and down. But
No, there's a casino that does it. I might have to put a video on the back about that.
Yeah.
Well, don't do it now because I'm getting pretty winded here.
Yeah,
John,
I'm
are you
about to
still there?
post it.
So I was going to say he could either take over or start a new stream.
Brooklyn says she likes going to the gun range. I can tell you that the SHOT Show, she probably knows what that is always in Vegas. And that is a huge, huge gun convention from the...
Oh, really?
Yeah, from the
That's
National...
where the Las Vegas Gun Convention is?
Yeah, it's every year. It's called the SHOT Show. And let's see here. It's from the... it's the National... it's the Firearm Industry Trade Association does it. Let me see. What's the... It's NSSF. I can't remember what the hell that stands. Oh, National Shooting Sports Foundation. It's a giant show. It's they have what they call range day, and they go out there and you can shoot Barretts and stuff. There's another concert stage, and sometimes you hear an up-and-coming band. Sometimes it'll be a cover band. Sometimes it'll be a big star. So anyway, if you know, hey, would I do it every year or every day? No. There's the Pioneer Club. That's another famous old club. But if you're on your way to Los Angeles, or you're in Los Angeles and on your way back, you just take a couple days. The weather's usually really good, and you just relax. You don't really do quote unquote much of anything.
Well, I actually know someone who recently moved from North Carolina, right around Charlotte, out to Vegas. And I don't exactly know why, because I haven't talked to her. I just happened to have seen a IG message or two or post or two, but I don't know whether she moved out there for work or just what the deal was. But
yeah,
her son's grown now, and she has a little daughter, so I guess they just decided to move out there. She's got family.
Yeah, I would live out in Henderson or somewhere if I lived there. I don't know if I'd live in Vegas, just because of the tourists and.
I don't know. I don't know how you go from North Carolina with trees and greenery, grass, out to the desert.
Well, not too far outside of it. There is some really great, beautiful, spectacular. There's a go-go dancer on top of a little.
Henderson, beautiful.
She looks kind of lonely.
We also passed some of those showgirls with the flowers on the left a couple seconds ago, but.
The last go-go dancer.
And this is 11 o'clock at night, by the way. So I mean, this is the evening kind of is probably starting to shut down a little bit.
Really?
There's people out here all the time, but once these like open air areas close down and stuff, this gets pretty sparse. If you go into the casino that you're staying at, there's the Golden Gate Club. The casino that you're staying at will have something that's open 24 hours a day.
Right.
Where you can drink or do whatever. Now, they may close most of the things, but there will be some spots, that remain open. So,
Tom, did you ever hear of a place called Cajun Barbecue out in Henderson?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still there or not. I know I used to spend some time with. It's a black-owned business, and he made all his sauce from scratch, tomatoes and cucumbers and just whatever. Made his own barbecue sauce.
All these performers are just so good at engaging with the crowd. I mean, they know where their bread's buttered. And because it is a tourist area, they, want to give everybody that memory to take home. And the crowd.
Henderson was a nice respite from Las Vegas.
They
By
give
the
him the
time I got out of
pizzazz.
Las Vegas, I went to Henderson and just kind of overlooked the desert. Man, it was a nice getaway.
Yeah, it's
from
got
Las Vegas.
built up a lot now, but it's still little. It's much nicer than Vegas. It's a kind of a suburban community. It used to be off by itself. It's not anymore, but
yeah,
of course,
probably a lot different now.
Every group's got to have the hot girl in it. You know.
Is that what that was?
Yes, that's exactly what that was. That's what that was.
Stanley, you ever been to Vegas?
I've never been. I think the farthest west I've been is Utah. Phoenix.
That's pretty far west, Stanley.
Oh yeah, well, I've been to Phoenix too.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think you would love Vegas, Stanley. Honestly.
You know what? When I was younger, probably, I've gotten a lot more hermit-like in my old age.
That's actually 1950s Vegas right there.
Really?
They're showing, on the screen.
Hey, Kimmy. Good morning. Good morning, Kimmy Cakes. Stanley, man.
But see, I'm not really into gambling.
No, whenever I've been
gamble.
to Vegas, I've never gambled. I'm not gonna lie. I may have played the slots a little bit here and there, but there's so much to do besides gambling in Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more there for the food when I was there than not just like Laughlin, Nevada, HB.
Man,
I
I'm
was
sure
going
I'd
to
like
the Pink Flamingo to gorge myself on crab and steak and wine every day. Then I'd play some nickel slots.
Well, Stanley, there's tons of conventions out there.
Yeah.
And so if you're there and you're, say, with a bunch of maybe your Navy friends or whatever.
tail hook.
Whatever, yes, whatever you're out there for. Also, if you like a certain kind of music,
now I'd be interested in seeing some of the resident comedians.
Well, that's another thing. Those are all over the place, and there's several different comedy clubs. There's
stand-up comedy everywhere, I bet.
Yeah, there's also some clubs that are a little bit exclusive to get into. One's called Dirty 130 or something, and it's where all the comics that perform. Who was that fat comic? Oh God, what was his name?
It's not Carrot Top, is it?
No, it was a super fat comic.
Gallagher.
No.
Gallagher. He's not fat.
Louis. Is it Louis?
No, it wasn't Louis Anderson.
Ralphie May.
Ralphie May. He's got a place. It's the Dirty 1230, and the comedians have to actually be invited to play there. Yeah, but if you know about it, they don't really advertise it and stuff. If you know about it, that's a place a lot of people go to. At the end of their evening in Vegas. And but if you want to see comedy, oh wow, Vegas is a huge stand-up comedy venue. But sometimes they'll have an old school country kind of a lineup. That's you go to a particular casino,
Line dancing,
and they've got a show that plays Conway Twitty and Johnny Cash.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That is old.
Or they'll do
Slim
disco. They'll do no Slim Whitman, but they'll do disco, or they'll do even grunge, or there's a lot of different music there that's really, really big. Cirque du Soleil is there.
Yeah, I've never seen
Magic.
I've never seen a performance.
Magic is there. Lots of magic. So
Wasn't Las Vegas like the melting pot of America? I mean, you just have everything right there.
No, actually, some of the stuff you mentioned, it'd definitely be worth at least a trip.
But Stanley, I would say this. There's those showgirls with the feathers. They definitely are appearing somewhere. Well, maybe not those ones. They could be fake. Anyway, they no, because the real ones are so stunningly beautiful and in such incredible shape. Your jaw drops. But I would say 2 days, okay. 3 days is at a certain point. You're like, is everything have to be shiny and blinking?
Yeah, exactly.
and make a noise? Can we please just? Yeah. After there is a point at which you get sensory overload, and it doesn't help that they're pumping
Music.
lots of extra oxygen into the casino.
Is that right? Oh, that's funny.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
After a couple of days, I couldn't wait to get out of there, Tom.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it anymore.
It's very true. But
We're gonna keep you awake.
You don't know about the body science of this inside of the casinos. Everything is placed there to attract your attention in like specific ways. What's in your line of sight when you're standing? What's in your line of sight when you're sitting? They pump in extra oxygen so that you're more perky and alert.
Wow, that sounds like a live action video game.
It's also the buzzers and things that you hear are designed at certain interval. It's very scientific, the inside of a casino. I think they call it casino science or something like that.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me.
And one of the things that I used to love doing too down there, Stanley, is like trying to figure out which women are hookers and which one are.
So, what'd you call it? Hooker roulette?
Yeah, hooker roulette. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not that hard to figure out after a certain point in the evening. No, after a certain point in the evening, it's not. If you go down there at like 3 a.m. for whatever reason,
his pants up.
Yeah, that's the people watching part of it.
Good. Is it? Don't they make suspenders or something? No, I mean, I thought they made like extra long suspenders to keep them like at that particular height.
Don't they make mirrors or self-respect?
So you don't get a plumber's track, Stanley?
You know what? I'm only going to wonder so long, but how he's able to walk this far without hitching him up it's amazing.
Yeah, that's just disgusting.
It's like,
I'm worried about no one else's drawers.
I hope he doesn't shark.
What's this performance that's going on here?
Why are you worried about that man's drawers, Stanley? What the hell?
You know what? Because they are just there.
So this guy is probably doing some kind of mind reading or prediction here. I don't know what he's doing, but
I'm thinking he's guessing her weight.
People are running up and throwing money in there, that's for sure. But he's very popular. Look at the huge circle of people he's got watching him. Yeah. And they can't believe what he's doing. That one girl just put her hands to her face like, oh my God.
He's doing Simon Says.
Yeah, I used to love the magic shows, man. That was like the coolest thing down there in Vegas.
Well, and there's dudes that'll like levitate a card between their hands, and they'll invite people to come up and go, okay, go ahead and run your hand through here, in between. It's, this isn't a string or whatever else. I guess that's his assistant.
Love magic, man. I fucking love magic.
No, this has got to be something like Simon Says.
Yeah, and the ladies down there too, Stanley. That old saying, "What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas." It is very true. It is very true.
Well, sometimes you'll get a convention of like hairstylists there, and they're there to party. You know, they're there to get crazy. And getting overserved is a common thing that happens in Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
And after that happens,
Oh, yeah.
you know, who knows what.
No, everything stayed but the clap.
that comes with
that came with me.
I like what Norm Macdonald said. You know, they say whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and of course that's not true. You can't murder someone and then leave and go across state lines. You'll be found, and they'll try you in front of a jury of your peers. What they actually mean is you can have
Norm Macdonald's is he's my favorite comedian of all time, man.
Oh yeah,
Norm
yeah.
Macdonald, he's my favorite all time.
Then he said, well, what they actually mean is that you can exchange cash for relations with a woman, and she won't tell your wife.
Yeah.
That's what that really means.
Yeah, your cash stays.
Not like these gossipy small town hookers.
You know, it's just like Norm Macdonald to just go too far with it.
I love Norm Macdonald.
Not like these small town hookers.
Yeah, gossipy small town. And he also says, Norm Macdonald is so funny. He's like, you know, this Hitler guy, the more I hear about him, the less I care for him. Guy sounds like a real jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he also said, you know, Germany is in a general. You know, they wanted to have a war, and they chose as their opponent the world.
Oh, that hits close to home.
Then about 30 years later, once again, they decided to have a war, and they chose the world. And it was closer than you might think. Anyway, he's funny.
They almost won.
Yeah. Norm Macdonald was just spectacularly funny.
He's my favorite, man. He could do like a 30-minute joke. Like, the dude was brilliant, man.
Yeah.
He was fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Like
And his talk show. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that was pretty outrageous.
Oh my God. And he had everybody, Seinfeld, Letterman, you name them, and the biggies were all on it. Tim Allen, Billy Bob Thornton, Mike Tyson. He just had so many super.
Tom, when they had him read the jokes, that was the funniest fucking part, man.
Yes.
He would always have him read some, like, he would get like the cheap jokes, and then he'd have the guest read like the most racist fucking out of line jokes.
Yeah.
Like, I can't say this. I can't say this.
Yes. Yeah,
Like,
that was great
he
stuff.
would do like, he'd have like black people jokes and stuff. Like, I can't say this. What are you doing to me?
Right.
Oh, who wrote this? Who wrote this joke?
Yeah.
I think he's still funny.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle is funny, but Norman
He is.
I saw Bill Burr. He did a recent interview with the Breakfast Club. That dude is actually like, every now and again you'll see a comedian, like when they do an interview, they're humorous, but not that funny. I mean, Bill Burr is actually, he'll crack a one-liner and have you in stitches, just regular conversation. I don't think I've seen a comedian recently who could sit down for a radio interview and have like gems, just not rehearsed, just off of what some random person says.
Man, if you've never seen Bill Burr's bits on going down to Harlem because his wife's black.
Right.
Going down to Harlem to meet his girlfriend at the time. That's a hilarious one. There's one about the phrase, it's never okay to hit a woman. That's hilarious. There's another one that he does about, the malice at the palace and fans getting into it with pro athletes. He's really funny. He is super funny.
Well, he's got a new special on Hulu.
Well, and he also does one about the WNBA.
Oh.
He's like, why do I gotta like the WNBA? You have to like the WNBA. That's your thing. You know, when are you gonna pick up your end of the couch? You know, he goes, ladies, name your top 5 all-time WNBA players.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one.
Name the WNBA team in your town. You can't. Not our job. We're guys. That's your job.
That is true.
Kelvin, why do you spell brothers like that?
It's also the same thing he said remember when Michelle Obama was trying to get that save the girls or there was those girls that were held hostage or something over in Africa. And he was like, what am I supposed to do? I'm a comedian. Hey, you know that guy that's sitting across from you at dinner, the leader of the free world? Maybe say something to him. What am I going to do? Stab him with the microphone? Yeah. Yeah, he's just very funny. Just very, very funny.
All right, well, HB or John, either you can take over or start a new show. I'm pretty winded.
Yeah, I got to pretend like I'm working.
I've got to pretend I'm not old.
Well, literally, I probably have gotten half of my work done today while I've just been sitting here talking, but now I just have to be available, pretty much.
Yes, that remote work.
Stanley, before you go, I'm gonna contact you about this this debate.
Man, y'all really want this, don't you?
I'm gonna make sure you have all the questions ahead of time. I'm gonna make sure.
You mean it's already planned?
Yeah.
What the hell? As far as I knew, someone just asked me, Bumpkin asked me last night, did I want to do it? And I said I would let you know.
I'm telling you, Stanley, if you don't make $2,500 off of this, don't do it.
You know what, Tom?
I'm not even kidding.
I think you're right. This is let's just call it an honorarium.
Call it anything you want. You better make it. It better be worth your while. And I would say that about the other guy too.
I saw Gordon Liddy and what's his name from the '60s? Tim Leary debate at the University of Georgia once.
Yeah. And
as it turns out, they were both paid handsomely. So yeah, I'm gonna follow in Timothy Leary's.
You guys are gonna, if you really want to get paid, you guys are going to have to do a couple, get in each other's face type build-ups and stuff, just like any
I'm
other
not doing all that.
Yeah, just like any other prize fights. And
even if you did, it's not a prize fight.
Even if you did 10 minutes on here's why I'm going to whip your ass.
It's like Ali versus Frazier, man. This is like
you know what? Like I said, one of the reasons I don't want to do this is Be Brave is not my equal. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. We are not peers.
I don't think anybody's saying that you are.
Well, you both will have the questions ahead of time, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. At least I'll have time to prepare.
Dukakis, right.
Mondale and Carter both debated.
Yeah, but they were debating for leader of the free world.
But they weren't the equal of the guy they were debating.
We'll raise money too. during the week leading up and during the show too. We'll raise money.
What is this come to?
Donations aren't going to get it
And
done.
yeah, no, we're gonna make sure you're paid. We're not gonna have schooling funds, endowments, or anything like that, but we'll definitely have
Well, see,
cash app funds.
One
this
thing
just raises the stakes.
One thing you can
The-
do
for
is
performance
is you can set unless we get this much, it's not happening, because that way you don't have a time limit on it, and say you make the amount, I don't know, 25, 3,000, whatever that they might split, and you get to 2,000. You can say, okay, well, it's not going to happen unless you guys give us $1,000 in the next week
It's
or
not
whatever.
like a Halloween party where women are wearing skimpy costumes. It's not worth that.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
But
Yeah, it
Stanley,
is.
you both. I'll host. I'll be cammed up. You and Brave both be cammed up too.
Well, I think it's Bumpkin that says he wants
yeah.
to moderate it, right?
Stanley, 2,500 is just 500 people giving $5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
No, Stanley. I think I rather host it than Bumpkin because respectfully, I like Bumpkin, but Bumpkin's a little he's a little biased.
Yeah, I
I
get
gave
it.
HB my last $5 already.
Yeah, Bumpkin's a little biased, and
Well, you know what gave me the hint? He calls himself Bumpkin.
yeah, what gave it away? Yeah,
Well,
he's a little he's a little biased.
I thought you were gonna moderate it, HB.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna moderate it. I got
Well, you don't think anybody's going to accuse you of being biased?
Yeah, no, I actually talked to Brave about it. He said he prefers that I moderate it because he doesn't want you to feel like anybody else would be biased.
Also, if it's just
Well,
if it's
why
gonna,
don't we get Tom to do it?
No.
I want Brave to feel uncomfortable.
It's easy. It's going to be easy to moderate if it's topics that you're both asked about. Each person gets a certain time limit. You turn the other person's microphone off for it. And if it's I state my belief,
Oh, well,
you
then I
rebut it.
insist on Bumpkin.
I state my belief, and then you state your belief. You do the same thing. And then at the end, you can open it up for a free-for-all. Because people will want to hear you guys go back and forth. So
Right.
Exactly.
But HB, if Bumpkin doesn't like Brave, well, all of a sudden the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Bumpkin was just on Brave's channel yesterday, man. I don't I don't know what Phoenix was talking about.
I can't do it because Be Brave runs away from me. And by the way, I've said I'm not going to talk about him.
You're a pretty scary guy, Tom.
I'm not going to talk about him, and I'm not going to say anything bad about him. So I haven't done that.
Plus, Stanley, I have about, I'm not gonna lie, I have about 30 to 40 questions already. I'm trying to whittle them down right now.
Well, yeah, whittle them down to like 5.
Well,
no, I'm dead serious. How long?
No, yeah, he's
this
right.
It's going to be like 4 hours.
He's right. Yeah, 5 is the perfect number.
I'm thinking more closer to like an hour and a half, maybe.
2 hours tops.
2 hours
HB,
tops.
did you write a whole essay on this?
Man, I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions, but I'm actually working on a flyer right now too. I have a guy who makes like really good flyers. So.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. Make sure you got your finest on during this. But I'll contact you, and I'm gonna contact Brave. And if you guys are both okay with it, we could stream it on both platforms too, Braves and yours and John's. We can stream it on all of our platforms. So
All right.
I
Well,
think it'll be
this is mushroomed way bigger than I thought it was going to be last
But
night.
does
I literally
that mean
I
you
literally
agree?
told Bumpkin what was the point, and I'll let you know. And I was just going to blow
Does
him
that
off.
mean you agree to
yeah,
the
no,
debate, Stanley?
no, Stanley. I'm telling you, man. A lot of people really want to see this debate.
For
And
what?
I think I just think
Dude,
you both represent something that people just want to see.
people
Like
on the
you know the
internet,
thing.
they like to
The
see
thing
slap
is, you
fights.
both are. Yeah, you both are like genuine too. Like there is no like Brave's not trying to gain anything. You're not trying to gain anything. It's like a real debate on ideas
Right.
and
Well,
philosophies.
one of the questions should be exactly what the hell is pro-black? Because I saw, I think it might have been a Be Brave title, something about, well, Stanley is pro-black, but his son decides to date out of his race. Well, I'm like, number one, why do you think I'm pro-black? Not being anti-black does not mean I'm pro-black. And the other thing is people don't seem to believe that I've never talked to my son about politics. Why the fuck would I if you raise a son to think for himself, one of the the worst thing I can hear somebody say, my family always voted Democrat. Okay, that's like, that means you'll vote for anybody with a D behind their name. That's not critical thinking.
Yeah.
I
That's
raised
how
my
a lot of
son
people
to
are
be.
though, Stanley.
Hey,
That's how a
and
lot
you
of
know
people are.
what? I think that's why America is as one of the reasons it's as messed up as it is. Okay, my family always voted this way is not a good enough reason to vote for somebody. And I was very deliberate, and my wife, y'all will not believe how deliberate we were in raising that boy. I mean, we literally talked about, what we were going to do, the approach we were going to take. The only thing my son didn't do was go to the Naval Academy. And believe me, I tried. So,
Yeah.
people don't seem to think I am who I am. I do not. I have never needed to put on airs. I've never needed to code switch. And so, things like that, I really do want to talk about. My son dating outside my race. You know what? Do you know how I know his girlfriend's Asian? It's not because I asked him. It's because he sent me a picture.
Wow.
I did not ask him. I think the only thing I might have asked him is, where did she go to school?
I saw it on your son's Instagram page.
He has he has an Instagram page?
No, April Fools. April Fools.
You know what?
I just
Stanley.
Okay. Well, you know
I
what?
had
He
to do an
might, shit,
April
he
Fools.
might have an Instagram page.
I had
The
to
other
do an
thing I
April
never did is I've never censored what he read. There's never been a net nanny or anything like that. I trusted the way I raised him. Period. And believe it or not, he has actually never made like a major, he's never caused a major problem for me to go, what the hell have I done? At least up till now. So, when I say these things, I genuinely mean them because I was very deliberate in how I raised him. I want a critical thinker. I don't want someone who necessarily thinks like me. And one of the reasons is, after his mother died, I'm like, you know what? Life is short. He doesn't need to be that dependent on me. So, the pro-black thing would be a question I'd like to throw in because, I'm no more, other than, hey, I'm not anti-black. That's about as pro-black as I get.
Well, I'll make sure I put that in there too. Then,
Okay.
as a
Well,
question.
not because I it would be a topic that I'm interested in expanding on.
Mm-hmm. I'll send you. Matter of fact, I'll send you all the questions that I have, and then I'm gonna send Brave all the questions too, and then
Okay.
you guys kind of pick which ones you kind of want to delve into, because I'm kind of on both ends of the spectrum, where I'm kind of on the the quote unquote pro black, and then the quote unquote white supremacy side of it too, and I feel like
Well,
both of you will have some
Pick a side. Pick a
well, yeah,
side.
because I have definite thoughts on what that is too.
right. And
Hey,
just like
hey, Ebony.
historically, hey Virgo,
Hey.
historical.
We
Matter of
should
fact,
tune
you can
into
kind of
Be
see where I'm
Brave's
going.
channel as a
So I have
What does that mean, Orthodox guy?
he wants us to like watch it basically.
Oh, well, I'm not going to last that long. I mean, I'm not going to last that long as a host because I am getting kind of winded here. But, if HB or John or somebody wants to tune in, I'll at least watch from the audience.
I'm
'Cause
pregnant
I
with
did notice.
with triplets.
What?
No way,
Oh,
Virgo.
What
I
about
just got
triplets?
pregnant with triplets.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
I'm pregnant.
Well, given given
Virgo.
given your recent medical history, tell us more.
April
Yeah, I
Fools.
didn't think that was possible.
April Fools.
God damn it,
I was
Virgo.
about to say the triplets were HB, John, and and Universal.
Oh.
I was about to give birth to the Three Stooges.
Well, we know you had to have a C-section for one of them.
Which one
Oh.
of them is curly?
Oh, definitely.
Universal forehead.
Yes, well, yeah. I would have given birth to HB and John, and then Universal. They would have been like,
two
"Oh
of the
hell
babies-
no, we gotta
Two of the
cut you."
babies, HB and John, were 6 pounds, and Universal was about 5 pounds, and his forehead.
Just the head.
No, I got a feeling Virgo could probably birth it out the canal. I think
I don't think so. It ain't nah, it's not possible. HB, I swear to you, it's not possible.
I'm pretty sure, Virgo. You can probably.
I'm not that loose. I'm not a loosey goosey.
Oh my God! You know what? This is definitely taking a turn for the worse.
Well, leave it up to Virgo to come stir up some shit.
Leave it to Virgo to make us all look like little pansies.
I tried to class the joint up with some Fremont video.
It was way class.
Virgo had to
Way
ruin our.
classy.
Oh,
our tone.
Tom's on here.
Stanley, you know that.
Hey, Tom.
You know
Hey,
they call
Virgo.
it the. You know they call Virgo's uterus the Panama Canal. That's what they call it.
Oh, come on, HB.
Oh, hey now.
And Trump's trying to take it over.
Yeah, Trump's trying to take it over.
He's calling it the American Canal now.
Trump and the Chinese are trying to compete for it.
Oh, wow.
He's calling it the Haitian Canal.
Everybody's trying to compete for it. We don't want that canal.
Oh, Jesus. Y'all are the worst.
The
I
path
think
to
even
citizenship.
I think even Alaska's taking a couple bids for it. Why do you guys need it?
They're gonna call it Mount McKinley.
Alaska, yeah, 12th man. 12th man is at the head of the.
Personally, I don't care what they call shit. I'm gonna call it what I call it, regardless.
Honey?
I call it the Gulf of Tacos for all I give a fuck.
The Gulf of what?
That's right, tough man. It is still the Gulf of Mexico right here to us Floridians. You know, Florida always doesn't give a fuck, and we do our
Well,
own
they ought
thing.
to call it the Gulf of Florida.
Well, maybe we can. I'm in agreement with that, but it is still the Gulf of Mexico. It is not the Gulf of
No,
America.
right now it's the Gulf of America. Look it up on Google.
I don't
in
care.
America.
I don't care what Trump called it. And you know what? I'm starting to feel sorry I voted for this motherfucker.
Oh my God! Don't be saying that.
I don't agree with everything he does, but
Well, I'm
I
sure
don't
he
feel
must.
sorry for voting for him.
I'm sure that the U.S. Geological Service or whoever keeps track of the maps, NOAA, I bet they're calling it Gulf of America because if you don't, you'll be laid off.
Oh, that's true.
Well, that's what it's called now. I mean, get over it. Who gives a fuck?
I do. I like the Gulf of Mexico.
What is
the Gulf of enchiladas, and I wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
What is the what's that word I'm looking for? Was it Joff? What is it?
Oh, Jollof.
No, not Jollof rice.
Okay, well, I thought that's what you meant.
Joff, Jods. What is it? God damn it! These stones are making me weak.
They're making you crabby.
Grumpy.
Well, I heard they're coming after.
Are you grumpy today, Ebony?
Oh, I've been grumpy all week. Let me tell you, these motherfuckers are coming for y'all bitches that went to Columbia House and got the 99-cent CDs and y'all didn't pay for it. They're coming after y'all motherfuckers still. They're coming after everybody.
I watch all the free music I want on YouTube. I don't give a fuck about that shit.
You hear me, HB? They're coming after you.
Still
They still have Columbia House?
I know HB got a couple of albums. He got Biggie. He got what's that group? Freak Me Baby. Freak Me Baby. What's that group? Well, whatever that group is, he got that. He got Jodeci. He got what else
Virgo
he got?
needs another karaoke.
Oh God, I'm on medication. Sorry, y'all.
Well, that's all right.
I had to take the medication. I had to take it because
we need to shut this
so
one
bad.
down. Orthodox. Orthodox, are you going to be on HB's? Excuse me. Well, he's probably going to be on B Brave's panel.
Well, you still have about 5 hours left, Stanley.
I'm not doing 12-hour shows. I did one last Friday, I think it was. Those are going to be few and far between. Because
you just did one the other day, lasted
right,
11
and
hours.
I'm saying those are going to be few and far between. Because if you haven't noticed, the tireder I get, the grumpier I get. So, you know what? I've never been good when I get, kind of tired. And
you need a Bud Light, then.
Well, not only that, but dealing, especially when Solid Snake is up here, it really does gets mentally trying. And after a few hours of messing with Solid Snake, I'm ready just for a short nap.
Yes. HB got Silk and Shy. Yes. That song. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, this hurts so bad. Let me lick you up and down till you say stop.
Virgo, what are you drinking this morning?
I think he's on pills.
Doge. That's the word I was looking for. Doge is coming for y'all motherfuckers who got them CDs. Roz girl, I'm telling you, you better run, you better hide. You got them CDs, you better run, you better hide. Okay.
Yeah,
That's the end of the world. I've been hearing that shit for 30 years.
Sounds like you need a nap there, Virgo. So
I
anyway,
don't need a
everybody,
nap. I need y'all motherfuckers to
everybody,
keep me.
make sure that you hit the like button on your way out. I appreciate it. Actually, I had a pretty good time today. I will be on. I will be on, I believe, at 3 or so tomorrow morning. I don't know what John's plans are. So that's pretty much it. I had a good time. Thanks everybody for your company. And I
Okay,
will see
Stanley.
you all tonight. And Portia, by the way, I think Portia says she's going to do a politics with Portia this evening.
Oh,
Either
okay.
early evening or like sometimes she'll do it right around 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock her time. So stay tuned for that, and make sure you give her all your support. And she does a lot of work. And once again, there would be no Stanley versus the world. It was Portia's idea, probably her idea to do this debate too. So
Yeah, and I would like to lastly say,
idea.
I would like to lastly say, one last thing: hide your kids, hide your wife, because those just coming for everything out here.
what are you talking about? Why do you? Is Doge after you?
They after you, Stanley.
No, they don't want none of this.
Oh, you tell
No,
them,
I
motherfucker.
have some words for Mr. Elon.
Oh yes, and the top word is motherfucker.
Well, no, I made the comment that he and Trump are the ambiguously gay duo. So I look forward to saying that in front of a congressional committee.
Oh God, this hurts so bad.
Well, Stanley, you was also complaining about how much money Elon had, and then
Well, the money I'm complaining about is
last night you were saying like there's always been all these billions and billions of dollars in American population or American politics.
Now, you're never. I mean, you go back and you read the Federalist Papers and all these founding documents. America was founded by elites, and one of the reasons America was founded by elites is England wanted to tax them, but also wanted to cut back on land speculation, because every time these speculators would go out, they'd make a lot of money, but they would stir up Indians, and it was just getting expensive to have to fight Indians all the time. The French and Indian War, the British were tired of funding these types of, the Indians getting pissed off and France coming in and, all that stuff. So the manifest destiny was getting expensive. That's one of the
Stanley,
problems.
I also heard you say last night that you're okay with insider trading and all these because they're in it
No,
to
I think
make a living and make more and more money.
I think
So you
now
can't
that
have it
you
both ways, Stanley.
I think now that you have gone the way of Solid Snake and you are solid in your inebriation, you are much more willing to put words in my mouth. I didn't say insider trade. I didn't say
thought that was
insider.
flaccid
I
Snake.
didn't say insider trading was okay.
So you said that there's
Oh,
always
good
been
God.
all this
This
money
dude's gonna.
inside of
Are you gonna
American
do a
politics.
recap? Are you gonna do a recap of the whole show?
Well,
You know,
that's
people
what you said,
people
Stanley.
can
That
go back and watch the replay and actually get what I said. You don't have to recap it. Okay, well, with that, folks, I will see you all in the morning.
Hey,
And,
Richard,
all
maybe
right, Stanley. Have a good day, bro.
you too. And maybe if Portia does her show, I'll at least be in the audience, if not, up on the panel.
Stanley will be back up. He'll be back
Not
up.
today. I got things to do. I've got some cutting to do for a video essay for my channel. I've got tortillas to make.
I'm doing Richard Pryor.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Tonight on the Tom Gully show, he's doing a great show. He's going to tell you about Richard Pryor. So we all need to make sure, we go to that one. So the Tom Gully show, folks.
Is he gonna show the part where he set his hair on fire smoking a crack pipe?
Yeah, that's going to be probably half the show.
Yeah, he's going to lead off with that one.
Because there's video of that.
I'll be sure to tune into that one, Tom.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll see y'all later.
All right, man. Have a good
All
one.
right, Stanley.
Why does
Have a good rest, Stanley.
You know what? John apparently wants me to play his song on the way out, so we'll just do that.
Okay. Well, talk to you later, Stanley.
All right. See you later.
This nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, Young Dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, Young Dog. I bring it to your rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, Young Dog.